Muy buenos días y muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Me mama, me mama. ¿Cómo andan? Bienvenidos a este Nadie me preguntó, por supuesto, que es el antecesor a doble programa el día de hoy, donde tenemos una edición especial del Casino de tu Tío Salo. En realidad no es especial, pero es otra edición del Casino de tu Tío Salo, donde vamos a estar analizando, por supuesto, los precios de absolutamente todo. Pero antes, como siempre, quiero contarles de lo que nadie me preguntó. A fin del video del viernes, hablé de esto un poco y se me organizaron más las ideas. Y esto es básicamente una guía para que estés listo a lo que viene, ¿ok? Y esto tiene que ver con energía, tiene que ver con el dólar y tiene que ver con la deuda americana porque todo está relacionado, tío. Todo. Y esto lo voy a poner en términos sencillos para que entiendas lo que está pasando, en mi opinión. En lo que está pasando, en mi opinión, esta es una buena guía para que te guíes en cuanto a tu dinero, tus ahorros, lo que vayas a hacer para adelante en la bolsa y lo que estés esperando que viene para adelante, ¿ok? ¿Y por qué quiero hacer esto? Creo que todos nos perdemos diario con el análisis de que sube o baja o todas estas cosas, ¿no? Porque a veces es difícil diferenciar entre lo que es un trade y lo que es una inversión. Y es difícil también ponerlo en contexto sobre el tiempo. A mucha gente le cuesta muchísimo trabajo poder entender esas cosas, ¿no? A través del tiempo, lo que es básicamente ser alcista por un momento, pero entender que aún así todo sigue siendo bajista y la gente a veces cuesta mucho trabajo entender esto y lo entiendo perfectamente y sobre todo si estás viendo las noticias diario, te están básicamente cambiando todo para que no te puedas quedar parado en el campo y puedas tomar las decisiones correctas. Un poco de lo que yo he estado haciendo, y esto se los digo, toma demasiado tiempo. Yo le dije a mi vieja desde que vivíamos en Texas, para que se den una idea. Todavía me escribe mucha gente, un saludo a todos ustedes, que me dicen, oye, voy a ir a Texas, ¿quieres hacer un podcast o algo? Vivo en California, ¿ok? He vivido en California ya por 3 años. No sé si el cambio del background lo diga o no. Sé que no pongo nada en redes sociales, no de mi vida, pero vivo en California, para los que no lo sepan, hace casi 3 años o 3 años, no tengo ni puta idea, no cuento el tiempo, no estoy, hoy güey, es que me cambié aquí, no sé qué, pero ya llevo un rato, así que no me estén escribiendo pendejas, ¿no? También no me está escribiendo pendejadas. ¿Y por qué no? Les vamos a tirar un par de chistes antes de empezar. No un par de chistes. Mensajes que me llegan que son muy divertidos. Uno, me escribe uno de ustedes y me dice, oye, tío Salo, te quiero mucho, amo tus videos. He comprado 2 de tus clases. Imposible. Eso es, para empezar, mentira. Pero ve, lo que pasa es que metí $400 a Bitunix y luego hice un trade, pero se me olvidó poner el stop loss. Bueno, no se me olvidó, se rompió mi teléfono y cuando se rompió no pude acceder a ello. Te pudiste haber metido por la computadora y por ende perdí todo. ¿Me puedes mandar $400 y te prometo te los pago aunque me tome un año? No, no te voy a dar nada. No te voy a dar nada. Eres el güey que cuando yo era chico el perro se comió tu tarea, ¿no? Y llegas al profesor y le dices, güey, el perro se comió mi tarea. Sí, como no, pendejo. Eso en realidad me pasó una vez, que el perro sí se comió mi tarea, la buena gaira. Y como era un irresponsable de mierda, no me creyeron y aún así reprobé. Es, es lo que es, tío. Y a ti no te creo ni vergas porque, pues, no sé, no soy un pendejo. No, esa es una. Eh, me divierte mucho. Qué mensajes tan estúpidos me llegan casi la mayoría del tiempo. Es la gran mayoría. Recuerda, chavo, te puedes querer chamaquear a quien quieras y puedes ser un adulto intentando querer chamaquear a quien quieras, pero ten un poco de humildad y entiende lo que estás intentando hacer, ¿no? Ponte en contexto, tío. Ok, sin más ni más, vamos a entrar en esto rápidamente para poder explicarlo para todos ustedes. Esto es literalmente lo que nadie me preguntó, pero me imagino que les serviría a todos ustedes. Esta es la relación del dólar, la guerra, lo que están viendo con el precio de la energía, todo. Y tenemos que entenderlo en términos grandes para poder simplificarlo. Y yo creo que lo puedo explicar rápidamente en términos grandes para hacerlo chico. Y esto es lo que les quería decir antes de que me distrajera con que me fui a California y no sé qué. Vean nada más, no fumar marihuana, vaya que me trae de vuelta todos los temas sin pedos. Desde cuando viví en Texas, que ya llevo un rato aquí en California, yo le había dicho a mi mujer, ¿sabes qué, güey? Yo no tengo interés alguno de estar gastando como pendejo. Yo, para empezar, lo que he intentado desaparecer de mi vida es ser compulsivo. Es uno de los problemas más, no es problema, pero es una de las cosas que más me definen o me definieron por muchísimos años y he querido dejar de hacer eso, quiero mejorarme en mil maneras, ¿no? Y una de ser compulsivo es comprar pendejadas que no necesito. Le dije a mi mujer, voy a dejar de comprar pendejadas que no necesito por un rato. Quiero ahorrar por los siguientes años, es definitivamente lo que quiero, sobre todo viendo el panorama financiero con lo que se viene. Y yo creo que si vivimos así, ahorramos y somos inteligentes con nuestro dinero, nos va a ir muy bien, porque todo se va a ir a la mierda, ¿no? Empecé a ver cómo el mercado tocó tope en bienes raíces, vendí mi casa en Texas, le hice caso a mi mujer de, güey, vámonos exactamente a vivir a donde quieras, vivimos por la playa ahora en California, que es delicioso, y todo ha estado muy bien y honestamente todo va de acuerdo al plan. Y lo que he hecho con mi cash es cuando veo oportunidades para entrar en el mercado, me meto en el mercado y cuando veo oportunidades para vender, las vendo y me salgo del mercado. Y me ha ido bastante bien, lo han visto públicamente aquí todo. Y esto es lo que quiero para adelante que entiendan ustedes, puesto simplemente. Lo que viene ahorita es algo mínimo estilo 2008, ¿ok? Y muchos de ustedes se clavan en la idea de que como no pasa instantáneamente, no va a pasar jamás. Y eso es lo que la gente que establece el sistema, ¿no? El financiero, es lo que buscan. Eso es exactamente lo que buscan, que creas que esto nunca más va a volver a pasar. Y esto es justamente lo que te dice que está a punto de volver a pasar. Entonces, y una cosa que les voy a sugerir siempre a todos ustedes es, si te quieres convertir en algo que no eres, como yo, por ejemplo, que les he dicho, yo me he querido convertir o me he estado convirtiendo en un gran inversor. ¿Qué es lo que tienen todos los grandes inversores en común? Huevos y paciencia. Y no se dejan llevar por el ruido. Es lo que yo he notado de los inversores vergas, ¿no? Más allá de cualquier otra cosa. Y es simplemente lo que he estado viviendo en mi propio cuerpecito y realidad. Y desde que he estado haciendo eso me ha ido bastante bien. Y lo digo porque si ustedes quieren hacer eso, necesitan tener todas esas características, posiblemente más que se me estén yendo porque no me quiero meter en la psicología de esto. Si eres como todas las personas que está esperando y está viendo del día a día y qué es lo que va a pasar ahorita o mañana o en un mes, vas a estar perdido en esto porque esto toma bastante tiempo. Porque la idea es, y cómo se mueve la bolsa y cómo se mueve el mercado, es sencillo. Tengo que lavarle la cabeza a todo el mundo a que se vaya a un lado para que pase lo contrario. Pero hasta que no todo el mundo quede con la cabeza lavada, no voy a cambiar la dirección. Entonces, cuando la gente, y esto yo lo hacía antes, que les pongo fechas y la mamada, cuando le pones fecha a algo, es casi imposible pegarle porque no sabes cuánto tiempo va a tomar que la gente le lave la cabeza. ¿Ok? Es imposible entender eso. Si lo entendiéramos, seríamos psíquicos y tendríamos 400,000 trillones de dólares. Y los psíquicos tampoco pueden hacer esto, por cierto, ahora que he estado leyendo mis libros de esto. Luego les explicaré cómo funciona ese pedo, bastante interesante. Entonces, vamos a eliminar el tiempo. Vamos a simplemente ver lo que está pasando y vamos a analizarlo. ¿Por qué tengo que hablar del dólar, la deuda y de la energía? Porque todo va de la mano. En los últimos años te han dicho, y sobre todo cualquier persona que no... El sistema financiero está diseñado para poder engañar a la gente que fue educado en él con estadísticas para que estas personas se vayan a un lado y estas personas te hagan a ti irte al lado donde ellos están. Eso es lo más importante entender. Por eso cuando me río de los pacos, etcétera, ¿no? Que fueron a la escuela y se dedicaron a todo esto, han sido perfectamente educados para caer en todas estas trampas. Pero si pones atención fuera de lo que te están diciendo y no escuchas estas estupideces, puedes darte cuenta de verdad lo que está ocurriendo, que es bastante sencillo. Y tienes que entender también lo que han hecho para poder hacer que no puedas entenderlo, destruir tu memoria, destruirte al estar en el presente y destruir el sentido de impresión en ti. ¿A qué me refiero? De que antes una noticia duraba meses y no un año y ahora duran 2 horas y vámonos a la que sigue, ¿no? Y eso lo han hecho a propósito, porque siguen usando el mismo playbook año con año y se te olvida todo. Y esto también le pasa a la gente más educada que conoces, porque están tan obsesionados con leer conocimiento, con leer noticias, información estúpida que ellos mismos te dan, que se pierden en el mapa. Entonces, lo mejor que puedes hacer es sencillamente ver lo que está pasando. Y yo sé que eso suena bastante difícil porque te estoy diciendo no veas las noticias, pero es sencillo entender viendo tu realidad. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? Si se han puesto a poner atención en los últimos años, sobre todo, vamos a empezar con el 2020, tienes un reseteo del campo energético, ¿ok? Donde el petróleo llegó a caer a cero, donde la gente no utilizó nada y te dijeron nunca más va a volver a regresar, etcétera, ¿ok? Y desde entonces lo que hemos visto es que hemos cambiado bastante fuerte la relación de quién vende a quién y quién compra a quién, ¿ok? Eso es algo muy importante entender. Otra cosa gigantesca a entender es, los jugadores no son los mismos o no tienen la misma fuerza que antes. Ha cambiado bastante desde hace 6 años, desde 2020 hasta acá. Estados Unidos es el productor número 1 y más grande de energía en el mundo. Pero cuando piensas petróleo, piensas en los países árabes. Y eso está mal. Cuando piensas en gas natural, piensas también en los países árabes o piensas probablemente en Asia. Y eso está mal. Cuando estás pensando en la fuerza del dólar, te han estado engañando todo este tiempo de que todo el mundo lo está dejando de usar. Pero lo que has visto es el consumo del dólar ha estado en altos históricos desde hace ya más de un año. Está y sube y sigue subiendo. Te venden la idea de que el oro es lo que todos los demás países fuera de Estados Unidos están comprando, pero eso solo es China, ¿ok? China no lo puedes comparar con nuestro sistema y lo tienes que separar de lo que nosotros hacemos, porque China funciona bajo su propio pedo, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, cuando usan China, de que todo el mundo quiere, de que China quiere que todo el mundo use su moneda y la chingada, eso no es cierto, eso es una mentira fundamental que te están contando, ¿ok? Y también el dinero. El dinero es muy importante a seguir. ¿Por qué? Porque Estados Unidos tiene un arma secreta para volverlo el país más fuerte del mundo y tener el poder hegemónico del planeta. Y si te pones a pensar en esto, ¿quién te ha contado que la hegemonía del dólar va a su fin? La gente que más se beneficia de tener la hegemonía del dólar, los multibillonarios de Estados Unidos, incluyendo al presidente Trump y a todos ellos, en las mismas noticias de Estados Unidos, que por cierto, el mismo gobierno o la gente que maneja el gobierno, si lo quieres ver así, son los controladores de toda la información en las noticias. Y ellos están muy, muy enganchados en contarte que la hegemonía del dólar que está acabando. Y te ponen a personajes muy lindos, como Ray Dalio, que te cuenta es el final de todo, y es que ahora vienen otros países y la verga. Pero si pones atención, vamos 6 años para atrás, desde el 2020, lo que has visto es una reorganización de quién vende a quién y de los jugadores más fuertes en el sector energía cambiando de posición. Estados Unidos siendo el más grande y fuerte de todos. Ahora, normalmente tienes la relación de que los saudis tienen la idea de que, pues, güey, tenían el tratado de vender energía en dólares, el petróleo en dólar, el petrodólar se está acabando y ahora eso ya no va a existir. Ahora, por alguna razón que te vendieron, lo quieren hacer en yuan chino que se devaluó aún más que el dólar, pero pues ya te la comiste, ¿no? Vamos a pretender que no eres de la gente que tiene el cerebro de este tamaño y que estás poniendo atención y que no estás viendo TikToks cada 2 segundos y quemando tu cabeza y que entiendes esto, ¿no? Que no hay razón alguna por cambiar el dólar por el yuan por simplemente devaluación cuando el yuan es devaluado cada mes. A propósito, y muchos dirán, sí, pero es el control de poder sancionar estos países. Estados Unidos solamente sanciona a los países que siempre ha sido enemigo de Rusia, Irán, Corea del Norte, etcétera. Nunca se mete en estos pedos en grande con los demás. ¿Por qué? Porque Estados Unidos es dueño de todos los demás países de nuestro lado del mundo, es dueño de Europa y es dueño de todo. Y yo sé que esto le cuesta a mucha gente poder admitirlo. Y no estoy aquí para pelearme si lo crees o no, ¿no? No me importa. Si no lo crees, güey, ve a ver las noticias y ve a ver a tu Paco favorito. Si estás aquí, esto te suena porque lo estás viendo con tus ojos, ¿no? ¿Por qué Europa se autodestruye a sí misma? ¿Por qué México se autodestruye a sí mismo? ¿Por qué Latinoamérica se autodestruye a sí mismo? Porque Estados Unidos es dueño de ellos. Y lo que están haciendo es destruyendo todo para poder tomarlo de vuelta como una sola cosa, ¿ok? Y no le interesa a China y no le interesa eso. Estados Unidos solamente quiere esto. Eso es lo que está buscando. Entonces te preguntarás a este punto, ¿por qué Estados Unidos me está vendiendo la muerte de su propio dólar? ¿No? Están tan ocupados contándome que se va a morir. Para que tú absolutamente te pongas del otro lado del juego y te la metan abrochado, ahora sí que bien parado desde atrás hasta que te salga por la boca, mi hermano. Esa es la idea, porque esto le funciona en varias diferentes formas a Estados Unidos. Vamos a empezar con energía. Ya lo dijimos, diferentes jugadores, diferentes posiciones, Estados Unidos siendo el más poderoso de ellos. ¿Qué es lo que notaste rápidamente en el 2022? Hace 4 años, yo sé que ya se te olvidó, la guerra con China y de Ucrania y Rusia, ¿no? Y sí es una guerra, por supuesto, pero tengo que decir esto porque fue la excusa perfecta para hacer que todos los europeos dijeron, ajá, yo no quiero esta energía barata que me llega de Europa. No, 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 no. Yo lo que quiero es que Estados Unidos me venda su energía, que definitivamente no viene de alguien malo, porque Estados Unidos nunca en su vida ha cometido crímenes de guerra ni nada. Yo soy europeo y como yo soy europeo, yo quiero lo mejor para mí y Rusia, qué malos son. Pero Estados Unidos no, aunque destruye todos los países, a todo el mundo y mata millones y miles de personas todos los días. Pero eso no, no, no. En las noticias me contaron que Vladimir Putin es el diablo, por ende voy a admitir que Estados Unidos sea mi proveedor más grande de energía en todo el territorio europeo. Palomita. Bien, eso ocurre en el 2022 porque ustedes lo pidieron según ustedes, ¿ok? Y esto es básicamente el principio de lo que están viendo. Después, ahora, vayamos al 2025-2026, donde Estados Unidos va y está ayudando a México con el cartel. En realidad está ayudando a México con el cartel. ¿Alguien tiene una idea si ya se detuvieron todos los crímenes cartelísticos que existen en México o en Latinoamérica? O si en Venezuela ya el país es libre y todo el mundo está brincando para arriba y para abajo bañados en dólares. La respuesta es no. Pero aún así Estados Unidos intervino. ¿Por qué? Estados Unidos intervino porque la red que es dueña de todo el cartel de la energía, de todo el petróleo, lo que está buscando es tener completo control sobre sus territorios. Y todos estos territorios son toda Latinoamérica. Y lo que había hecho muy efectivamente China, Rusia, fue poder usar diferentes redes dentro de estos países latinoamericanos para poder básicamente desequilibrar esa balanza, porque una vez que Estados Unidos se vuelve aún más fuerte, va a ser más difícil para ellos poder existir en un mundo donde Estados Unidos sea el güey más grande del parque, que es un hijo de puta pateando a todo el mundo. Entonces estos güeyes están intentando, o si lo quieres ver, ¿no? Son muy malos y son el diablo y lo que quieren hacer es que no pase eso. Pero Estados Unidos es más vivo que ellos. Fue y ayudó a México con ningún cambio para nada. Y lo que están haciendo efectivamente con estas ayudas, si lo notas, es simplemente controlar a estos grupos que estaban básicamente yéndose del otro lado, robándose el combustible, etcétera, para que ellos tengan completo control sobre él. ¿Ok? Estados Unidos tiene un control hegemónico potente sobre toda la energía y sobre tu petróleo y el petróleo de todos lados. Y ahora, no es Estados Unidos como tal, es la gente más rica del planeta. Tu billonario favorito que vive en México, que vive en Canadá, que vive hasta en Rusia, también son dueños de estos pozos petroleros. Toda esa alianza la llamo Estados Unidos porque usan el ejército de Estados Unidos para hacer sus mandados. Es lo que tienes que entender. Y esta gente, que una vez más es de todos los países del mundo, son los multibillonarios que te cuentan, no, es que yo te dije que invirtieras en Bitcoin, brother, ¿no? Esos güeyes. En vez de decirte, güey, invierte en energía porque nos acabamos de follar estos güeyes. No, no, no. Eso te hubiera dado un retorno instantáneo de no mames. Pero invierte en Bitcoin. Es como la trampa a la que te tiran, ¿no? Son buenos. Güey, ¿por qué un billonario tiene que ir de podcast en podcast a contarte cosas? Si yo tuviera miles de millones, en realidad no. Aquí estaría de pendejo contándoles estas cosas porque es lo que hago. No soy billonario ni tengo eso. Tengo la habilidad de nunca más trabajar en mi vida, gracias al cielo. Pero necesito poder hacer esto por mi salud mental. Ellos no están haciendo eso. Ellos están como putas desesperadas, buscando atención. Y van a todos los podcasts y se desviven para ir a entrevistas con gente en todo el mundo para poder pasar mensajes de propaganda para su propia agenda. Es lo que tienes que entender, ¿no? ¿Por qué alguien que tiene un yate de $400 millones tiene que ir al podcast del pobre pendejo este que tiene 10 millones de seguidores? Están literalmente solamente pasando su propia agenda a ti, vendiéndotela como si fuera alguien malvado haciéndolo. Son unos genios, honestamente. Ok. Con esto entendido, Tienes que entender que toda esta gente también, estos mismos billonarios que te están contando que Bitcoin es la salvación y que te tienes que salir del dólar, ellos son los dolartenientes más potentes que existen en el planeta. ¿Y qué es lo que buscan? La fortaleza del dólar. Si te has puesto a ver qué es lo que ocurre con el dólar y el petróleo relacionado uno a uno, es cada que tenemos un problema y el petróleo sube de precio, 6 meses después el dólar lo sigue para arriba. En este momento tienes la crisis energética más grande que ha existido en este planeta en tiempos recientes. No tengo ni puta idea de lo que haya pasado en el pasado porque no estaba vivo, pero en estos momentos sí. Todo lo que tienes se enchufa la electricidad, todo. Tienes más computadoras que nunca, tienes más cámaras que nunca para hacer tus vlogs, tienes tu teléfono para subir todas las redes sociales, tienes tu cepillo de dientes que lo conectas a una batería, tengo mi regadera que tiene luz roja, y eso también se conecta a una batería. El dildo de tu hermana o de tu mamá también se conecta y tiene una batería. Todo es eléctrico y nunca han arreglado el grid, nunca han arreglado la infraestructura eléctrica. Apenas lo están haciendo y se los digo de corazón como alguien que está metido en ese campo. Toma demasiado tiempo y va a tomar un chingo de tiempo y no hay manera de que la capacidad energética nos dé para esta transición tranquila. No, no hay. No hay, por eso tienes apagones y todas estas pendejadas que están pasando. Una vez más, no es tanto porque no hay suficiente energía, pero sino que la transmisión de la energía a todos lados no es eficiente y crea problemas. Ese es el pedo más grande que tenemos en todo el mundo. Ok, con eso entendido, entendiendo que Estados Unidos está adueñando de toda la energía en nuestro lado del mundo, porque eso, China va a ser energía independiente de todo el mundo en su propio pedo y ellos están en su desmadre. Pero Estados Unidos lo que busca es tener completo control dentro de su territorio, que es suyo una vez más, quieras o no, y ahora que tienen completo control sobre la energía en una crisis energética donde el precio de la energía va para arriba, ¿qué es lo que va a seguirlo después? Y esto es lo que Estados Unidos está buscando con la siguiente narrativa. El dólar va a desaparecer y se va a ir a cero. Esto va a hacer que el dólar valga mucho más de lo que te imaginas. En una crisis energética donde toda la energía que quieras comprar va a costarte en dólares si vives en nuestro lado del mundo, te lo juro, intenta ir ahorita en México a pagar la luz en yuanes. Inténtalo, ve cómo te va, ¿no? No creo que vaya a ocurrir. Y en lo que esto está ocurriendo y que estás viendo que va a haber un aumento gigantesco en el uso energético, y esto es a propósito también, y eso no estoy ni siquiera hablando de los centros de IA y todo lo que es la exploración del espacio, etcétera. Tienes que comprender que el uso de energía está estallando a la alza y no hay suficiente abasto dentro de nuestro lado del mundo. Estados Unidos te va a vender todo esto y les vende todo esto en dólares. Yo sé que les están contando que otros países van a comprarlo, pero es en dólares. Esto va a aumentar, no es por accidente que Estados Unidos se convirtió en el productor más grande de energía y el exportador más grande de energía del planeta. Esto no es un accidente. Esto es algo que se cocina a fuego lento para que quede suavecito, ¿ok? Y para que no te des cuenta y te puedan contar todas estas estupideces y te las creas todas del lado contrario. Estados Unidos entonces, en lo que está poniéndole a todo el mundo, ve cuánta deuda tenemos, nos vamos a ir a la verga y nuestros intereses están muy altos y todo esto, eso tiene que ver con la deuda y ahora estamos a punto de entrar en ella. Lo que está haciendo es efectivamente haciendo que la mayor cantidad de gente, de países alrededor del mundo que no tienen que ver con China o Rusia, tenga que comprar nuestra energía a huevo y en dólares. Y toda la energía en todo el mundo se mueve en dólares, una vez más, de nuestro lado del mundo, que es lo más grande. La necesidad de todo nuestro lado del mundo en este momento es la mayor, una vez más, en toda la historia. Por ende, lo que se va a fortalecer más allá de la energía, y esto va a durar un rato, esto no es algo que se pueda curar. Yo sé que les venden en las noticias que solamente es el estrecho de Hormuz, lo que una vez que se abra, ya se acabó el problema, el estrecho que nunca habías escuchado de. Eso es mentira. El hecho de que te estén vendiendo las mismas headlines de que va a haber escasez de comida, la energía, no va a haber fertilizantes, es idéntica, ya se los enseñé, a la del 2022 con Rusia. Pero una vez más, es fácil lavarle la cabeza a cualquier idiota que está viendo las noticias, que no entiende más allá de ver su nariz, ¿no? Enfrente de ellos y que creen que las noticias les están dando una ventaja sobre los demás inversores. O sea, imagínate, todos ustedes serían billonarios porque las ven todos los putos días, ¿no? Y si tu Paco favorito no lo es, pues qué pendejo es, está usando todas las noticias y la gran información que le dan. Eh, entonces, a dónde va esto? Esto va a un futuro donde Estados Unidos está metiendo y metió la idea en todos nosotros de que queremos blockchain, queremos dinero en este sistema blockchain, ¿no? Y aquí es donde mucha gente brinca. No, es que Bitcoin es la salvación del planeta. Eso fue a propósito, eso fue diseñado para que todos digamos, güey, ve cuánta gente pendeja se hizo rica con Bitcoin. Y es lo que yo quiero. Entonces te introducen monedas estables después de contarle a tu Paco favorito que las CBDCs vienen aquí, te van a violar en la noche y también a toda tu familia enfrente de ti en lo que lo ves y no puedes hacer nada al respecto. Si tienes a alguien que en el 2026 sigue hablando del peligro de las CBDCs, esa persona está ciega, carnal. Las monedas estables son eso. Pero por tanto te han vendido las monedas estables como algo bueno y estás poniendo atención acá, distraído que las CBDC son lo que viene. ¿Por qué están haciendo esto? Porque Estados Unidos está buscando poder básicamente cerrar todo lo que sea dinero de otros lados en todos los lugares del mundo que le pertenecen a Estados Unidos y hacer que todo se tenga que cambiar a dólares para poder hacer la mayor acumulación de riqueza de toda la historia sobre su moneda. Cuando te digo que el dólar va a ser lo que se cargue a todos, es lo que va a pasar en lo que te están diciendo. Si fuiste a la universidad en economía, esta es una respuesta muy sólida que cualquier pendejo te da que fue a la escuela por 4 años a estudiar esto, finanzas o economía. Tienes que comprar francos suizos en estos tiempos. Bien, eso fue lo que te enseñaron en la escuela. Pero si volteas a ver la puta choncha verga que viene directamente a tu boca, te darás cuenta que necesitas dólares para que no te la metan en el hocico. Es bastante sencillo de entender, ¿no? Una vez más, productor más grande y exportador más grande de energía, Estados Unidos, en todo nuestro mundo, y toda esa energía se vende en dólares, quieras o no, no tienen el puto petrodólar de Saudi Arabia, les vale 3 toneladas de verga porque Estados Unidos es mucho más grande que todos ellos y le va a servir a todo el mundo. Y tienes que entender también que Estados Unidos fue muy inteligente en los 80s, cuando metieron a Saudi acá, al mercado. Arabia Saudita y todos los saudis y los fondos del Medio Oriente que venden su petróleo en dólares, ¿no? También lo pueden vender a China y lo que quieras, pero ellos tienen un interés gigantesco en la economía de Estados Unidos porque ellos son dueños de una gran parte de toda nuestra bolsa. Y no como tú y yo que estamos comprando nuestros $20. O sea, estoy hablando de que son, básicamente tienen, a mi gusto, entre 20 y 30% de todos los fondos más grandes de Estados Unidos, su dinero de allá es lo que es lo que lo conforma, para que tengas una idea. Entonces, está en su mejor interés mantener esto. No tienen por qué y no tienen un odio en contra de Estados Unidos, compran armas de ellos, también compran armas de los judíos y usan intermediarios. Todo esto son cuentos que te cuentan a ti porque eres un imbécil, porque estás viendo las noticias. Deja de ver las noticias. Entonces, Estados Unidos efectivamente está convirtiendo su moneda en lo más fuerte, está asegurándose de que no haya básicamente goteos de capital en otro lado, cambiando todo a blockchain. Te hicieron pensar que te vas a hacer rico de la noche a la mañana y que tu gobierno está peleando porque uses blockchain y te compres Bitcoin y te vayan a hacerlo más rico y que el dólar se va a ir a la verga, cuando Estados Unidos puede y tiene la fuerza para imprimir. Esto sí lo entiendes, estoy seguro, que cuando Estados Unidos crea dólares de la nada, es el superpoder más grande del planeta, porque eso les compra la militar más fuerte de todo el planeta y les compra todo lo que quieran hacer. Y eso continúa para adelante. No van a decir, ok, voy a dejar mi dólar para comprar Bitcoin porque es más importante. Y además de que Bitcoin, mientras que es un sistema descentralizado, el protocolo siendo descentralizado es cierto, para entrar y salir del protocolo tienes que entrar por lugares centralizados. No lo puedes vender ni salirte del sistema de ninguna forma. Y más allá de eso, quien controla más de 51% de la red puede hacer lo que quiera con ella. Y si quieres saber quién controla más del 51% de la red, son 3 4 empresas mineras y estas empresas mineras son públicas, por ende le pertenecen a Estados Unidos porque los fondos de Estados Unidos son los más grandes inversores en estas empresas. Si quieres entender eso bien, si no, sigue gritando como putita. Vientos. ¿Por qué entonces la digitalización del dólar? Para evitar que haya fugas de capitales, puedan rastrear todo, combinarlo en su sistema de rastreo con inteligencia artificial, ver dónde te gastas tu dinero y eventualmente van a decirte, güey, ¿sabes qué? Toma dinero, te lo puedes gastar en esta cantidad de tiempo, bla, 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 todas estas cosas que todo el mundo te ha dicho de las CBDCs, todo eso son las monedas estables, el dólar digital. Mientras que desaparecemos el dinero más descentralizado del planeta e imposible de rastrear, que es el cash. Esto es literalmente imposible de rastrear, de encontrar, de nada, ¿no? Pero te han contado que es completamente al revés, que es la cosa más estúpida que existe en el planeta. Pero bueno, ya te la creíste. ¿Qué tiene esto que ver con la deuda? Estados Unidos en este momento subió su deuda, está haciendo al dólar bastante atractivo y en este momento lo que están haciendo, en lo que todos los demás países bajan los tipos, ¿por qué están bajando los demás países los tipos cuando también tienen inflación potente? La razón por la que lo están haciendo es porque Estados Unidos quiere dejar que el mejor retorno con la mejor moneda del planeta sea el dólar por mucho. Esto va a hacer que su gente más rica compre todos los bonos que se puedan. Pero por ahorita, en lo que tiene intereses altos, todo el mundo está diciendo, ¿cómo vergas va a pagar Estados Unidos su deuda? Y aparte tiene no sé cuántos trillones de dólares que expiran ahorita y les va a costar una fortuna rehacerlo. Por eso están sacando el Genius Act, mis estimados, para que puedan resolver el problema de emisión de dinero a corto plazo, porque eso es lo que hacen las monedas estables, literalmente, y lo que va a pasar con ahora que se vuelvan bastante usadas empezando el 2027 en Estados Unidos, como platicamos en enero del 2027, creadas por Coinbase y puestas en todas las empresas que te imagines. Una vez que hagan eso, van a resolver el problema a corto plazo y eso va a poder atorar a todo el mundo en un campo donde los intereses ahorita que están altos no van a permitirte continuar, van a seguir ahorcando el mercado de casas, van a seguir ahorcando el mercado de coches, van a seguir ahorcando el mercado de básicamente deuda, de tarjetas de crédito y todo esto, hasta que ya no tengas un centavo. Esto pasa todo el tiempo, porque recuerda, la economía está basada en un principio. Ellos te dan dinero y es que tanto de ese dinero te pueden quitar de vuelta. Y mientras más dinero te den, más dinero hacen ellos. El ejemplo perfecto, en la pandemia te dieron 8 cuadrillones de dólares y se lo regresaste todo a Elon Musk, a Mark Zuckerberg, a todos ellos. Pero este sistema con las criptomonedas lo hace más eficiente para que ellos retornen la mayor cantidad de dinero en cuanto lo impriman directamente. Porque son beneficios directos a estas empresas de estas empresas. Y si no entiendes esto, vas a tener que ver los videos que he hecho del Genius Act y todas estas cosas, porque no hay forma que te lo explique en 2 segundos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? Si ahorita estás viendo las tablas y tienes que entender cómo funciona el sistema, lo primero que pasa, el petróleo, energía, se eleva. Alrededor de 6 meses después, vamos a ver cuánto tiempo toma, el dólar despega. Una vez que el dólar despega, las bolsas, incluyendo la de Estados Unidos, colapsa a un nivel pendejo. Lo viste en el 2022, si es que te acuerdas del 2022, por todos esos TikToks que has estado viendo. Si te acuerdas, perfecto, lo sabes y lo vas a ver pasar en una manera súper culera estilo 2008, otra vez. Lo único que falta para esto es convencer a todo el mundo que la bolsa no puede caer y están en el proceso de esto en este momento. Es difícil atinarle qué tanto puede subir, pero si eres paciente y entiendes, el bajón va a estar bueno si tienes cash y es donde vas a querer estar. Y no te van a decir, no lo vas a ver bajar. Va a pasar de la noche a la mañana que, ¡pum!, un putazo, al siguiente día otro putazo y tú vas a decir, hay que comprar el dip y otro putazo y compra el dip y otro putazo y así te van a llevar a la verga. Esto tiene que pasar porque está pasando ya. Puedes ver toda la bolsa y analizarla como quieras y por eso yo estoy fuera, tengo solamente mi posición en Lucid. Ahora, para todos ustedes que no entienden lo que está pasando con los coches eléctricos, hay una razón por la que nadie quiere los coches eléctricos en Estados Unidos y están muy baratos. Y hay una razón por la que están destruyendo todos los talleres, los mecánicos, básicamente todo lo que tiene que ver con motores normales. Toda la movilización en Estados Unidos y en el mundo de Estados Unidos y en China se está cambiando a eléctrico. todo. Va a tomar más tiempo en otros países donde no hay estaciones de carga, etcétera, pero todo va a ese lugar, ¿ok? Te están tendiendo una trampa. Las empresas de coches, que son los más grandes facturadores y sobornadores del gobierno de Estados Unidos, tienen un interés gigantesco y están pretendiendo, solamente piensa en esto, ¿por qué Ford, GM te dicen, no es que los coches eléctricos son una mierda, pero siguen haciendo nuevas plataformas para ellos? Porque lo que están haciendo es, tienen un modelo donde ellos tienen que venderte estos coches con motores normales a través de sus agencias y tienen que destruir los deals que tienen con la gente que tiene 100, 200 agencias y los van a dejar en la puta calle. Y lo van a hacer como si fuera un accidente, si no lo estás entendiendo cómo opera todo este pedo. Para ellos vender directamente al consumidor, como en México ya pasa en Mercado Libre, aquí lo están empezando a hacer en Amazon y todo eso. Van a vender las las marcas directo al consumidor y esto va a ser bueno para el consumidor a fin de cuentas. Es malo en muchos diferentes niveles, pero en fin, a fin de cuentas vas a poder ahorrar más dinero. Pero esa es la idea. La idea es ahorita todo el mundo prueba un coche eléctrico, por eso están más baratos, les dan la mala narrativa, etcétera. Y se los he dicho 1000 veces, el coche eléctrico es el coche del pobre. La gente rica va a tener sus coches V8, ¿no? La gente muy rica y van a tener un permiso especial para sacarlo. No va a ser como funciona ahorita, pero eso pasa en 10 años, tranquilo, no te preocupes. Entonces, para llegar al final de todo esto, ¿cómo podemos ver esto? Primero la energía se dispara, después el dólar se dispara. Después de que el dólar se dispare, todo el mundo compra la deuda americana. ¿Qué pasa cuando todo el mundo compra la deuda americana? Estás viendo que el bono a 10 años de Estados Unidos, que es la excelencia para prestar dinero, excelencia, o sea, es lo que se mide para darte una hipoteca para todo, el de 10 años, tiene un CERP de volatilidad que no has visto desde 1944. Déjame lo repito, 1944. Eso quiere decir que va a haber un movimiento gigantesco. Si tú crees que los intereses van a subir en Estados Unidos, perfecto, pero van a caer a cero. Y ahí es cuando ya no tengas dinero y tú crees que esto te va a beneficiar por lo que te acaban de enseñar en un corto periodo, pero no recuerdas el 2008 donde hay restricciones de crédito y no te van a prestar un centavo a ti. Si no estás listo, estás preparado, tienes tu crédito de no mames, tienes dinero en el banco, tienes ingresos que continúan fluyendo en tu cartera, si no, no te van a prestar un centavo. Y la gente que más se va a beneficiar en ese momento es la gente súper rica, porque todos sus bonos y sus dólares van a valer un chingo. Y la gente que está preparada, como te acabo de decir, para poder absorber la mayor cantidad de ese dinero gratis. Y el gobierno de Estados Unidos es el cliente más grande de ello. ¿Cómo van a resolver su problema de pago de deuda que es tan grande ahorita? Pues simplemente dando intereses 0% otra vez. O tal vez hasta negativo, porque es lo que han estado viendo en China con las monedas estables y cómo lo están dando con el yuan digital. Que, por cierto, es el yuan digital, no hay monedas estables, ¿no? Es la CBDC. Entonces, tíos, esta es la guía de cómo esta mamada va a funcionar paso a paso. Perdón que me haya tardado tanto, pero creo que es muy importante para ustedes entenderlo. Entonces, sí, les estoy diciendo que a cierto punto este año probablemente, pero no le voy a poner fecha, todo va a colapsar. Todo va a colapsar un grado 2008. Porque el dólar yéndose para arriba y ya está el proceso en marcha y no estás tan lejos a mi gusto de verlo. No mañana, no en 2 semanas, pero no estás tan lejos de verlo. Se va a cargar toda la bolsa para abajo. Y ahorita todos los boomers que están en la mierda con sus negocios y todo, están contentos echándose un daiquiri en la playa, pensando, pues güey, no hay pedo, toda mi cuenta de retiro está en positivo. Justo lo que pasó en el 2008. Y todos llorando, se tuvieron que quedar sin retirarse otros 5 o 10 años porque pues se los cargó la verga. Y es justamente la misma verga que viene a violarlos. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Y para esto, damas y caballeros, también, esto fue literalmente lo que nadie me preguntó, pero si quieres aprender cómo poder protegerte de esto, a mi gusto, si llegas a entender esto y te da clic de verdad en la cabeza, sabes perfectamente que la manera más sencilla para adelante, para hacer dinero, es simplemente invirtiendo en otras empresas. No puedes competir en un mercado con empresas que hacen inteligencia artificial y que tienen ya todo el mercado. Es básicamente como tener una ferretería cuando llegó Walmart a tu ciudad y se tragó todos los negocios de papá. Pero si hubieras invertido en Walmart en vez del negocio de la ferretería, te hubiera ido cabrón. Entonces, si entiendes eso, y una vez más, no lo tienes que entender, pues aquí nosotros tenemos nuestro Discord. Varias cosas pasan en Discord. Yo te pongo aquí mis análisis pendejos, como el del yen, que es bastante chido, y esto aquí está bien explicado. Pero también para trading, para todos ustedes que lo estén haciendo a corto plazo, tienes los análisis de Alex, tienes los análisis de Farhan, ¿no? Que Farhan nos dio esas volatilidades para arriba, etcétera, y es lo que yo les había dicho, ¿no? Cuando estás viendo esto, quieres apostar para arriba. Va a haber el día que todo se vaya a la verga. Eso es fuera de la bolsa, pero estás tradeando, tienes que tradear para arriba, vas a tener más probabilidades de ganar. Y este fin de semana yo me llevé una buena lana justamente por ello. Y también uso como indicador, y los quiero un chingo de verdad a la gente que viene y me pone mamadas. Cuando vienen y me ponen mamadas, sé que algo va a pasar. Y si estoy viendo lo que está ocurriendo, voy a apostar de acuerdo al lado que tiene más chances de ganar. Y eso me hizo, no mucho, pero me llevo casi entre 4 y 5 mil dólares este fin de semana. Así que gracias a un güey que tiene 10,000 cuentas anónimas. Gracias, cabrón. Gracias por la lana. Se aprecia. Y también les había dejado yo en X. Si les están metiendo miedo, pues, ¿qué crees que va a pasar? Gracias por el dinero. Simplemente les di las gracias por adelantado. Aunque muchos de ustedes creían, no sabe a dónde va a ir la bolsa, por eso no dijo a dónde. Si te están metiendo miedo, créeme que no va a ir para abajo. No has aprendido nada, entonces, si están viendo este canal, damas y caballeros. Y es lo que yo quiero que aprendan. Acá tienen los análisis de Farhan, los míos. Todo esto es gratis. Y aquí en todo lo que yo les dejo, tiene más que ver con la bolsa que cualquier otra cosa. Aquí los maestros son Alex y Farhan. Y lo más chingón de todo esto, tíos, es que somos tres. Somos tres cabrones y cada uno es su propio hombre. No te vamos a contar el mismo trade a menos de que todos estemos de acuerdo que va a pasar lo mismo. Hay veces que Alex va a estar en corto, Farhan va a estar en long y yo esté, ¿sabes qué? Fuera. O esté detrás de Alex o detrás de Farhan en esto. Pero lo importante y lo que queremos que aprendas es literalmente analizar las cosas por ti mismo. Esto es una academia, no un cópiame lo que te estoy diciendo, porque eso es lo que te va a ayudar de verdad, a fin de cuentas, a poder ganar en la mayor cantidad de trades posibles. Si no entiendes, por ejemplo, aquí Alex, que pone bastantes cosas con todas las cosas abreviadas, tenemos aquí nuestra página de Criptolingo para que lo puedas entender. Y si de esto no lo entiendes, es probablemente porque no hablas el lenguaje de trading. Es como cuando hablas con un ingeniero y no le entiendes ni vergas, que está desarrollando software, lo que sea. Básicamente lo que quieres hacer es aprender las bases de eso. Y para poder aprender las bases de eso, nosotros tenemos un curso para principiantes que se llama De Cero a Trader. Y acá te lo comparto. Básicamente te metes a nuestro sitio que está aquí en la descripción de abajo, junto con el Discord, que es completamente gratis. Te metes en productos y tenemos nuestro cursillo para que puedas aprender. La gente que más ha aprendido con nosotros, literalmente lo han visto varias veces. Una vez que lo compras, está en español y en inglés. Aquí lo tienes. Cuesta $29.99. Y una vez que lo compras, velo varias veces. No creas que con una vez ya chingaste. Y, por ejemplo, este jueves tenemos clase. Lo que yo recomiendo para poder aprender lo mejor y lo más posible es, compras el curso, velo la mayor cantidad de veces. Dura una hora 40 minutos. Y lo puedes ver las veces que quieras en el sitio. Después ven a nuestros en vivos 3 veces a la semana. Ve lo que hablamos. Y las cosas que no entiendas, ven y pregúntalas en clase. Para las clases tenemos este paquete de sesiones de trading en vivo que también tienen el curso, pero desglosado por $39.99 al mes. Aquí vienes, nos preguntas el jueves, güey, vi esto, vi el curso, pero no entiendo por qué esto. Y resolvemos todas tus preguntas por 4 horas, una sesión privada solamente con ustedes, así que no es público, así que no hay pregunta muy mala. Aunque se maman a veces, pero no hay pregunta muy mala. Y aquí lo tienen, y esto lo pueden hacer 2 veces al mes. Tenemos clases privadas, pero también pueden preguntarnos en el sitio para analizar precios de su activo favorito. Y recuerden a todos los cabrones miembros del Trading Academy ahorita, si van a poner algo para que analicemos, díganme si es para inversión o para un trade. Y no vale inversión y trade. Yo voy a escoger random, ¿ok? Porque quiero que sea lo más eficiente posible para todos los miembros y dar la mayor cantidad de respuestas posibles. Así que aquí lo tienes. Y ahora, si ya sabes qué estás haciendo, no como el güey que se le quemó el celular después de que su mamá se lo metió en la panocha y no pudo poner un stop loss, cae acá a nuestra sección de cómo tradear en Bitunix o cómo tradear en Blofin, También video en español, en inglés, el lenguaje que tengas en tu sitio. En 11 minutos aprendes cómo usar Bitunix en putiza. Tienes nuestros enlaces de referidos acá. Y también el de Blofin. Blofin también tienes acciones tokenizadas y también tienes petróleo y otras cosas. En Bitunix solamente es criptos, ¿ok? Para que lo entiendas. En 11 minutos te enseñamos cómo usar el exchange, cómo encontrar Solana, Bitcoin, todas estas cosas, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un long, cómo operar todo, ¿no? Cómo poner un stop loss, cómo salirte, etcétera. Así que aquí los tienen. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, te recomiendo que uses en Tutos el de Blofin. Y en Blofin sí tienen un simulador bastante fácil de entrar y te dan dinero gratis. No quiero que entres si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, te apalanques y luego me cuentes que perdiste tu dinero porque tu mamá se comió el celular y luego lo cagó 2 veces en el Titanic. No me interesa, ¿ok? Entonces, por favor, pongan atención. Pueden ustedes practicar en simuladores para no perder dinero antes de hacerlo y además eso te va a dar más agilidad mental para ver qué entiendes, qué no. Y ya de ahí ver en dónde se meten tus emociones, ya que pones dinero de verdad. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Les traigo a Alex y a Farhan. Empezamos de una vez. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Yo. Is that a Colombian bear?
No, it's a Ralph Lauren. Oh. But I think it's Colombian shirt. Maybe it's Colombian shirt.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Seems like the Colombian colors.
Yeah, it looks like the Colombian colors. How are you, boys?
I gotta say, I'm dying over here with this 1 hour earlier shit. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. I'm just over exaggerating.
I'm liking it, honestly. It feels good. We finished stream early. We have the whole day. It reminds me of high school. You start.
Yeah, it's nice. I like to be free in the afternoons. Either way, who's gonna throw me their chart? What are we gonna look at right now? At the Bitcoin, I'm assuming.
Are we having fun with our Bitcoin?
I don't think anyone is, but let's do it. Well, we did over the weekend.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. Just a little fucky, as expected.
Oh, you always get that fuckery into the weekly close.
Of course. So what do we got?
With all of this organic price action. So now we have on the daily, we have momentum starting to flip down. We're putting in bearish divergence on the daily. We have a lower high on momentum with a higher high in price. We don't have a higher high in terms of a wick basis, but the bearish divergence goes off based off closing basis, and we do have a higher high on a closing basis. But to confirm this bearish divergence, you are going to have to make a local top here, and to make a local top, you have to close below $79,152. And if you do get that close, you're going to get very likely a sweep of these lows at 78,000. You're probably going to come down to somewhere around this daily 100 EMA, about $76,000-ish level, 76.5. And if you were to come a little bit lower, you would have a technical target of losing the 38.2%. That would bring you to the 78.6, right around $75,000. The reason I'm not comfortable calling that number out just yet is because you have two important levels of support right over here. You have the 100 EMA, which is very significant level of support, and also the 55. So I do think it's gonna, if we do get this move, it's probably gonna bottom somewhere around the $76,000 area. If we even get it, first you have to lose the 78,000 area for that to become actionable. And as of now, we are getting that rejection from the top 38.2%. We did 38.2%, did finally catch up with the price action because we had been closing above it for some time, which is actually more bullish to see the 38.2% step up rather than step down. And as of this moment, we would have a target of going towards the median with a rejection of 38.2%. And I currently put this right around $80,000 flat. If you start to lose the median, that's what brings you into that 78,000 area, and that's where you're probably going to sweep the 78,000 low. What else is there? The volatility is contracting the entire time, and we have the jewel starting to give you a sell signal here. But you are, if you notice, you are starting to put out a little inverse cock and balls pattern, inverse head and shoulders, and these are more effective on the momentum oscillators than they are on price action. So this is just a little bit lower here, somewhere towards the yellow and the edge of the bullish control zone. That would be a little bit lower on Bitcoin, so that would line up with somewhere around that $80,000 to $78,000 zone. And then from there, if you start to flip back up, putting the neutral signal, then I would be more comfortable saying they're probably going to go from there to somewhere around 83,000 next. And the reason why I'm saying 83,000 and not higher is because it's just a sweep of these current highs, although I do think it will eventually go higher towards somewhere around the 78.6, which is around 86,000. But first, you do have to get above this 200 SMA, which is going to be a significant level of resistance. And as long as we are below this 200 SMA, can't really be saying anything higher. Go lower. Should we go to the index? No, Blofin is good enough for this one. On the 12-hour, we're still flipped up. We're starting to flip back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone. But if you notice, we are actually, no, we're not putting in any bearish divergence because we didn't make a higher high. And volatility is now starting to contract, and it's very close to going back to extreme lows. And we're also getting a fresh buy signal here on the jewel. We do have a bearish cross in the background with the pink crossing below the yellow, but this is starting to curve back around and starting to lose the downwards curvature. It's close to invalidating that cross. The confirmation for invalidating it is getting a 12-hour close over 71,800. And if you get that, then you're likely going to close somewhere around 85 to 86,000. 8 hours currently flipped down, broken back into the 38.2% with volatility still contracting. And we do have the jewel starting to lose the curvature and flipping over to a neutral signal. And 8 hour also has a bearish cross. This goes along with a nice little retest of this 38.2%. And as of now, this is rejecting. So this is likely going to come down to somewhere around $80,000 at least. And probably going to sweep this low, to be honest, at $80,200. 4 hours also rejecting the moving average, confirming the momentum to the downside after deviating the critical zone with volatility now almost 0%. And the 4 hours giving you also a sell signal on the jewel. When you zoom in, you are close to putting in a bullish cross, but now they are starting to diverge, playing out the opposite move. And you're now resting right around that median. Doesn't look very strong, though. It does look like you're going to sweep this low and come to somewhere around 80,000 to like $79,000, $78,000 zone. Back up, let's go to the index. 2 days, just like a ball sack here away from confirming the silver cross. I do think on this next close, this is going to confirm. And as long as we are closing above $77,000, this is going to confirm. And once you get this cross confirmed, you're likely are going to get a nice little pump ski along with it. And May 14th, which is about 3 days from now, is the Crypto Clarity Act vote. So once that passes, probably get a nice little spike up of volatility into that passing, and then probably the sell the news event, and probably goes down after that. Right now, you are getting a rejection of the 38.2%. With momentum currently still flipped up. Momentum is putting in possibility for bearish divergence because you have a lower high in momentum with a higher high in price, and volatility is now starting to expand from almost 0%. And the 2 days still continuing out on this buy signal. So with this rejection from the 38.2%, you are likely to come down to somewhere around the median, which as of this moment is around 77,800. So this will be the scenario where you sweep that $78,000 low. And if you were to come slightly lower into this 55, this is the actual cross itself, that puts you right around $77,000. And as long as you are closing over $77,000, this is going to slow across. So then that'll probably give you at a minimum movement somewhere around $82,000 once they cross. And at that point, I am of the opinion that it's going to break 82. But nothing stopping you from getting a massive dump ski in the next day and 10 hours and closing below this 21, and then these diverge, and then you just get a massive dump ski into like $60,000. Although that probably does happen when everyone starts clowning Benjamin Cowan. You probably should put his tweets on like alerts. Oh, not his tweets, but just watch them and see whenever he starts getting really trolled. It's probably where our local top is in. I used to troll him myself too. Unfortunately, I can't look at his tweets anymore because I'm blocked. 5 days currently has a rejection from the 38.2% as well. That also does say you're probably going to come down a little bit. Momentum starting to flip down. Volatility is going into contraction. 5 days still playing out the bullish cross though with the pink above the yellow. And we will get to the 5-day volatility setup. We are currently do have an active 5-day volatility setup. But as of now, we are likely to get a little bit of a pullback to tag somewhere around that $79,000 to $77,000 zone. And as long as we are holding over $77,000, this is likely to try out for $86,000 after that, which is the top 38.2% and the 5-day 100 EMA. Just measure out this 5-day cross. That's not a good one. That should be good enough all the way back to 2015. And we're going to have to make the HPDR disappear for this one. All right. Major bottom went up 26%, 27%. We did end up going lower, but we got a nice bounce. Ended up sweeping this low with the COVID bounce, with the COVID, or not COVID. This was way before COVID. This was a 2015 dump. Kind of looked similar to COVID. We're at the. Let's see how much we went down on this one. Wow, 30, almost 40% in one 5-day candle. This one was quite large. Initially about 18%. And 42, 50%. We're not going to take the other ones because this was during the start of a bull market. We're not really a start of a bull market, but a bearish retest right before the bull market started. And this was pretty crazy considering that this was a bearish retest of this ticket from the bottom. 344%. Not bad. And this did end up going lower with the COVID number here. We're basically retesting the lows. And the current setup. How much have we done? Done about 10.68% so far. So if we were to take it to that 18-ish% number, which was the minimum move, well, 16%, which was the closing one, takes us to about $86,000, 86.5, somewhere around that area, and 18% brings us to about $88,000. So somewhere between 86 and 88,000, which is, we also have a lot of other setups giving us those targets. Weekly also still positioned to the upside. Weekly came down to retest the moving average, and from there we did get a bounce, and momentum is close to entering into the critical zone of the weekly. But if you note, we are still putting in multiple drives of possible hidden bearish divergence. We're also doing it on the 5-day, putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. To confirm this, we will need to get a close below $74,931. But if we do confirm that, it's going to give you a minimum target down to somewhere around $65,000. A little bit of a bounce, probably is going to fail that bounce, and then you're going to go into the 50s probably. Yeah, weekly is also forming that multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This weekly is going to require a close below 70, same number, 74,931 to confirm. Then that gives us a target down to the $60,000 zone, which is this 200 SMA. We have yet to hit this 200 SMA. It's a little bit of a discrepancy because on the perpetuals exchanges, you did close over the 100 EMA on the weekly, but on the index, you didn't, and this would take precedence. What else is there? And you're also pretty not very close, but kind of close to a bullish cross here. This is going to take maybe a couple more closes, like maybe 3 to 4 more. What else is there? Let's see HPDR come back now. And we're right up against that 38.2% on the weekly. So if we do get a rejection from here, close a weekly like this, you're likely going to come down to at least 76 to 77,000. But you've got 6 days left to go, an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And if you manage to close over this 38.2%, which lines right up with this 100 EMA, that's what gives you your move into somewhere around 86,000 minimum. What else? Right. Also, one thing I want to point out as well, let's go back to here. Let's go put our moon phases on. Our beautiful, wonderful moon phases. And as you can see from the bull moon, we are currently playing out. Bear moon is also pretty nice. In the midst of an uptrend, the moons usually favor the trend. So right now we are in a daily uptrend, so the bull moon is playing out a lot more. We're giving more results than the bear moon is. Once this flips into a downtrend, you're going to start seeing this where the bear moon starts playing out more. And as of now, from the bull moon, we have gone up from the open to wick high of around close to 10%, which is basically the average move right around 10%. And if you notice, well, May 14th is that crypto clarity bill, and what's 2 days after that? Exactly 2 days after that is the new moon, the bear moon. So kind of also lines up with the news thesis that when the bear moon plays out, you're going to go down, probably going to locally top on whatever spike you get into that crypto bill being passed. I'm not giving a number on that. Just whatever price you volatility spike into probably is going to be the top. I'm thinking it's going to be somewhere around 86,000, but I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing that number out of my ass. not exactly throwing it out of my ass, but you get the idea. There's just a significant level of resistance that we will be targeting, right? If we can close over that weekly 100 and 38.2%. Now let's take back the moon phases. Two-week currently did close back over the 55 EMA. This is very significant because this is the first time that the 2-week has been over the 55 EMA since basically this dump here. And this is not the most significant point. The most significant point is here's the last time that you were below the 55 and then you deviated and closed back above. All the way back here. This is when the bull market initially started, right around late 2023. We were below this 55 EMA. We came back up, closed above it, came back to retest it, and then you had the most insane busting action that you've seen this entire bull market. I'm not saying that we're going to do this. I'm not saying we're going to go hundreds of percents to the upside and we're going to go to like $200,000, $300,000. Not saying that at all. I'm just saying that a very significant change of structure to see that 55 EMA get deviated and close back above. The one difference though is that we that we had a fresh silver cross here, which also fueled that massive rally to the upside. But as of now, we do have a silver cross, but it's not fresh, so it's not going to be as powerful or monstrous of a move to the upside as this one here. But is it that crazy to see a move to the 38.2%? Not really, and that would still it wouldn't be a macro lower high anymore. If you can close over $98,000, but if you do reject this area, close back below $98,000, that would be one hell of an SFP. And then from there, you're likely going to be sweeping these lows at $60,000, and you're probably going to go into the 40s. But that's just trying to predict the future, and we have to see what happens at that point. But as of now, it is significant that we have closed over that 55 EMA, and we will have support somewhere around the $78,000 region. And momentum on the 2-week is still flipped up, getting back to the reset zone. Volatility is now at basically 0%, and the 2-week jewel is still continuing to play out that buy signal. This was significant that we pointed out that the 2-week jewel had that buy signal back over here in late April, and the 2-week very rarely cars back around and gives you this buy signal this deep in the bearish control zone. So this flipping back up was significant, and since that did give us the flip back up, we have gone up from about $68,000, $12,000, $14,000 to about $82,000 so far. And the last time that we did get this jewel signal was all the way back over here in November of 2022 off of the end of the bear market. So it is quite significant to see that. Not saying that this is going to take you to all-time highs, but is going to give you a pretty significant move up, which we are seeing so far. And as of now, we are getting a 2-week rejection from the median, which is at $82,300. So that does tell you you're like, a little bit lower from here, as long as you reject that median. You got 13 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And if you close over the median, that's what takes you to 38.2%, which as of now is at 105,000, but we have to see where it goes on the close, where it moves to on this next open, because it is going to update. Monthly is also positioned up now. We did get a closure over that moving average. This is the first time that the monthly has reclaimed this moving average after being below it since right around our new all-time high, so around $126,000. And also, if you note, in the previous bear market, when we get monthly momentum retesting the moving average after being below it, it did get a rejection, which took us to our FTX lows, which was slightly low. As of now, we didn't get that rejection, and we are above it, but we are still within the bearish control zone, and we are still getting volatility contracting, but the momentum flipped up, and we still have an active bearish cross, the pink crossing below the yellow, and we have a sell signal here. Although the curvature is starting to lose the downwards curvature a little bit, it's not exactly to a neutral just yet. And this goes along with price getting a retest of this monthly 9 EMA right around $82,000. And as long as you're closing below the monthly 9, you can't say that the bull market is back on. Close back over the monthly 9, and then all bets are off, and then we're probably going to go somewhere into the 100 to $115,000 region. And if you know that monthly hidden bullish divergence, which we're going to get to on the RSI, does have a bullish control zone target of around 117,000, slightly higher than 38.2%. Quarterly also is currently flipped down, but it is about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone, very close to flipping back up. We have volatility still expanding, and the quarterly is giving you a fresh sell signal. This hasn't confirmed just yet, though. This will confirm in about a month and 20 days, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But every single time in the past that we have had a neutral signal, not even a sell signal, this has been a bear market. So this will be the first time that if we had this neutral signal and then we go to new all-time highs, or even our current all-time highs, this would be the first time that's ever happened. And there is a first for everything. The market is evolving, so eventually it will happen. But it's probably best to bet on the side of historical results rather than something is different this time. But I'm definitely open to that happening. And if we do get a quarterly close back over the 5, right around $83,000, that's also very likely going to send you into that $117,000 region, which is also, once again, that target of your monthly hidden bullish divergence. Come on. Sometime today. And I have a little sip to get this Coke Zero while we wait for this to refresh to load. I'm going to... Actually, let's also check out Tether on our HPDR. And on the daily, we are starting to see Tether flip back up. We are holding this bottom 38.2%. We are putting in bullish divergence on Tether because we have a lower low price, higher low momentum. This is going to require a close over 7.284% to confirm. And if you do confirm that, it's going to give you a target towards about somewhere around 7.5%. We are starting to lose the neutral signal as well. Today is also coming back to this 38.2%. Very close to a silver cross down, like Bitcoin is very close to a silver cross up. 5 days also at that 38.2%, likely going to give you a little bit of a bounce from here to this cluster of EMAs, and momentum is now starting to flip back up. But as you get into the weekly, it is still flipped down. We have lost this 21, which is we have been holding over since about October of 2025, and now closing below that 21 is very significant, and we're coming back, and as of now, we are just rejecting that 21. And you got a very bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow, but this is happening within the bullish control zone. So let's check this out and see if we have fulfilled this move yet. Well, this doesn't happen very often. Last time this happened was in January of 23. I think we know what happened then. That's when Bitcoin did its busting action from the 40s to the 70s, when it started. July of 22. This was right after Luna, cryptocurrency, by the way, for those who are confused. Where did we cross? Right here. And November of 2020. Let's get this one and call it. And this was in January of 2020, right before COVID. Oops. Or right before the rally before COVID. Here is January of 2020. We went down around 30%, and then here's where COVID happened. But before the COVID, we did get a nice little rally. Tether went down 30% during that rally. And this is when Bitcoin went up to about $14,000. So even though Bitcoin did go lower, we did get a pretty nice move on Tether. This was about 15.69%, nice number. And then eventually 48% and about 52%, pretty cool. This was our bull market on Bitcoin. Here's another one, July of 22. This was actually right after Luna. And we saw a move down of about 16.24%, and then a move down of about 20%. This was when the bear market restarted into late 2022. And then here's the next one, when the bear market ended, January of 23. 25%, seems to be right around 30%, that number. And here's the current one. And from that signal, Tether is down close to 10%. So if we were to take it somewhere around that 30% number, brings us to somewhere around 5.4%. Very interesting. Keep that number in mind because it will come back up. And that would be a sweep of these previous major lows right around January of 26, when we hit our all-time highs on Bitcoin. That's pretty interesting. Sweeping the major lows on Tether from when Bitcoin was hitting our all-time highs does kind of go along with the idea of sweeping our current all-time highs just slightly. But this is all just trying to predict the future until it happens. 2 week is also flipped down, very close to entering into the bearish control zone. You are putting in currently possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out all of these lows while price is still making a higher low. But this is going to require a close over 8.269% to confirm. But if you do confirm that, that takes you to all-time highs on Tether. Let's see what else there is. Monthly is also flipping down, giving you a rejection of the critical zone. Monthly is also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because you did take out all of these previous highs while price is still making a lower high from these highs here. And that will confirm if you can get any close below, what is this low here, 7.094%. And if you do confirm that, that's going to give you a move down to somewhere around 5.4%. Very interesting. Told you that number would come back up. Came back up very quickly. And Bitcoin has already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, whereas Tether is very close to confirming the hidden bearish divergence. And now Tether is also losing the upwards curvature on the jewel, kind of looking like this is going to flip neutral on this next open. And if this goes along with Bitcoin flipping around as well on the jewel, it's going to be another piece in the puzzle. Well, we have to see what happens on these next opens and closes. And quarterly, it's currently giving us a bearish retest of 38.2%. That's not very good. Previously, our last major high on Tether in the bear market was a rejection of the 38.2%, and as of now, we are still just rejecting that 38.2%. Very interesting. And what else is this? Close is 7.896%. This close is 7.92. So you did close slightly higher than that. Let's check out this one. So no, you didn't put in hidden bearish divergence on here, but you did have it on the monthly. You don't necessarily get it on the quarterly. This one is 8.77, so there's no bearish divergence here either. And with getting that rejection from the 38.2%, that would probably bring you down like minimum to somewhere around 9 EMA, and that kind of sits around 6% area. 61.8% is closer to that 5.4% number. To RSI. Daily has currently confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence after we had that bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.21%, and your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the critical zone, which currently sits at around 6.7%. And we currently have volatility expanding from 2 periods of 0% with that hidden bearish divergence. Nothing on the 12-hour. What is this low? 7.008, 7.008, same level, so there's no bullish divergence. Volatility is basically at 0% now. Oh, so you're putting in hidden bearish divergence now possible because you did take out this previous high on momentum while price is still making a lower high. To confirm this, you will have to close below 6.992%. But if you do close below there, it's likely going to give me a nice little dump ski at 6.7%. And as of now, you have lost this moving this meme line, and you have yet to close back above it. So if you do come back up to retest, this would just be a bearish retest of that moving average or that meme line. I keep saying moving average instead of meme line. On the 8-hour arrow is also putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence because you're taking all of these highs of momentum, prices making lower highs, same level to confirm it, and basically a similar target right around that 6.7% area, somewhere between 6.3 and 6.7, 6.9. So 6.7 is right in between there. And 8-hour volatility is now starting to expand, getting above, getting almost to 15% with that hidden bearish divergence form. Hasn't confirmed just yet though. 4-hour has confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 7.121%, which you are very close to. And your next target on the divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which is at about 7%. The critical zone is at, oh, beautiful, 6.7%. And it's right up with the meme line. 2 hours about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. That is like line up with move slightly higher to retest this meme line. And that will give you a target of somewhere around 7.2%, which is basically right around that meme line zone. Are you taking it out? Ever so slightly taking out that high. So you're also putting in possible hidden bearish divergence on the 2-day because you're taking out this high while price is this high here, while price is making the lower high. This will require a close below 6.971% to confirm. Then that gives you a move into 6.7, probably lower at that point, price somewhere around 6.4, 6.5. With volatility now starting to tick up from 3 periods of 0%. 3 days also going to confirm multiple drives of bearish divergence. Next target from here is going to be the critical zone, and that currently is at about 6.7%. Beautiful number. With volatility back to extreme lows. 5 days also got multiple drives of bearish divergence, with volatility now starting to expand from above that 15%. We will get to this on the momentum chart, but this is giving you a 5-day volatility setup on Tether. We will see what the momentum pivot is, but I am assuming it's going to be flipped down because Bitcoin is flipped up. And if you were to come back up and retest the edge of the bearish control zone, it'll put you somewhere around 7.3%, which is a little higher than 7.2. And the critical zone is at about 5.65%, which lines right up with 5.4. Also got bearish divergence on the 6-day. And if you were to come up and bearish retest, it would be somewhere around 7.3. And then, oh, beautiful target of critical zone at 5.43. This number is coming back up many times. Weekly has also got bearish divergence. Your next target from there is going to be the bearish control zone, which is currently sitting at right around 7%. And volatility is now starting to tick up from 0%. 2-week is about to test the edge of the bullish control zone. Sits at right around 6.8%, very close to 6.7. Ooh, amazing. Monthly is now putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, whereas Bitcoin's already confirmed fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below, let's see, 8.050%. Very cool, very interesting. We are significantly below 8.050%. And if that does confirm a hidden bearish divergence, this is going to be macro hidden bearish divergence. This is coming from the high from 2023 to the high from 2026. This is at a minimum going to take us to our current all-time highs on Bitcoin. And I'm not willing to say anything higher than that, but at a minimum, this is going to be right around that all-time high, because this is a very significant hidden bearish divergence coming all the way back from the macro high from 2023. And if this does confirm, this is going to give you a minimum target down to somewhere around 5.4s, which is also coming back up once again from many other different setups, giving us a target of 5.4s. Where does that line up in terms of our EMAs? Right under 55 EMA on the monthly. And this is a move down of how much from here? 25%. So that's going to be a lot more than that up on Bitcoin. All right. What else? 5.4 is the neutral zone. Let me zoom in here. So if you came down to the neutral zone, still wouldn't be any divergence possible. Quarterly is also coming down, getting the rejection of the neutral zone. Although you do have a fresh buy signal here, you are likely to come down to minimum, coming down to retest this 5 EMA after closing away from it, so far away from it. And even this would be technically bullish on the higher time frames, because it's not bearish until you've lost the quarterly 9. And right now the 5 is sitting right around 6.5, 6.6%, which is close to my meme line. And the 9 is at 6.1. 21 is closer to that 5.4% target. Combine also. And we'll look at the total stablecoin market cap. And this one is also telling you likely going to come a little lower to tag that 5 EMA at a minimum, right around 9%. Probably going to come a little lower than that, actually, to be honest, to tag the 9. Monthly, even on this, is putting in a possible drive of hidden bearish divergence, and on this one it's way more significant, because on this one we are taking out the macro high from 2020, 2023, 2022, but price is not coming anywhere near to that high. This is how much lower than our current high, like 25% lower. We would have to go up like 33%, 33% to match that previous high. But we took out the momentum by a good amount. So that's a pretty significant drive of bearish divergence. And this is putting both of the major stable coins together. And if this does confirm on this bearish divergence, that this is going to lose the bullish control zone, and that's going to give you a target somewhere around probably the bearish control zone that's currently sitting in the 4s. This is going to update several times, so I'm not saying it's going to go to the 4s, but if you were to get like a realistic EMA or EMA target, it put you somewhere around 7.2, 7.3%. And that is from where we are now, 25% upside. Bearish divergence weekly, with volatility now starting to expand from basically 0%. Three days also got bearish divergence. That's going to give you a move down to somewhere around 9.6%. 2 days also got bearish divergence, going to give you a move down to about 9%. Dailies also got hidden bearish divergence, with volatility expanding from 3 periods to 0%. This is a lot of reasons adding up to why I don't necessarily think you need to see $98,000 taken out to see the move up currently here. 4 hours also got hidden bearish divergence, and that's going to give you a target of 9.4. Now we'll go to Bitcoin. Daily's got a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence now, taking the bearish divergence we previously had has been invalidated, and the bearish divergence led into a hidden bullish divergence. Usually you'll get these on whatever time frame you're on. If it's in an uptrend, you'll get the bearish divergences that'll play into a hidden bullish divergence, which will then give you another bearish divergence, putting you your next higher low and giving you another hidden bullish divergence. And it's the reverse in downtrends, where in a downtrend you'll get the bullish divergences, which will lead into a hidden bearish divergence, which will then take you lower. And the next bullish divergence will give you another lower high, and then the next hidden bearish divergence will then take you to a lower low. Basically the same thing, same idea. And that hidden bullish divergence, we have hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Right now, if you were to hit the critical zone, that takes us to about 86,000. $12 got, oh, actually, no, invalidated it with a local bottom here. You're likely going to hit the neutral zone, which is at around 79.8 with volatility back to 0%. What does this close? 82,179, 81. So you do have a higher high. You got some bearish divergence here. This will confirm with any close below $80,500, and that gives you a move down to about 79, somewhere between 79.8, 79.7, 79.8 to around 78,000. $4 hours got a fresh drive bullish divergence just confirmed. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 80,707, but you are very close to invalidated. And your next target on that is going to be somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which gives you a range between 81.3 and 81.9. $2 hours about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, which also goes with the goes along with the idea a little bit lower from here, and that will confirm with any close below $80,735, and then that will give you a move into somewhere around $79,000. Today still got bullish divergence. Likely is going to get a move down to tap the bullish control zone, which currently sits at around $79,000, and that'll just put in some hidden bullish divergence because it's going to take out the last major low on momentum, but price is still making a higher low, and that'll send us up to somewhere around 86, 87,000. But this is just trying to guess or certain things that will happen in that order for that to be actionable. But as of now, it hasn't happened just yet, but the idea would be to come down towards that $78,000 zone, take out the previous low momentum, all of these previous lows, while price is still holding over $76,000, and then that'll play out. This will be completely out of the window if you take out $76,000. And once again, that silver cross is like a ball sack here away. Yeah. 3 days also got bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 76,300, same 76,000 area, and you're very close to the critical zone. Critical zone is at $81,000. 5 day in the bullish control zone. If you were to test the edge of the bullish control zone, put you somewhere around $77,000. And volatility is doing that touch and go, but we'll get to that on the momentum chart. 6 days still got active, 3 drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 68,226. And if you were to test the edge of the bullish control zone, put you around 76,000. And your next target from that bullish divergence is the critical zone, and that is currently sitting around 91. But this is going to update several times, so I would put several grains of salt on that number. And 6 days also giving us a touch and go volatility setup. We'll get to that on the momentum chart. Weekly is now entering into the bullish control zone. Weekly is also doing a volatility setup. This is going to have support at the bullish control zone right around 79,000. And also, will actually, you'll be able to see this one better on the momentum chart, so I'll hold off on that. 2 weeks also has a fresh drive hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives here of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 65,800, which is also one of our major momentum pivots. We'll get to in the momentum chart. And we're coming to test the edge of the bearish control zone now, which is currently around $83,700. So right around the $83,000 level is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone. 83, 84 probably does give a little bit of resistance into somewhere around 86. Okay. And 85.8 is the monthly momentum pivot. Monthly's also got that fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $66,993. Very significant to have this confirmed, because if you look every single time we've confirmed monthly hidden bullish divergence, we have either had a macro bottom or we've had a move into all-time highs. Like right over here, we had hidden bullish divergence, we had a move into all-time highs. Here's another hidden bullish divergence. This was a macro bottom plus a move into all-time highs. Here's another hidden bullish divergence, macro bottom, literally the bear market bottom. Here's another hidden bullish divergence, macro bottom. Here's another hidden bullish divergence. Price is too low, so we got to zoom in. Here's another one right here, macro bottom. Basically, you get the idea. We either get macro bottoms off of these hidden bullish divergences or moves to new all-time highs. And currently, this is confirmed on this last monthly close. And from that hidden bullish divergence, we have seen a nice move of about 9% to the upside, 8.5%. And we have come back to the neutral zone. The next target is going to be somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average to the simple moving average to the bullish control zone, because volatility is now starting to expand, and that will give us a range between about $101,000 to $117,000. And if you remember that that's a $117,000 number, we've seen it multiple times now at 38.2% on the HPDR, and we will get to the volatility on the momentum chart. But very significant to have that monthly hidden bullish divergence. Quarterly still has active bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. You have hit the easy target, which was the simple moving average and the edge of the bullish control zone. And as of now, you are getting that bounce. If you were to go lower, this would target 63,000, but you would have to take out this low first, which is at around, on a closing basis, at 68,000. Momentum. Alrighty, let's look at our stable coins now. We are starting to get momentum flipping back up on the stable coins. Let me zoom in here. We are putting in daily bullish divergence, and we have volatility expanding from 3% to 0%. And we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over 10%. 12 hours currently flipped down with volatility back to extreme lows, almost 0%. And this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 10.03%, which you are slightly over now, basically at right now. What else? Nothing. 8 hours also flipped down with volatility expanding from above 15% now. And this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 10.07. 4 hours currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 9.86. And 2 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 10.03. It does go along with the idea of Bitcoin to somewhere around 80,000 minimum. 2 days currently flipped down with volatility starting to expand from 0%, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 10.03, which we are currently above at this moment. 3 days currently flipped down as well. It's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 10.2. 5 days also flipped down with volatility now starting to expand, getting over 15%, getting to about 20%. That does give us a 5-day volatility set up to the downside currently, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below 10.18%. And from that volatility setup firing off, let's see when we got above 15%. Actually, let's mark off the 15% first. Close enough. Okay, so from this candle, we started firing it off. From here, we've gone down only 2.5%. Let's see the last time we had a major downside signal. over here. And from volatility expansion, we went down 13, about 15.5%. Not bad. And let's find another example. Here's another one. And if you note these dates, this is October of 24. These are all very important dates on these volatility setups. And the beautiful part about these volatility setups is that you do have the statistics that go along with them. And the 5-day setup does have an 85% hit rate currently. Weekly setup is closer to 90 to 95%. And this was down about 33.5%. Here's another one. This was in February of 24. Where did we start expanding? After this one. This was a move down of 26%. And this will be our last one. Where did we expand from 15%? Here. So this took us down 26% before a bounce, and then about 45%. So somewhere around 25 to 30% seems to be that minimum number. And as of now, we have only seen that, or actually the minimum number is about 12%. The higher, the middle, low number is about 12%, and then the middle number is about 25 to 30%, and the higher number is closer to 40%. So if we were to take it currently, with that 2%, we take it about, let's be generous and take it to 10%. That brings us about 9% flat. Let's take it to about 25%. And just closer to that 7.7% number that we previously saw on our RSI targets. And then if we were to take it for funsies at 40%, that would be basically right down to our previous major low from October of 25. And that would take us to about 6%. That is a 40% dump from where we are now. Weekly also now starting to fire, getting very close to firing off. Our Bitcoin's already above 15%. Well, this one is not. This one's very close to 15%. And once this does confirm this, we do currently have like a 90-95% hit rate on the weekly volatility setup, and it will play out to the downside as long as we're closing below 11.32%. And the weekly volatility setup, it's more powerful than the 5-day. Not that much more powerful, but it is more powerful, and it's more accurate as well. Let's see, where's the weekly? Here's the last weekly setup that fired off. This was in October of 24. And from here, we went down about 30%. Not bad. So just for fun, just for curiosity's sake, let's take 30% from here. Would sweep this last major low when we went to our current all-time highs. Lands kind of lines up with Bitcoin sweeping its all-time highs also, and this will take us to about 7% on confirmation. 2-week also flipped down. 2-week is taking out all of our major highs, especially the highs from the last macro highs, putting in that hidden bearish divergence. Currently actionable, and on the stochastic it is easier to confirm because all you have to do is flip momentum down, and now you have flipped it down, and you are going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 11.42%. That is going to give you a minimum target down to about 9%, but more likely probably somewhere around this 55 around 8%. And monthly is now freshly flipped down on stablecoins. This has been flipped up since about November of 25, and we've gone straight up since then. And the last time we flipped down, we did go to all-time highs on Bitcoin. The time before there, we flipped down, we went to all-time highs on Bitcoin. The time before there, we flipped down, January 23, we went to all-time highs on Bitcoin. So 3 makes a trend. And as of now, we are flipped down, we are rejecting the critical zone, and we are putting in hidden bearish divergence because we have taken out these previous highs on macro highs on momentum, while price is making a lower high, which did confirm with momentum flipping down. And the RSI is all but confirmed it, so you just need to close below about 10.09%. And once you've got it confirmed in the stochastic, plus Bitcoin's already confirmed it on the RSI, it makes it a lot more likely that stablecoins are going to confirm it too. Quarterly is still flipped up, and quarterly does say you're likely going to get a minimum move down to somewhere around 9% to retap this 5 EMA after closing well above it. The only time frame that's still really bullish on these stablecoins is the quarterly, because now monthly has confirmed on the stochastic a local top, confirmed a local bottom of Bitcoin, and I don't think you're only going to see like a 5% move up from a monthly local bottom. All right, let's go to daily. Bitcoin is currently flipped down, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $81,600. That does go along with that short-term move down from here. 12-hour is currently flipped back up with volatility at 0%, basically 0%, starting to tick up from 0%, and you are going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $81,000, basically, which you are below, but you do have 9 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. 8-hour closes soon in about 50 minutes, and that is still flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $80,500. You want to see a local bottom put in here, and then I could say that we're probably going to go higher, because as of now you're putting in hidden bullish divergence. But to see a local bottom, you need to close over 82,350, and that'll take you into the 586 region. 4 hours is going to be flipped down with volatility contracting, also goes along with the idea of a little bit lower, and this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 82,350. And 2 hours also very close to flipping back up. I am of the opinion this is going to remain down, so we can see a little bit of a sweep of these lows to somewhere around $79,000, $78,000. From that region, I do think we'll bounce. And but the invalidation is flipping this back up, and this will flip back up if you can close over $80,800. Today is still flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $81,700. And this does close tomorrow. 1 day, 9 hours, turned into cryptocurrency line. Plus, you got that silver cross printing. Which time frame did I have that? Oh, there we go. There we go. With that little blue box. This does make it a little bit more nicer or easier visual to see, where you have this major bottom at around $80,000 from that dump in November of 25, and this was a very significant level of support from here, which did then get flipped into a significant level of resistance. When we dumped through it, got a bearish retest, and then we got a lower low, and from there it maintained resistance since we tested it over here around April. We got that projection, we got a nice move down to the 55, and as of now we are maintaining closes above it, multiple closes above it, and we have now flipped it once again back into major support. This just makes it a lot more easier visual to see that we've gotten over this major support, major resistance, flipping it to support. We're likely going to test the next one. The next one's at 86,000. And momentum is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over that 81.7 level. So we do have to see if we close tomorrow below that level, then this will flip down, and then you're going to get that move down. Right now, you're probably going to get support somewhere around 77, 78, which would be sweeping your previous $78,000 low, and that'll come down to the actual cross itself. Five days currently playing out that volatility setup. You do have volatility starting to touch and go of the 15% area, with momentum currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $80,500. And from that setup, let's see how much we've gone up. 15% here. Okay, so let's take it from the open. It's about 10.68%. I was previously measuring it from the 15%, but that actually wasn't expansion because you weren't above the moving average. That 20% move would bring us to about $88,000, $89,000, low $90,000 area. And if we were to measure it from this area, from the 15%, that would take us to about $86,000. But technically, this wouldn't be the correct area because it's still below the moving average. But we'll just take it for funsies. That's at that 86,000 level. And if you were to take it from the 15%, that brings us minimum to about 90,000. Yeah, and then 25 brings us to about 94. But got to clear 86 first before you can even think about those upper numbers. Weekly also currently playing out that volatility setup. We got touch and go 15%, starting to expand, and weekly is remaining up as long as you're closing over $67,900. And weekly is now entering into the bullish control zone. This is the last time weekly momentum entered into the bullish control zone. We went to all-time highs after that. Here's the other time weekly momentum entered the bullish control zone. We went to all-time highs after that. Here's another time weekly momentum firstly entered into the bullish control zone. So we went to all-time highs after that. Pretty consistent here. And the momentum pivot being so far down is also very bullish. And from when we've gotten over the 15%, let's see how much have we gone up so far. Not really anything. This candle is the one that took us over 15%. But we'll just be generous in market from when it went down to 15%. Although this is taking a lot of points away from bulls. This is more being generous to bears by taking it from the 15% point, because this is not where we expanded. Minimum move takes us to about $92,000. If we were to take it to 30%, that brings us to about $86,000. Once again, I'm not saying that we're going to these numbers. If we clear 86,000, then these setups would then be actionable, and that would take you into those numbers. It's still possible that you get that movement to 86,000, you get a sharp projection, weekly puts in a hidden bearish divergence, and then you nuke it from there. 2-week is also currently flipped up on Bitcoin with volatility almost back to extreme lows, giving you almost another volatility setup on the 2-week, and you are currently going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $66,500. Also very significant to that pivot that low. And then once again, 2-week closing back over the 55 is also quite significant. Monthly also very close to giving you a volatility setup. Now you're getting above that 15%, and previously volatility was contracting with price going up. Now it is expanding with price going up, and if you do flip monthly momentum back up here, this will confirm or fire off a volatility setup to the upside on momentum, and this will flip back up with any close over $85,800. But what this does tell you, though, is if you fail to close back over this number, you are going to confirm volatility expansion. That's going to fire off a volatility setup to the downside. And if we're just generous and say that it happens from here, average 50% move brings us to right around $40,000. If it happens around 86,000, that brings us to around 43,000, and if it happens at 78,000, that brings us to around 39,000. But it really depends on where we get this volatility confirming as expanding, and that will happen in about 20 days. And as of now, you're putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence on the monthly on the stochastic, because you're taking out all these previous lows, while price is still making a higher low above what is this price here? $59,000. As long as you're closing over that area, you are putting in that possibility for hidden bullish divergence, which you've already confirmed on the RSI, but you haven't confirmed it yet on the stochastic. To confirm it on the stochastic, you have to flip this back up, which will then flip monthly momentum back up. It will confirm your hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm the volatility set to the upside. 3 fine pieces, I guess you could say, the three horsemen of the all-time highs. And quarterly is currently flipped down, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $101,000. And volatility is approaching the lowest point ever. One down. Also, we'll check out total, because I have been seeing a lot of buzz going around about how it's all the season are supposedly. Let's see if that's true. Daily is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 769 billion, 769.2 billion, which you are currently over, and you get a fresh silver cross here on the daily. But really, on these type of charts, only the high time frames kind of matter. And weekly is also flipped up. Weekly is starting to tick up from many periods of 0%. You are breaking out of the bearish control zone on the weekly. You have been in the bearish control zone since December of 25. Very significant to break out of that bearish control zone. Here's the last time Total 3 broke out of the bearish control zone, and this was in May of 2025, and we saw a very significant move up from here. Very nice. And then the time before they broke out of the bearish control zone, this was back in August, September of 24, and we saw literally up only for altcoins, shitcoins in that time period. The altcoin market cap went from breaking the bearish control zone from around like 500, 600 billion to over 1.2 trillion, or almost 1.2 trillion. And also another significant point is that we have now closed back over this weekly 21, and our last major lower high in January 26 was a projection of this 21. This was during the Trump coin bullshit and Solana going to all-time highs right at that weekly 21 EMA. And as of now, we are closing above there, and we are using that 21 as support. I would logically target somewhere around close to 800 billion from here, which is not that much higher. 2 week also closed back over the 9, very significant area. Our last major lower high was a projection of that 9, and as of now we are still holding it as support, and 2 week is flipped up on shitcoins, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 686.3 billion. And this market cap excludes Bitcoin, ETH, and stablecoins, so it's purely shitcoins. Monthly also flipped down, currently flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 88,150, 88,000, or not 88,000, 881 billion. And you are currently putting in possibility for monthly hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out all of these previous lows while momentum is still, while price is still making a higher low. I think on the RSI, it's going to be a lot easier to confirm. On the RSI, you only need to close above 755.5 billion. And quarterly, it's also flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 849 billion. So on the higher time frames, it is still remaining bullish, but you are seeing some hopium appearing on the medium time frames now. Let's go back to Bitcoin and give it one down. So as of now, we are flipping back around from the higher time frames, IMO, from being ultra mega bearish to now being on that cautiously bullish approach, a little bit more than cautiously bullish now that I've seen monthly confirmed the hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin. Tether is putting in a very significant drive of monthly hidden bearish divergence, taking out the momentum from the last macro high, while price is not even getting close to that last high on a closing basis. And if that does confirm, that's going to give us a move down somewhere around 5.4%, which is like a 25 to 30% dump on Tether, which is then going to take very likely Bitcoin at least to all-time highs, probably slightly higher all-time highs, and that goes along with the monthly volatility setup, which is currently close to firing off. That will fire off if you close over 85,800, which is our monthly momentum pivot. And whether we close over it or not, we are likely to test that monthly momentum pivot, especially based off of the lower time frames, which has already confirmed the momentum to the upside, the volatility set up to the upside. You have weekly firing off of volatility set up to the upside. You have 5-day firing off of volatility set up to the upside, and if you were to take those average moves, that would take us, from the most generous point of view, that would take us to about $86,000, which is the monthly momentum pivot. If you can't close over there, that will confirm monthly volatility setup, which will then be a 50% move up, which from 86,000, you can kind of do the math, that's 43,000 up. That takes you to slightly the all-time highest, right around $129,000 to $130,000. This hasn't happened just yet. This is not actionable just yet. This is just a possibility. We have to see that actually happen. But on the lower time frames, you are leaning towards a little bit of a move down, tap somewhere around at least 80,000, probably somewhere closer to 78, 77,000 to sweep that previous low. If you do sweep that low and then put in a local bottom of there, and on at least a 4-hour time frame, I would say that from there you're likely going to tap 82 again. At that point, I do think 82 is going to break, and that'll take us to 86. And the invalidation right now is going to be, let's see, getting a weekly close below 74,931, or getting a daily close below 74,931. Basically that area. So if that does happen, then you're likely going to come back down to revisit somewhere around $65,000 at a minimum. Maybe a little bounce there, but I do think that bounce will fail, and I think that's where you're going to start your death nuke. And as of now, I am leaning more towards tapping at least 86,000, and then from there we will have to evaluate if we're going to go to all-time highs or not. If I were forced to put it on a number basis, I'm around like 60 to 65% right now, thinking that we'll probably tap our all-time highs based off of monthly confirming the hidden bullish divergence, which is very significant to have that confirmed, and weekly giving us that volatility setup, and 2 week also being flipped up and giving us hidden bullish divergence.
Very, very Very beautiful, Mr. Farhano. Yeah, no, we're really very close, in my opinion, essentially on the cusp of a major move. And while things, on the weekly, bi-weekly, shifting bullish 5-day, it's very interesting for me to see that, because we're getting a lot of confluence in that, mid $80,000 region. And again, for me, very simple trader, very simple man when I trade. I just need to see a few criteria to actually get bullish with everyone. Before that, I'm so cautiously bearish here. And there's still a few reasons why. For me, really, when you are making a macro lower high, it's just going to be a long grinding process. If you make a lower high on a weekly on Bitcoin, often that is what gets everyone bullish. What's the difference here? Well, this is just on the monthly. You did take out the last higher low in April, higher high, lower low break. Now, in my opinion, you're just in the process of that lower high. But very easy for me to kind of invalidate this is just simply get back above essentially this month's high. If you get back above this monthly high, I mean, that's right into that 82,000, 83,000, accurately 82,800. You will essentially reclaim monthly EMA 9 every single time you reclaim and hold that. You're in a bull market. You're going up. And that's a very easy invalidation for kind of the bear thesis here. Now, going into May, we did actually reclaim the monthly 34, but you have not even retested that. That kind of leaves us a little inefficiency. You're kind of viewing the monthly here, and that is at 75,187. You're noticing it is slightly moving up towards a $76,000 region. That is a major zone for me. $76,000 is a big spot. Until proven otherwise, to me, we are just kind of in a monthly moving average range, if you will. You can do the 34 as maybe support. We still need to actually get the confirmation of that with the retest, and then resistance, proven resistance. Last major capitulation zone was in January when we rallied right off of or right up to the monthly EMA 9 before absolutely dumping, giving a 30% move down, following another over 10% into that next monthly in February. So rallying up to it, we're very close to a reclaim. You notice really you haven't rejected it too hard, but you haven't reclaimed it. You're not back above, and we will know in 20 days, in my opinion. Now, when you're viewing monthlies, it is a little harder when you are trading more into that intraday or even, let's say trading the 2-3 day chart. So for me, the monthly makes it a little harder. But this is like the higher, in my opinion, higher time frame picture. This is the story still. Monthly is still in a downtrend. We are looking for the predictable lower high. We are still under a monthly EMA 9, and until that gets reclaimed, I still think it is wise to be just looking for either a range to be formed here or potentially a reclaim, and on that reclaim you watch to see if it holds, and if it does, and there's your confluence that we are out of the bear market, and we are potentially about to move up. Our next target will be the last major lower high. Logically, it's at $98,000 essentially, so that could give bulls a very easy move back into the 90s. Similar to what Mr. Farhano mentioned, I mean, you get back above this region here. Look how easy it was into April 2025 to really go from, well, we'll just take it from here, the open 82,000 all the way up to the wick high 95,800. Really, it was pretty fast, right? We can see though, really was off of this region here. That is the 82.2, 84,500 reclaim. Now it, monthly EMA 9 and 21 sitting right there still makes this spot very interesting for me. And I'm watching very closely, kind of the rejection zone here. We have a timeline as bears. I mean, 20 days left to go. You do kind of need to start seeing this move down, because if you keep holding, right into that 81, basically if you keep holding up right into $81,000 region, you are going to be more likely to get the reclaim. Again, that reclaim on this monthly will change a lot for me. It's very hard to become a bear and really looking for moves down once you're back above a monthly 9. You've been with us since 2025, really went in that bull market, 2024. Really, the monthly 9 has just been that spot. We've always kind of kept ourselves in check. As long as you're above a monthly 9, you really can't be calling for a bear market. And that was an accurate call. I mean, every time we moved down, it would hold. So vice versa, I just can't be looking at this as too bullish under a monthly 9. Specifically, when you see a monthly 9 and 21 on the verge of crossing, we do see the last time the monthly 9 and 21 crossed while in a bear market, that did lead upon cross, leading to another 40%, essentially 40%, 39% move down from essentially August 2022 down to November 2022, marking that bottom. So I'm, very excited because what the markets are telling me is we are kind of in the zone now. I mean, this is the spot where if you are a bear, you are very close to being invalidated, but that also means this makes it the highest financial opportunity to become a bear. We do know monthly momentum pivot is still shifted down, meaning if this does start firing off, technically speaking, this volatility setup on the index already confirmed on CME would actually give you a volatility setup to the downside, which is Farhano mentioned that could easily take Bitcoin right into that $49,000 region. So, are we out of the woods just based on the monthly? No. Is the weekly and biweekly absolutely giving hopium to bulls? Yes, definitely. And that's where then the lower timeframes will actually be our friends to help us position. We are going to make a Glock 3000 move up to the 90s. It's going to be, in my opinion, the trigger will be there. And really the first start for me will be if the weekly gets back above that EMA 100, you will be entering into a weekly, essentially buy trigger here, because you do notice the weekly 34 very near the 100. And again, if you get back above this weekly EMA 34 to 83,200 essentially, that's going to have implications for a good monthly close. I mean, just even when we are very bearish and we capitulated, look at how well the weekly EMA 100 was holding. So if we get an SFP play off of that, you absolutely need to be watching that as a big spot. As your kind of spot is, you can say if you hold this zone, you're more likely to move up. But again, the weekly is still saying you haven't really tested the weekly EMA 9 since you got the reclaim in April. You've just kind of been moving up. Now you can throw the 5 on. We know though often, right? Eventually you will, test these moving averages. You do notice here the weekly 21 got the reclaim. You do see the weekly 5 is right into that 21. So minimum, as long as you stay under this weekly 100, you should at least get a move back down to 78,800. Could be your lower time frame move down. If you wanted to, you could move all the way down, in my opinion, to 76,800, the weekly 9. Actually get the retest, not invalidate potentially this bullish price structure, as long as you're holding that April low right into $75,000. As long as you hold above 75,000, you are going to be more likely to just kind of produce a higher low here. But that still doesn't mean this is the spot to get extremely bullish, in my opinion. So we were still watching for this underside retest anyways, and it has happened now. You have retested the weekly 100, and as long as you are under a weekly EMA 100, you just can't get bullish. I mean, you can definitely play the mean reversion up to it. 9 got reclaimed, took you to the 21. 21 got reclaimed, took you almost to the 34, where luckily that's where the 100 was. So, I mean, still playing very logically. Now you have potentially another higher high break. You'd want to just start seeing this produce bullish price structure. We can even kind of extend this out. So nothing crazy here. But again, still not the spot, in my opinion, to be getting bullish on Bitcoin. This still means at minimum, at current market price, you will have a 2.5 to 3% move down from here. That's still, very actionable. When we do know that Bitcoin, right, did enter into a false breakout. We've been kind of watching this channel here. Do it here. Oh gosh, let me just go back. There we go. Right, and so we've been noticing these bear markets. We get the consolidation up. We get the false breakout. We get the move down back into the range, where then that's when Bitcoin can start breaking down. What's interesting too is when we had the January breakdown, I mean, we were just essentially in a massive bearish retest posturing here on the 21. 21 was holding as support. We lost it. We dumped. We held it. We rallied all the way up to the 21. Missed the 34. It's interesting to see that. Where then we then end up not reclaiming and then moving down the following week. So here it's interesting to see rallied right up into that weekly 100, still in bearish retests, missing the 34, and now technically this week I'd want to start seeing move down. At minimum, we know we could go down to 78,000. For me, I am watching 76,000 still being a big spot, and you could just be looking at this, like I mentioned, as a range, and this is just nothing more than a range confirmed on the monthly. When you're under a monthly 9, under a monthly 21, but you just reclaimed a 34, you're in a monthly moving average range. Here the weekly could just be that in a range as well. So we got the false breakout testing the weekly 100, and remember, this was kind of an idea I talked about here, which would be the most predatory. This would just be the aggressive move up. It retests the zone, literally not leading to a reclaim, giving us a major move back down to the lows, minimum 76,000. Once you lose the weekly 9, that's your first big point that you are about to break down towards 73s. And at that point, why not go all the way back down to 69,200, the range lows essentially. So now we need to start seeing bearish flex here. And in my opinion, this is still lined up as bearish. We look at the daily now. We can get a very easy long trigger. If you're longing now, literally no point to do that. You might as well just wait for the reclaim of the daily SMA 200. Because again, similar to a weekly EMA 100 and a monthly 9, you don't get bull markets under a daily SMA 200. You're not going to get a bull market at all. That's just not going to be the reality of anything. But you get back above it, that's when you can actually start talking about an actionable setup here that can take you higher. It's in where your weekly, bi-weekly is going into the monthly will be your friend. Remember, we talked about this zone here. And remember, 2022, you had a pretty epic move down. And then in 2022, January, you had an epic move up. You went up 45%. We've talked about this a lot. This, daily SMA 200 example, bear market, mean reversion rally. This rally went up 40%. At this point, it's got everyone bullish. We were so back. Alts were doing okay in this region as well. And this was just kind of like the last big opportunity. And you even see here, look at this. Weekly was in a buy trigger. Volatility was contracting. I wonder what the pivots, were here as well. If they even flipped up on like the weekly. Check the bi-weekly now. Why am I mentioning this? Because I just think it's a good perspective on why we can use even like a daily SMA 200 to keep us in check. You can see that bi-weekly even got the reclaim. Got back above the zone. I'm sure bulls were talking about the Bullzuka moves back to the 60s. Bullzuka moved to the 60s. Got the reclaim. What's stopping us from going to the 60s? And the point is you can really see how fast markets can change even despite a 40% move weekly buy trigger or so back. Let me see here. You got a monthly 9 reclaim. So that would have just instantly been, okay, let's see if you hold the throwback. You just did not. And what would have told you that that's still bearish, even if like the higher time frames shifting bullish. For me, it's just the daily SMA 200. And as long as you were above that, that was always just kind of your big sign. That would have kept you at least in check in 2022. We can see same criteria. What would have helped you when everyone was calling for 12,000 here? Well, it was once you got back above the EMA 100, which we are currently, and then you held the daily SMA 200. You see, look at the immediate reaction once you got the reclaim. And this is why I'm going to take this long if we end up reclaiming and holding it. Because the immediate reactions can just be very nice. I mean, when we know volatility is contracting on a daily, 12-hour, weekly, bi-weekly, and a monthly is on the cusp of firing off, then that means that, that daily SMA 200 is going to be a major focal point for all of us. That can be a very easy trade. if we're just patient. You can't see upon reclaim, you went up 21% in 23 days. That's almost 1% every day. You then immediately had a, well, big move down. I didn't even take it from the actual wick high, but you had a big move down, 22% in 19 days. That's over 1% every day. But what continued to hold? The daily SMA 200. And then that would have given you a very easy setup. In this environment, we would have talked about, okay, Bitcoin's holding above SMA 200. We're going to move up. We got to wait for the throwback to long, and we would have longed this throwback. And you can see that, well, that would have just been a very successful trade using daily SMA 200. And you can see Bitcoin proceeds to go on a multi-month rally to the upside. Okay, you get some chop, but still, let's look at the immediate reaction once we lost daily SMA 200 to the downside. Immediately a 5.69 for the culture percent chop. Okay, you got the reclaimed chop, rejected, probably another like 7%, at 7.85% here. And then you slowly start moving back up to the daily SMA 200, even in this zone. Having the criteria would have still kept you in check. It really wasn't until you got the reclaim here where then, okay, yes, we can go up. We're not breaking down. And you can really see, I mean, that was just paying attention to that one zone. This would have been a generational long opportunity. And where did it get the reclaim? This was in October of 2023. We know what occurred after that. I mean, it was the busting action of the market. Like very easily, this setup here would have just easily, you could have just blindly longed it, comfortably known, okay, above it we're going up, below it we're going down, and you would have just been able to catch you would have been able to almost catch like a half point move every single day for 184 days, basically. So that's to me where like we're going to be watching still very carefully, and as long as we're still under that, I really can't become bullish here or really even look for anything higher than where we're currently at, because that's just the nice part of where we're currently at. And it's just like a very nice zone, and it's very beautiful when you have a daily SMA 200, weekly EMA daily SMA 200, weekly EMA 100, and monthly EMA 21, all right in the same zone. Makes it very easy for us. We go to the quarterly now too. You do notice that you are, again, just in between a moving average range. You're between the 9 on the quarterly, unconfirmed. You haven't reclaimed it, closing in a month, 20 days, but still under the quarterly 5. Bulls want to make an argument. They should just simply get back above the quarterly 5. Reclaim that. They're now back above all of the zones I've talked about. Every single time you get back above the quarterly 9 and 5, you bust, essentially. You just bust up. Here, you get back above and you bust up. Here, you get back above and you bust. So you get back above the 9 and the 5 on the quarterly and you go up. 9 and 5, you go up. Again, it's really hard for me to be a bull here under a quarterly EMA 5, especially when, it's just a lot of CR is very bullish now. It really does remind me of when we were just consolidating in November, December, January before we broke down. Now, for me, again, very, very, very easy to know when we're absolutely wrong on shorting. This is not the market to short, and let's go long and start really looking for the 90s at minimum. And you really can just start taking it from daily SMA 200 gets reclaimed and holding for 2 to 3 closures, something like this. All bets are off on shorts, and you are about to see a major leg up. And most likely this will then at minimum test that monthly pivot around 86,000. As long as you're above daily SMA 200, this is going to be more likely a bull market is beginning again. And you don't want to be the guy shorting into, the beginning of a new bull market or even a new leg up uptrend when all the things are, shifting. But we have not gotten the shift yet. And that's what I'm not going to be front running or even flip-flopping on my ideas yet. Because now if we start going on lower time frames, what's occurring here? Well, you are getting actually essentially the deviation. You did get the false breakout that took you to the weekly 100, which then opened you back under the channel that we've just been in for a while. Again, what I'm just looking at this, essentially looking at this consolidation to the upside, nothing crazy. And now technically we should now start seeing a move back down on this weekly. All we've done now is rallied back up to the retest zone. You didn't take out the previous weekly high, and you didn't reclaim the weekly 100. So still not crazily bullish, shifting close, but still not. Bi-weekly is still contracting and very close to giving a volatility setup. But as Mr. Farhano mentioned, got to start seeing either the bi-weekly capitulate here, like you got to get back under the 60s for this bi-weekly pivot to move down, or just the pivot itself moves up in 13 days. I'm on the camp. We are, before the month end, going to see a major breakdown. I mean, it really would not take a lot for Bitcoin to go from the 80s back down to the 72s, even down to the 69s. This could happen in literally 13 days, in my opinion. Let's just really quickly see here. It took 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks to go up, leading in 2 weeks to move down. So, it absolutely in the zone can reject aggressively. And especially if, this was a false breakout to SFP, now bearish retest, ready to move down. That's what the expectation on bears is, just that. You are now having a lot of bulls trapped, and you now need to see the expansion down. But again, if you don't see the expansion down, you see this month's high taken out, you start seeing the $85,000 region reclaimed, weekly going to a buy trigger, daily SMA 200 reclaimed, just for starters, then yeah, this will then start looking like more likely you are just about to break out, and shorts are really massively about to get punished in the zone. But I'm still not seeing that quite yet. So the daily now is very interesting. You've been holding the daily 9. If we want to see weakness, let's start losing the daily 9. To me, you are just simply looking to see 81,500 loss today. You don't want to see essentially May 6th wick high taken out, which means now even if you, let's say, move up aggressively, test actually the daily SMA 200, you still potentially won't take out May 6th high, which is, in my opinion, important, because then bears can actually run on daily price divergence here. And again, just even on lower time frames, getting just a move down back to around 76,000 and holding still will be a favorable outcome for bulls on the higher time frame. But today, it does look like you are in a spot now. You need to be losing 81.5. You're watching for lower time frames to really reject the zone. We can now go to like a 4-hour. And so you do see, okay, you are in a bearish, you've lost it. So even lower time frames, again, just like what we talked about before in here, which should give you a move down, but again, just got bought up. 4-hour didn't give you the buy sell trigger. So we end up rallying up to the zone. This should just still be the spot you're looking for a rejection. And again, as long as you're under daily SMA 200, you just cannot become bullish. And if you do front run that, it's just a gamble, because if you do end up rejecting it and moving back down, I mean, you could come all the way down to the, like Farn mentioned, 77,000, 76,000, still be bullish. Not just the impatient trader got taken out. Only way to become really bullish is a reclaim and a hold. That's where then I will just start really looking at this as a spring and a move up. And tether dominance, which we'll look at soon, will then have a lot more to go down. But right, this would then mean too, this isn't a breakout if you're just viewing this channel. So it kind of makes sense anyways. It just plays exactly into what we're looking at. Now the 12-hour is interesting because you did get the actual SFP on the 12-hour, just implications for that daily. And then even today, you would just be looking for a retest here. Now, do we actually take out yesterday's high, get it back above 82.2? we'll find that out later today. But until then, 81.5 is still my rejection zone. You're using essentially May 6th. This is a comfy stop loss, 82,800. And you are looking for this 12-hour volatility setup to fire off to the downside, giving you confluence of the move to around the 12-hour EMA 100, which is right into $76,000. That is still my big spot. On any of the shorts I've posted on Discord or ETA, the TP is at 76,000 to start. No need to be getting too aggressive on holding your shorts if we do end up getting the move down, simply because we know if you start really losing $76,000, you're essentially entering into this market, which was very straightforward, very straight to business, no reason to overcomplicate things. Lose the 12-hour EMA 100, you will instantly have a short setup anyways. But the fact that it's right there at 76,000 just makes it a very easy perspective to not really have, too much greed, I guess, in your short setups here. So remember, we've been on a multi-week move up, mean reversion. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, reset. 1, 2. So we've been just going up for 6 weeks, essentially. Almost, at least. That's going to mean a lot of just traders, new traders, complacent traders have just had a very easy move up. In this environment, it's just, I would just be very cautious of this just stair stepping up, elevator down. And this is just a very common thing for bear markets. Again, we've seen this before. And I will always mention this because until you actually get back at minimum above the daily SMA 200, you do have to just be looking at this. It's just another hindsight trade where it just doesn't, it seems like everything's really bullish, but you're not really getting a back above those monumental levels. And then it just goes to hell in like a few days. So now we just need that go to hell. And actually makes me print on my shorts massively. Because I understand it's been annoying scaling shorts here. But, this is just where you play what you know. So I'm still on the camp 76,000 minimum. You lose 76,000, you'll actually reach 69,200 again. Only way to become bullish on Bitcoin is if you get back up daily SMA 200. That's a good starting point. That's where you at least can say, okay, that's like a bull market criteria for sure, which will then just bleed right into the monthly, reclaiming the 9, which then is the last checkbox on are we in a bull market. The only logical objective will then to take out that macro lower high, meaning upon that daily SMA 200 reclaim, Bitcoin could have a very easy free move, 18%. If it is going to go back to bullish, it would need to macro trend shift. And that would mean you would need to just take out the last lower high on the monthly here, which is at 97,800. But notice that's yet to happen. And Bitcoin is not reclaiming the zone here. And it is just still under resistance. So I would just be very aware of that. And yes, it does seem like this is never going to come down. But that's exactly what it's engineered to really make us think, especially in a bear market that's been very gracious to us going down. Honestly, this to me is looking just like a massive gift. Really, honestly, it's looking like a massive gift. And until we actually invalidate my short idea, I am just going to be scaling shorts here and looking for this zone really to reject us until just at minimum get the daily SMA 200 reclaim. So that's what I'm watching on Bitcoin. I do think that 76,000 is a higher probability spot if you're looking for maybe a long. Not here. And the only way to start longing is just get back above daily SMA 200. That is at 82,600. And really until then, you're just in a range and you're pressing the range highs. And right, even if we are in a bull market now, then this should just be an opportunity zone. That means you still need to go down to 76,000. So yeah, that's what I have on Bitcoin. Let's go now to Tether dominance. Let's see here. Okay, Tether dominance not looking the best, honestly. Let's see here. What do we have? So let me go to the weekly. So you took out April's low. You had that capitulation. You've lost the 21. You rallied up and are rejecting it. Technically, next target is the 6.746% level. But I want to understand really that this zone here at the 6.96% is something we shouldn't disregard. This is a zone that really I kind of identified as a spot that really has not been able to hold really. Like, if we go here, notice still to a T, you're still holding this low. And that's why I still stand on, I just want to see this month's low hold. You will notice that, and this shows it better on like a bi-monthly in my opinion. But anytime you reach this level, you do end up making pretty aggressive wicks to the downside. Now, depending on where this closes, will dictate a lot. But look at it, I mean, just a really aggressive wicks to the downside. You've never actually just moved down to this region, gotten a tap, and moved up. So if we do end up not taking this month's low out, this bi-monthly's low out, and just holding the 6.96%, I will actually be looking at that as massive strength on tether dominance. That would just be a massive shift. A zone that just makes very aggressive moves down is now just going up, and this could just be the next higher low. Because while tether dominance is still in a macro uptrend, and you would be off of this higher high looking for a higher low. And your easy spot on the bi-monthly would be your 5 here, your monthly 5, bi-monthly 5. So then going back to your monthly chart again, you really just don't want to take this month's low. You are very close to it. I understand that. But as long as you are above the 6.96%, you at minimum are more likely to, in my opinion, move back up to 7.49%. You've been making your pretty big rejections off the weekly EMA 9, similar to your big moves off the weekly 9. And that is right in that 7.4%. Now, weekly volatility is on the verge of firing off the setup. This is still more likely to fire to the downside. That is, it is really a race against time for bears here. Bitcoin dominant, or no, tether dominant bulls just need to start moving up. This just needs to start really moving up, giving a spring. You're in a fresh loss of the bi-weekly 9. Next target will be the 21. That's at 6.55%. That's a big spot. 6.55% has really been, once you're under 6.55%, you're in a bull market on Bitcoin. Technically, that is the next zone, 13 days. But still, I really would want to see this actually get tested here. Notice you haven't really even tested the bi-weekly 9. You even have the bi-weekly 5 at 7.26%. HBDR is even saying 50% rejection leads you to 61.8%. See, the weekly and bi-weeks on crypto, wow, it is not in favor of bears, honestly, at all. Just like you higher time frames, monthly and quarterly, bi-monthly. Take the rainbow chart off for this one. That's why I really do want to be quick to flip-flop. If like bears are proven wrong here on Bitcoin, I will be very quick to flip-flop, in my opinion, because I don't want to leave money on the table. Of course not. This bear market's been amazing. But if it does just end that quickly, wow, I mean, you have to really wonder if this is either things are different or this wasn't a bear market, and we're not in the true bear market, as Alejandro's mentioned before. Like the real one's going to be just terrible. But until that happens, we are still in a bear market. We are still in a macro downtrend. And we have not even taken out a daily SMA 200. So we absolutely cannot be too bullish here. You need to be watching for really tether dominance to give you a spring. And again, like I mentioned, if you go to your monthly, it's a race against time. Bulls here have 20 days. They got to get this up at minimum above the monthly 5. 20 days. And really, I mean, you are now using this monthly low to not get taken out. So you just now don't want to see that 6.96% taken out. And if you do, and Tether dominance starts breaking down past that point, okay, we are actually not shifting structure. We're in this dynamic here again, which is okay. You can make moves all the way down to 6.55%, still have a bullish outcome. But my big idea is that if you lower high here on the macro, that this has to hold. This has to just be the kind of big bounce zone of Tether dominance, but it is taking a lot of time. So we're like, 10 days into this month, I believe. So, we still have a while to go. It would be just very interesting if we just went straight up, honestly, on Bitcoin without retesting at minimum 76,000. So, just knowing that again, I just hope that keeps everyone in check on just not longing here and just kind of waiting, being a little patient. Even me, I'm scaling shorts until proven otherwise. But then once I am proven wrong, once the charts tell me we are going to do a Glock 3000 busting action move, which isn't just a range move, but actually a breakout, a shift of structure, that's when I will start being more antsy for longs. But until then, I'm very bricked up for shorts here. Really bricked up, actually. I mean, it's interesting because the monthly momentum pivot's at like $86,000, but we have the biggest, lowest volatility setup on the monthly. This setup alone can just dictate everything. And bulls still have a lot of ways to go if they want to flip that up and actually fire this to the upside. So 20 days, it's going to be important. A very volatile month ahead of us. And as I see it, honestly, when you kind of view the weeklies, well, let's actually see where that median is. I think we're above it now, right? So we are back above the weekly median, and we are pressing the top 38.2%. But you aren't in a weekly breakout here, which is interesting because you do see weekly volatility firing off. So it's even firing off just within this range, but you're not in a weekly breakout that is lined up with your weekly buy trigger. So if you get back above the 34, and let's say you don't own the the HBDR, well, for this week, SATA, at least you're in a weekly buy trigger, and you've got a 38.2% breakout. Now, when was the last 38.2% breakout we've had? Let's see. Rejected the median in January. We're above the median. But now we're at the top 38.2%. Okay. Median rejection in October. Here was your breakdown, weekly breakdown. That was your next leg down. So your most recent 38.2% breakout was here in May. Took you about 7% up. It's not the most strongest one, but still broke you out.
That's not the median, though.
No, I'm talking about the 38.2%.
Oh, sorry.
Top side. No, it's okay. The medians have been rejecting us this whole bear market, but we are back above the median now. It's taken us to the top 38.2%, which is a very interesting perspective when you do see volatility is firing off technically in favor of bulls, but you're not breaking out yet on HBDR. But this still gives you an easy perspective confluence because you have that 34 right there, which instantly would mean daily SMA 200 reclaim, monthly EMA 9 is getting back above, and then the weeklies in a buy trigger along with the HBDR breakout. Well, then also if you just view the meme lines here, you are essentially now technically in a breakout per this channel, something like that. But still not happening. And so then the last time you were in a breakout here was, back in May. May here. But not the strongest, like I mentioned. That just essentially took you right up to the 50%. So that's the equivalent of it breaking out and going up to 88,480. So interesting. That's interesting, but very, again, close. You're very close, but not confirmed breaking out on the weekly yet, actually. Let's keep going. Here's a better one, right? So you got back above the median, made a nice green dildo, and got the breakout, top 30.2%, broke out here. And that took you to the 61.8%. It's like the equivalent of it breaking out, taking us to where? To 96,000 on Bitcoin. Interesting, because remember, we talked about this zone reclaiming here. Mid-80s takes you very fast to the 95s. And let's just see that again really quickly. So what is it? Oh yeah, it's here. And you can very fast go up to 95s once you get back above that 84. 84, and then 1 week you go 85K all the way up to 96. This is not crazy. It's not unreasonable. Let's check the bi-weekly now. Because again, weekly and bi-weeks are looking good. Pivots are up. Volatility setups are firing off. Like they are looking very good. I will say. And on Tether dominance, it looks absolutely deathly on your weekly and bi-weeklies. But then the monthlies and quarterlies and bi-monthlies are telling a different story. I have to be wondering if that just plays into the predatoriness of kind of this market right now. Let's go to Bitcoin. Let's look at the bi-weekly. Because the bi-weekly is interesting as well. If we are in a breakout, or at least more bullish than we've been, then you would get back above a bi-weekly median. It's interesting because that is at 82,150. And as long as you stay under this bi-weekly median, you are going to get more likely to move back down to not even 69,200, which is interesting. Move all the way back down to 64,700. But again, this perspective again is quite sobering to me because it really does just show like we are in a very, very tight spot where you very easily can flip-flop bullish. Again, get back above daily SMA 200. Now you know even bi-weekly median is reclaimed for the first time. Really, since you lost it in July. So since July 2025, you've just been under bi-weekly median. But also be fully aware that this is also the first retest you've had since you've lost it in July. So you're above it in July, early July. You lost it in late July. August, you tried to retest, you didn't. September, you tried to retest, you could not. You moved down, but now you've gotten the median retest. Aggressive bulls will look at that and say, well, this has shifted down dramatically. This is more likely to now get the reclaim, and we are about to break out towards the 100K region. All while bears look at this as confluence of our monthly bearish retest of our 21, leading to the idea that, well, now that we're at the bi-weekly median, you basically have to see a move expansion from this at this point. Meaning in like 13 days, in the next, well, I guess just 20 days, the end of this month, you need to start seeing this price expand away from the median dramatically, like what it was here, right? Very close to price action, and then dramatically expands away from it, and the median shifts up. So again, it's a bull or bear battle, but I mean, even the bi-monthly median not reclaim is still giving bears pretty good confidence of this monthly just putting in a lower high and potentially producing that bearish retest. But again, whenever I mention this, I always will say it's very easy to flip-flop though. Very easy to flip-flop here. But when we know we're in a very easy zone, you have to be looking at that as kind of what I just tweeted out a few hours ago, which is I do believe this is just the best financial opportunity spot if you're a bear, honestly, until proven otherwise. We're talking a lot about 2022. Let's kind of see here. Right here. So the whole bear market, you were under the bi-weekly median. And I guess you could look at that as once you lost it, you stayed under it. The only time you tested it, you got the reclaim. You got back above it. You actually did shoot up to the top 30.2%. And that's why if you get back above it, then it'll start opening up a Glock 3000 move to the upside. But now when you're retesting it, let's look at another bear market here. Interesting. So again, this bear market too, you did lose it and then you got the retest. Never mind, it's different. But if you don't count this retest, the only time you tested the median was at the end of the bear market, actually, which is interesting. You see, you rallied up to it, reclaimed it, and then went up to the top 30.2%. So it's a little, point for bulls there, honestly. Another bear market, lost the median, stayed under it. And then the only time you rallied up to the bi-weekly median was when the bear market was basically finished. The bottom was in. So again, just another point for bulls. So bulls, want to get that kind of correlation. just reclaim it, get a reclaim. Until then, I'm not going to be looking at that and saying we're now for sure going to go up because of what's happened. No, I now say, okay, more confluence. And if you do get the reclaim, yeah, this is most likely you are going to enter into a bullish environment, something you've not seen. Well, since like the daily SMA 200 was reclaimed last, which was here in 1st April, I guess. Here, April. And that was, when Bitcoin went from 88,000 all the way up to 123,000. So now let's go to our 4-hour. You've now just gotten the retest. This is the point where everyone starts getting bullish. We need to start seeing if this is going to give us the lower time frame rejection. And if you end up taking out May 6th high, most likely this will result to a breakout towards daily SMA 200, where then, as I've really stressed in this stream, that is your big spot. That's your to-do business. Bears are doing business. Bulls are doing business. We'll see who wins. You get back above and hold it. That's my first big sign that the bottom is in. We are entering into a bull market. And as long as you're above a daily SMA 200, that means monthly 9 is going to get reclaimed. Bi-weekly median will get reclaimed. Every single time we've seen a bi-weekly median get reclaimed, that has marked the end of the bear market. Right after being in a bear market, once we reclaim that bi-weekly median, it's kind of the end of the bear market. So very close, but if we are in a bear market, then technically this is the technically best spot to be positioning short. And right, tether dominance will tell us a lot based on like a daily. If we end up really taking out this month's low and losing 6.96%, then yeah, we're very weak. Not very weak, but we're more weaker than I thought. And we are going to most likely move at minimum down to the 6.83%. You lose daily SMA 200 on tether dominance. You most likely then reclaim it on Bitcoin. And this most likely results into a move down to around 6.55%. Could be a 5% move and a current market price. If you lose the 6.96%, that's your big spot right now on tether dominance. If you lose that, most likely then, yeah, you will go down 3% at minimum. So yeah, a little tricky, but right, monthly is still giving bulls hopium for tether dominance. It will diminish though if you start really seeing price action break under 6.96%, in my opinion. Until then, it's just a spring. This still could be a spring if you hold this on, something you've never done before. Now, I'll quickly go to Bitcoin dominance. Let's see here. Okay, so we rallied up to the resistance we drew freshly on the stream. We're now still looking for weekly 34 to get reclaimed, or not reclaimed, tested. It is reclaimed now. And understand that actually, if you are going to play like, we are in a bull market, well, we have reclaimed the weekly 34. That was the last rejection spot in October, really big. It's not been able to really get reclaimed the entire bear market. We are back above it, but understand you have not tested it yet. That means there is just still that inefficiency I mentioned on Bitcoin's monthly, similar to Bitcoin dominance here. You really still can move down pretty aggressively, get a retest, and then move up. Even those bullish bulls want this weekly EMA 34 retested. That way, then they can actually start breaking out. This can be somewhat of a macro higher low if you do it on a monthly. This was your retest. There's your monthly EMA 9 reclaim, and then you can start pressing up towards the 62% again. But until then, this is kind of tricky, and I would not be bullish on Bitcoin dominance just moving straight up from here. This looks a little tricky, and what we identified last stream was where we're currently at. We've seen price actually reject pretty harshly. So not out of the woods quite yet. If you're a Bitcoin dominance bull, you got to get the structure put in. Even on the bi-weekly, you haven't even retested a 5 since reclaiming. Just kind of shows the aggressive nature in this move, and the fact that even if you got a retest like this, it most likely would take out a lot of traders. And then this would be the big decision point. Just means a lot are being aggressive at the extremity highs. Aggressive at the extremity highs. That's all it kind of means to me. Now, if you end up holding the 59.69%, that'll be a really good sign, and you will start breaking out on Bitcoin dominance. But if you lose it, understand you've made some pretty harsh rejections once you've lost the 59.69%. You've broken out. Look at this. You've even like gone up higher than where we're currently at. 20% not holding, leading to a breakdown of 39%. That's why 59.69% is extremely important. Now, something we were watching and monitoring for a while is the weekly volatility setup. This is the biggest weekly volatility setup we've ever seen on Bitcoin dominance history. It is currently firing to the upside. Now, this is why bulls need to just get this retest done aggressively and spring up. Because if they end up losing 59.69%, that'll be your first major sign that this weekly volatility setup shifting in favor of bears, which would be absolutely brutal for bears, or Bitcoin dominant bulls, I mean, because it could mean you are going to capitulate. And this setup is still massive. I mean, we've never seen the reaction on this setup. It's just like the flavor has taken us all the way up to the range highs around 61%. But this still very well could fire off. And we've even seen Bitcoin dominance volatility reach into the 80s. So still very premature, very early. But again, if you're a bearish, it's just, okay, let's just shift this back in favor of bears and nuke it. And volatility will fire off in favor of bears. That is kind of the bear thesis, confirmed once you lose 59.69%. So let me delete that. Like weekly on CMEs in a range. Let's see here. Now on Bitcoin, it's interesting because if you view the 12-hour, and let's go to the index. You could argue the 12-hour is in a downtrend. You could argue here was your higher low, higher high, here was your lower low break, and then we've just put in the lower high on the 12-hour. If you were a bear and you were looking for a rejection here slash, weekly SFP, false breakout, that's the first actual big sign that you'd want to see, which is a 12-hour downtrend, because that'll mean that the daily will most likely flip into a downtrend. And remember, we identified you just simply have to take out on the daily to flip that into a downtrend, 79,200. If you do that, this will be confirmed downtrend. This is a lower high. That was your lower low break. We last stream mentioned it was 78,200. But now I'm going to be using this low here, 79,000. So the trend wave catalyst on. Let's just double check that. See what it says here. Right, and so you can kind of see it, just a little bit, right? Higher high, higher low. Trend shift. And then this is just your cheeky price divergence. And this is why if you scale shorts, please, I think you should use May 6, like 82,800 for a stop loss. Then you can really play, this is a lower high forming. Then you can play implications for this low breaking. Once you break this low, it's your confirmed lower low on the daily. And at that point, if we're shifting into a downtrend, which we currently are on the 12-hour currently, and there is a volatility setup firing off, and the daily pivot is still pointed down, then I don't think it's too crazy to be looking for a little move back down to $76,000. And then luckily for us, look at if we really start losing that daily EMA 100. Well, our aggressive short roll activates, and we all know that this is about to majorly move down to like 69,000 again. So just something that, is like I'm watching to see if the 12-hour is really going to confirm that downtrend. Want to see a lower low break. We already do have that. We potentially have a lower high here. This is the retest. We have volatility set up. I today need to just see bears take us down. I simply don't want to take out May 6 high or 82,800. And if you want to be very aggressive, you bet this is the lower high. So meaning yesterday's high, you don't want to see taken out. Anywhere here is just a retest. You're looking for a rollover. And that's just something that's going to be a little sneaky on Bitcoin. Just like your little 12-hour downtrend, potentially shifting. For me, though, I'd really like to see the daily. If you're going to get bearish here, and like I mentioned, take out this low at 79,250, you'll be losing the daily 9. And really, this whole rally, you've been holding the daily EMA 9 and 5 pretty nicely. So I'd like to see that at minimum get lost. That'll start making this SFP play look more favorable. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. Very hard for me to become a bull here. Very easy, though, if we get back above daily SMA 200. Until proven otherwise, 82,000 is resistance. You're looking for that retest on the lower time frames, maybe around, well, currently we're at like 81.5 to 81.7. You got to start seeing this reject this current spot. This will lead into the 12-hour lower high, producing the lower low. And you'll know that's the lower low once you actually take out 79,300. That's when daily trend has shifted. When you know daily trend has shifted, then that has implications for the weekly. Specifically, when you know a monthly is still in a downtrend, that's a pretty big deal. So if you're bullish, then there should be no reason why we're not going to get back above 82,100. This is just more a magnet at 82.8. All the stop losses here are a magnet for you. You're looking for something like this, a retest, a move up. At that point, daily SMA 200 will be reclaimed, and then bears will have no thesis. There won't be any thesis at that point, unless they're calling for SFP. But that's why if you start holding it for 2 to 3 closures, it becomes dead in the water, and you should be looking for this as a positioning zone before you really start moving up towards, at minimum, $95,000 on Bitcoin. But that's still not confirmed, and we can very easily confirm it. But it's just like when we were here and many were getting bullish, and all it took was a simple SFP rejection, and then we just capitulated in price. It was a total hindsight trade. It's exactly what we don't want here. So no trigger, no trade. Not getting really a trigger for longs quite yet. Still scaling shorts with the boys, and I'm watching this zone to reject us before the month's end.
Nice. I would say one more time, look at Solana today before you scale anything.
Yeah, and Solana to me is another point where it's starting to reclaim its level. Like Bitcoin's close to reclaiming its level. Solana has. So if daily EMA 100 continues to hold on Solana, well, implication for a move up to 100. If 100 gets reclaimed, oh yeah, that's going to start moving up big. But I see Sol's daily EMA 100. That's a big thing for me, honestly, because that's been the spot you've been rejecting this entire bear market.
Oh, I wasn't sharing. That's the 100. Crushed it already above the 95, heading basically to 111. That's what it seems like with that volatility setup. It's kind of like a replay of 2022. It just took more time to play out. But I'm saying if, you know, Bitcoin has been like literally reacting late to Solana. So if you want to scale your shorts, I don't know if right now, because Solana just made a new daily high, right? Like it even went above this.
Yeah, but then like the higher time frames still look bad. Like
no.
Cross retest,
I'm with you.
big spot. Yeah,
I'm with you 100%. Higher time frames, I think will reject just like he did in 2022. But right now, if you're getting short on anything, and Solana's telling me ahead of time, like, hey, dude, listen, I'm strong and going up. It's the same science that I used over the weekend for, you know, Bitcoin might just pump. So I'd say just keep an eye on this too, because Solana seems strong and just like it wants to keep going.
Very valid too. And then that was the thing that started to move in the beginning of the bull market first too. And really for me though, if Sol like gets back above $100, I'll be pretty bullish. Like that'll correlate most likely to a daily.
You also have a silver cross that just happened on the daily.
But until then, I just have to look at this as Sol is almost to the point. Like I think 98 to 100 will reject, and it's just your bi-weekly and weekly silver crosses, and your monthly 5 is getting tested.
Yeah,
right in that zone too.
Thank you, boys. Very easy to understand. Nice views. Ok. Estoy viendo Solana. Voy a empezar diciendo esto para ser claro porque a veces no entendemos, ¿no? Si no es literalmente lo que tengo que decir. Ahorita, a mi gusto, este soy yo, ¿ok? Primero, Farhan es alcista, Alex es bajista y yo personalmente soy neutral, largo plazo, tradeando. Ahorita voy a apostar más a la alza que a la baja. Es lo que favorece las opciones. Eso para mí es la manera más sencilla de entenderlo. Porque, como el viernes les dije, estoy viendo Solana rompiendo acá, junto al promedio del 100, con un setup de volatilidad que estaba a punto de rompió. Pues, ¿por qué entonces voy a apostar en contra de eso? No tiene mucho sentido. ¿Cómo puedo hacer esto? Un segundo. A ver. Déjame quito esto. Un segundo. Ahí está. Este fue mi trade de uno de mis 2 trades del fin de semana. Y ahora, ¿por qué usé tanto apalancamiento en Bitcoin? Y se los voy a enseñar ahorita. La razón por qué, una, estoy viendo esto en Solana. 2, esto fue antes de irme, ¿ok? Entonces nos dio el setup de volatilidad, justamente lo que platicamos el viernes. Tienen que entender, tenemos 2 diferentes puntos de vista, uno con Alex, uno con Farhan. Uno está buscando a la baja, el otro está buscando a la alza. Yo personalmente les dije, para mí, Solana es el indicador y también les voy a enseñar lo de Bitcoin. Ahora, este fue un trade no con mucho dinero. No crean que me hice millonario este fin de semana. Por eso les digo, solamente me llevé 4 o 5 mil dólares este pin. Nada mal. Pero fue todo basado en un par de factores que quiero que queden claro para todos ustedes. ¿Ok? Verga. Perdón. Que queden claro para todos ustedes. Uno, Solana lleva la dirección. Para mí en esto es bastante fácil de entender. 2, tienes un cruce plateado en la diaria en Solana. 3, volteas a ver Bitcoin en este canal alcista. Habíamos hablado de esta línea que viene por acá. ¿Y qué creen? Aguantó todo este tiempo la línea y el promedio del 9. Todos esos factores juntos me hacen pensar, güey, esto va a continuar para arriba, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿qué tanto? Esa es la pregunta. ¿Por qué soy neutral en general, pero soy alcista a corto o mediano plazo, si lo quieren ver así? Sencillo, la tabla me está diciendo que tengo que serlo. Imagínate apostarle en contra a esto. O sea, va literalmente a la luna esta chingadera ahorita, ¿no? Y es lo que se me hace completamente... se me hace más fácil apostar para arriba que para abajo. Ahora, Alex también hizo lana apostando aquí, ¿no? Hacia la bajada, y me consta porque me lo mandó. Y hasta él hizo más lana que yo este fin de semana porque él hace estas apuestas degeneradas que yo no, aún así con mi 300 y cacho por ciento, porque lo hago con poco dinero, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que $1,000 se convierten en $3,500 para que tengas como una idea de lo que estoy hablando. Ahora, Bitcoin, tendencia alcista, va para arriba. Solana, tendencia alcista, va para arriba. Lo que quiero llegar a esto y a donde los voy a llevar es básicamente al pasado. Primero voy a empezar con Bitcoin en putiza, en esto, ¿ok? Y decirles qué son las cosas aquí que me hacen todavía ser neutral y no solamente alcista. Porque hay de todo, ¿no? Y una vez más, los indicadores de momentum y todo nos están diciendo que vamos para arriba y que vamos a ir a nuevos altos históricos y que vamos a romper madres y la verga. Pero los mismos indicadores de momentum nos dijeron que íbamos a ir a 37. ¿Llegamos a 37? No. ¿Vamos a ir a un alto histórico? Probablemente no. Probablemente simplemente estás viendo una repetición de esto. Este momento en el 2022. De aquí a acá. Y ahora, ese momento en el 2022 se vio así, ¿ok? Donde todos nos estábamos preguntando, era febrero, número 4 del 2022, ¿tomo ganancias con este gran pump o no? Esto fue, damas y caballeros, cuando Solana llegó a los 144, ¿ok? Y todo el mundo, cuando llegó a los 144, les voy a preguntar qué creen que pensaron. Cuando Bitcoin hizo este movimiento de aquí, de llegar a 32 y regresó a un 50% para arriba, ¿cuál creen que era el sentimiento que había en el mercado? No hay forma de que baje, carnal. No existe. No existe. Y ahora, de un movimiento de 50%, lo vieron ustedes, ¿no? Los traigo a Solana rápido. ¿Por qué los traigo a Solana rápido? Porque este movimiento de Solana, aquí, ¿ok? de aquí abajo, donde llegó a tocar fondo en los 83, a donde se fue 90%. 90%. ¿Ok? El doble de lo de Bitcoin casi. Y adivinen qué, todo el mundo aquí dijo, güey, no hay forma que no estemos en un mercado alcista. ¿Por qué? Llévate estos máximos, mínimo más alto. Tienes todo para reventarla. Y adivina qué fue lo que no te dejó. Ya no te llevaste pero puedes ver cómo quedaste en medio de toda esta subida, ¿no? De toda esa bajada. Entonces, técnicamente hablando, ¿por qué voy a apostar en contra de lo que ya ha pasado 1000 veces, entendiendo que literalmente nadie caería en un mercado bajista, nadie compraría en spot en un mercado bajista? Nadie, si no creen que va a volver a subir. ¿No? ¿Cuánto hemos subido desde acá en Solana? 43%. Para llegar al nivel que estábamos hablando en Solana que hizo el mercado pasado, tendría que llegar a los 128. ¿Ok? Y eso todavía le queda tiempo. Entonces, ¿cómo vergas voy a saber cuando esto sea alcista o bajista? Fácil. Hay una noticia muy grande que todo el mundo está calentando. ¿Cómo supe también que íbamos a subir? ¿No? ¿Cómo sabía que íbamos a subir? Y esto es bastante fácil. 7 de mayo, nerviositos todos, y ya ven que este virus puede tirar al mercado. ¿Qué creen que va a pasar? Gracias por el dinero gratis. Y aquí es donde la gente dice, no sabes lo que va a pasar. Güey, si los tienen nerviosos, es bastante fácil entender a dónde va esto. Si los tuvieran a todos alcistas, es fácil saber a dónde va esto. ¿Cómo los tienen a todos? Nerviosos. Entonces, vamos para arriba. Entonces, no te puedes trepar con nosotros al rally, ¿ok? Y puedes tener los dos puntos de vista, de nuevo, se vale. Pero tienes que entender, tradear esto no es fácil. ¿Por qué? Porque de esto se trata el mercado. Si no te hacen pensar que cambió de dirección, ¿cómo te vas a equivocar? Y basado en eso, en esa premisa tan sencilla, no me voy a poner alcista hasta que no rompa las métricas del mercado del 2022 y algo diferente ocurra. Pero para mí no ha ocurrido ni vergas diferente. Y les voy a enseñar esto una vez más. Los voy a llevar a la mensual del petróleo y a la verga voy a borrar toda mi remove. ¿Cómo pondrías que haga todo, no? Ahí está. Ok. Aquí tengo mi tabla hermosa del petróleo. Máximo histórico, acá. ¿Cuándo hizo este máximo histórico? En el 2008. Pueden ver, ¿no? Ese es máximo histórico. El petróleo comenzó a cotizar en el 68 aquí. El US Oil. Bien. ¿Cuál es el segundo alto más alto? ¿Cuándo hice este segundo alto más alto? En mayo del 2022. ¿Ok? Esto es importante que lo tengan en mente porque esto es lo que no ha cambiado. ¿Ok? Mayo del 2022. ¿Cuándo hiciste este? Febrero. Todavía no llegas a mayo. Y ahora, antes de eso, en el 2020 caíste a negativo. Aquí no caíste a negativo. Esto es mucho más alcista que fue aquí para acá. ¿Ok? Entonces ya se dio el final del movimiento para abajo con el petróleo, como te dicen en las noticias. Tú dime si le quieres apostar al petróleo en contra del setup de volatilidad más fuerte que ha tenido desde 1965. Acá. ¿Vas a apostar en contra de eso? ¿De que este movimiento va a ser más chico que esto? Tienes que ser un pinche animal, ¿no? Que es lo que les cuento siempre. Pero un reverendo animal para creer eso. El petróleo trae muchísima fuerza. Esto es un gráfico trimestral, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿qué pasó en julio del 2008? Vamos a apuntarlo acá. Lo tengo tengo una tabla. Julio 2008, tope, ¿no? ¿Cuál fue el siguiente? Acá. Ah, no, pero estos son trimestrales, perdón. Voy a usar mensual en esto. Julio del 2008, tal cual. Acá, ¿cuál fue? Marzo del 2022. Tope. ¿Ok? Y ahora no sabemos cuándo sea el tope de esto. Todavía no hemos llegado al tope de esto. Pero hasta ahorita ha sido marzo del 2026. Hasta ahorita ya es tentativo, ¿no? Marzo 2026, no confirmado. Una vez más, tiene que subir más porque ahora sí tienes una crisis energética gigantesca en el mundo de verdad, no las pendejadas que te cuentan en las noticias. Vale. Dólar. ¿Cuándo llega, toca fondo acá y luego hace tope local? En marzo del 2009. ¿Ok? Marzo 2009. Tope DXY. Y ahora, continúa la alza. Atentos, continúa la alza. Pero el tope local fue el 2009. Una vez más, julio del 2008, el petróleo hizo tope. Julio, junio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre, enero, febrero, marzo. 9 meses después, el dólar hizo tope y adivina qué pasó en marzo del 2009. Fue el fondo de la bolsa. Cuando la bolsa de valores tocó por fin, después de 2 años cayendo, el fondo. ¿Ok? Vamos a ver qué pasó en marzo del 2022. Fue el tope del petróleo. ¿Cuándo hizo tope el dólar acá? Septiembre del 2022. Septiembre del 2022. Tope DXY. ¿Ok? El dólar. ¿Qué ocurrió en septiembre del 2022 o cerca de septiembre del 2022? El fondo de la bolsa. ¿Ok? El fondo de la bolsa. Bien, ok, lo entendemos. Estamos arrancando con el petróleo. ¿Alguien ve un tope aquí en el dólar o qué crees que va a pasar con el dólar? Si el petróleo no ha topado y el dólar ni siquiera se ha molestado en moverse, y una vez más, tienes que ser un ciego para no ver lo que están haciendo con el dólar y el petróleo los mismos líderes de Estados Unidos y las noticias de Estados Unidos que son propaganda de Estados Unidos diciéndote que el dólar va a perder su hegemonía y que ya no va a ser el petrodólar. De verdad tienes que ser un verdadero animal, con diplomas y todo, pero un verdadero animal. Si ha hecho 2 de 2 esto y no ha arrancado acá, ¿qué crees que va a pasar? Cuando esto arranque se va a comer reventar el culo de todo el mundo a la baja. Entonces, voy a apostar ahorita, irme en long y decir, güey, es el mercado alcista más alto del... No, todas las acciones fuera de, ¿cómo se llama? De pocas están en la mierda. Oclo, Circle con todo y los pompazos, Coinbase con todo y el pompazo, Tesla está cerca porque es 7 magníficos. Les dije, no hagan el corto hasta los 4.60. Ahí es donde está el corto. Bueno, Rivian que les digo, Lucy que les digo, Jack in the Box, toda la comida rápida, damas y caballeros. Denle 30 minutos a este pedo para cargar. Eso no es Jack in the Box. Esto es comida, ¿ok? Aparentemente Jack in the Box no quiere cargar. Palantir aquí abajo. Bueno, esto ya les dije, nuevo bajo histórico. Nike se va a ir a cero, bueno, no a cero, pero va a valer verga todo. Strategy, aquí abajo. ¿Alguien está viendo el mercado en altos históricos en todos lados? No, es lo que le están diciendo a todo el mundo en las noticias para que repita, porque literalmente hay 7 empresas, los chips de AI y los 3 índices en altos históricos. Esta trampa fue tendida en el 2007 también. ¿Ok? Entonces, voy a ir a apostar con todo, viendo los indicadores de momentum y mi verga que esto va para arriba y va a ir a alto histórico. No, no. Voy a tradear apuestas a corto plazo a que vamos a continuar subiendo. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que me va a guiar? No es el tiempo, es el Clarity Act. Cuando veo que hay una gran noticia que va en contra de lo que la gente, bueno, cuando la noticia va en contra de lo que cuenta la noticia, ¿no? Ponte tú, en Estados Unidos hacen campañas de, no, si quieres que las casas bajen de precio, deja que pongan una segunda casita dentro de tu casa. Y todos como pendejos van y caen porque ven el comercial. Y como no tienen criterio y no saben pensar y todos sus pensamientos vienen de las noticias, todo el mundo dice, sí, tenemos que poner más casas dentro de las casas para que las casas suban de precio. Imbéciles. ¿Ok? Porque van a construir más. Así no funciona. Así no funciona este pedo. Lo que crea colapso inmobiliario es cuando construyes de más casas individuales. Cuando estás dejando que la gente se atore dentro de tu casa, puedes cobrar renta y nunca tener que vender. O sea, por favor, yo sé que han visto segmentos de 5 minutos en CNN y ya saben más que yo, pero les digo, ni madres, ¿ok? Y aquí, cuando te están vendiendo que el Clarity Act es bueno para cripto y que los bancos van a caer, espérenme, alguien me tagueó en esto. A ver, aquí está. Esta es la página, se las he enseñado 1000 veces, más paca del mundo. Presidente Trump no va a dejar que los bancos grandes saboteen el acto, el Clarity Act. ¿Ok? No, exactamente. Los bancos grandes que son los dueños de la Reserva Federal y dueños del presidente Trump y son literalmente la gente que fondea los bancos que no sabe su nombre, es la que mueve el mundo, van a perder contra las criptomonedas. Tienes que ser un retrasado mental para creer esto. Retrasado mental, pero no, o sea, dentro del mundo del retraso mental, tienes que ser todavía un retrasado mental de retrasado mental. Es como una incepción de retraso mental. Para creer que los bancos van a perder y el dólar también. Es lo que quiere el presidente Trump. O sea, por eso, si es que no te queda claro, es mi posición en la que estoy y continúo. ¿Ok? Y ahora te la voy a poner fácil para no perder tanto tiempo en esto porque ya perdimos un chingo de tiempo. Tienes a Bitcoin en la mensual todavía esperando esta zona tan importante que es la zona donde debería de rechazar. Ahora, debería de, Nelway. Lo que puedo hacer, y has visto antes, sobre todo cuando te pongo velas, ¿qué eran? ¿La mensual o la de 2 semanas? Es que estoy viendo el índice, dame un segundo, lo tengo aquí pintado con mi tablita moradita. Cuando lo ves aquí y ves este tipo de acción, ¿viste hasta dónde quedó aquí abajo? ¿No? Y una vez más, ¿por qué sé que esto no es el final? Porque Bitcoin no ha hecho lo que Bitcoin hace antes de subir. Bitcoin ha hecho lo que Bitcoin hace antes de caer. ¿Ok? Punto. Y una vez más, nadie se creería que esto puede caer. Eso es literalmente lo que busca el mercado para que la gente se equivoque. ¿Ok? No tiene nada de malo estar apostando ahorita para arriba. Pero lo que tiene de malo es que te vas a quedar con la bolsa. Si te van a ahorita meter el pito de nuevo y prolongando la caída que va a venir inevitable, sea cuando sea, cuando el dólar decida levantarse, no es cuando el dólar decida, cuando decidan levantarlo, van a dejar de distribuirte. Ahorita lo que están haciendo es distribuyendo. ¿Qué es una distribución? La gente rica está vendiéndole sus acciones a la gente pobre. ¿Por qué? Porque este es el último pompazo antes de la mega limpiada. Y la gente pobre tiene que regresar a ser pobre o tiene que quedar peor de lo que estaba. Y en lo que todos los boomers están de, no, pues bueno, mis empresas están en la mierda, pero la bolsa sigue subiendo, prepárate a pensar, a ver lo que va a ocurrir. ¿Ok? Y ahora, esto, una vez más, puede regresar hasta arriba donde quieras, me da igual. A mí no me interesa estar aquí cuando llegue el pum. A mí me interesa comprar el pum. Aquí abajo. Y ahora no en Bitcoin, en cualquier otra cosa que no me esté promoviendo un billonario que es dueño de los barriles de petróleo que no me dijo que iban a subir. ¿Ok? Entonces, cuando veo este tipo de cosas, pienso, simplemente vamos a llegar aquí a mi línea meme y rechazar. No sé, no creo personalmente. Yo creo que puedes llegar hasta este nivel tranquilamente. Lo puedes ver ahí cómo es tocado todo el tiempo y ese nivel está más o menos por ahí de los $93,000, 94, 92. Y aquí rechazar. ¿Por qué? Porque eso sería el mismo sentimiento que nos dio Solana cuando llegó a $144 e hizo casi el doble de dinero en este mercado bajista. Porque eso es lo que permite que la gente, que todo el mundo que lee una tabla también caiga. Los más tontos son los de las noticias. Esos son los primeros que nos hacemos equivocar. A los segundos son los de las tablas. Y ya de ahí, quien entienda esto, pues, güey, bien jugado, ¿no? Es por eso que no me interesa meter las manos en esto. Prefiero literalmente esperarme, seguir apostando ahorita. Y en lo que no pasa el Clarity Act, que de nuevo, va en contra de los bancos. No lo voy a hacer. No, hasta ese entonces no lo voy a hacer. Entonces me voy a esperar a que eso pase. ¿Lo van a pasar el 14? No sé. ¿Lo van a pasar el 16, finales de marzo? Cuando lo pasen y yo vea que pasan el Clarity Act y haces esto y que todo el mundo viene a mis comentarios a decirme, eres un pendejo, era el fondo de Bitcoin, ahí es donde voy a hacer el corto de mi vida. Justo ahí. Cuando venga el mismo personaje con sus 1000 cuentas falsas a decirme X, Y o Z, ahí es donde voy a hacer el corto de mi vida. ¿Ok? Hasta aquí voy a seguir apostando para arriba, porque les tienen que dar de comer a los idiotas. Y esto es darle de comer a los idiotas en un mercado bajista, en mi opinión. Sobre todo, una vez más, probándote el costo de la energía, el petróleo, su relación con el dólar a través de los años y sobre todo en recesiones gigantescas. No, esta vez el petróleo no se lo va a llevar la verga. Ya lo hizo. No sé qué estén esperando. Entonces, por ahorita, Alex es bajista sencillo, porque volteas a ver la trimestral y él tiene todo el sentido del mundo esto. Volteas a ver la trimestral, estás debajo del promedio del 5 todavía, que está una vez más. Les había dicho 92, ahí está, 91,700. Y estás ahora a punto de retomar el 9, pero güey, te falta un mes y 20 días. Esto puede cambiar muy rápido. La mensual que te va a dar una mejor visión está justo debajo del 9 y el 21. Debajo del 9 mensual es un mercado bajista. Entonces, viendo estos son rechazos, güey, es bajista. Y ahora no vaya a ser que Bitcoin haga un SFP. Nunca lo ha hecho en su puta vida. Lo hace todo el tiempo. Entonces, reventar a 86, donde todo el mundo está volteando a ver, tranquilamente lo puede hacer. Irse a 92, ahí es donde todo el mundo se pone ya coqueto, contento, mega alcista y dice, no hay forma que esto baje. Los boomers que compraron Bitcoin, que ya tienen su 10% de ganancia, van a estar contentos, van a agregar a su posición y vámonos a la verga, a lo que sigue. Ahí es donde nos volteamos. Si empiezas a subir más de eso, después del Clarity Act, ¿sabes qué? Nos van a dar altos históricos de nuevo. Y una vez más, no me interesa a qué nivel llegue para arriba. Lo que estoy diciendo es, ¿dónde me voy a poner como loco buscando para arriba? Que pase el Clarity Act y se sostenga el rally. Hasta ahorita no estás haciendo nada que no has visto en el pasado. Las altcoins todavía están mucho más débiles que en el 2022 y tiene sentido. No ha habido una inyección de liquidez en el mercado retailer, que es al que le interesan robarle el dinero, porque es como funciona el sistema. Entonces, siempre y cuando no haya eso, no hay forma alguna, y viendo a Solana, por ejemplo, en contra de Bitcoin, no hay forma alguna de que esto se va a ir al cielo y no sé qué. No hay. Para mí continúo viendo lo mismo. Entonces, ¿cuáles son las posibilidades? Yo creo, si quieres tradear, vamos a ver Bitcoin en la diaria, porque ya te expliqué todo lo demás. Te voy a poner el HPDR solamente para que lo entiendas en corto tiempo. Esto es lo más fácil que puedes hacer. Ahorita, ¿quieres entrar en long porque quieres apostar arriba? Tienes varias opciones. Uno, ya lo hiciste acá con el 9 y la media. Yo no me metería aquí. Yo fue aquí donde me metí en la primera, por el promedio del 9. No estaba la media ahí. ¿Dónde es que te gustaría? 78, 77, hasta 75 altos o 75 y medio. Todo esto lo puedes usar como para continuar al Clarity Act, ¿ok? ¿Dónde te llevó la verga? Pierdes 75. Pierdes 75 y vas a venir más o menos a esta zona de 65. Y aquí va a ser interesante, porque si no aguantas, ya te caes plano. Pero siempre y cuando lo aguantes, tienes todavía probabilidad de venir para arriba. ¿Ok? Ahora, ¿quieres apostar en corto? Hay varias opciones. Tienes el promedio del 200, que hasta ahorita ha funcionado como resistencia. Pero ¿qué es lo que sabemos? Mientras más tocas algo, y el promedio del 200 es la línea morada, para que la vean acá, que está cruzando por acá. Mientras más tocas algo, más tienes chance de romperlo a la alza. Siempre ha hecho en estos mercados bajistas, ve el promedio del 200, ¿no? En la diaria. Junio, no. Todavía puta madre. Denme 50 años para llegar a donde quiero llegar en la diaria. Aquí está. ¿Qué es lo que viene siempre a hacer Bitcoin en estos rallies súper alcistas? Va por encima del promedio del 200, porque todo el mundo lo está esperando en el promedio del 200. Todo el mundo y su mamá. Entonces, ¿le quieres hacer corto al 200? Puedes, pero estás viendo que Solana está reventando a la alza con fuerza. ¿No crees que esto es lo que más sentido tendría, que va a volver a pasar otra vez idéntico? Solamente para regresar acá. Tienes tu cruce plateado a la baja. Tu invalidación del cruce plateado a la baja va a ser varios cierres arriba de 87. En la diaria, una vez más, tienes el 200. Si fuera a repetirse el escenario pasado, se vería así. Si quieres ponerte bonito, ¿no? Que esto sea todavía más cabrón porque trae más fuerza, impulso a la alza, 92, tío. Pero ¿cómo voy a saber cuál de estas dos va a ser la zona para hacer corto y si debo de hacer corto? Las noticias y la gente, la euforia de la gente, es lo único que tienes que saber. ¿Por qué? Porque el mercado no se mueve solo. El día que ellos quieran tirarte todo, te lo van a tirar y te van a decir, uy, es que hubo una explosión nuclear en el ano de Ursula von der Leyen. Y con eso ya te justificaron la hate. Sí, bueno, es que, güey, hubo una explosión en el ano de Ursula von der Leyen nuclear, entonces ya con eso quedó. Una vez más, para todos ustedes que están tradeando esta chingadera conmigo, bola de degenerados. No voy a apostar la media, el retesteo de la media. No voy a hacerle corto al promedio del 200, ¿ok? Mi primer corto, si algo, 83,500, que es la parte alta de la zona azul. Ahora, estos cortos van a ser rápidos, a menos de que tengan convergencia con el Clarity Act, el anuncio del Clarity Act, que faltan 3 días, según esto. Pero lo siguen empujando para atrás. Entonces, el segundo, 86, 85. Y el tercero, 87. Eso es la primera zona donde yo me voy a poner coqueto en cortos. Ahorita me interesa, Nel. Ahorita, si llegamos ahí primero, me voy a esperar, porque puede que nos lleve a los 90 y cacho, a los 92. Lo que a mí me gustaría ver es esto. ¿Ok? Y tienes 75,500, 77 y 77,900 aquí abajo, que es lo que debería de catapultarte para arriba. Puedes hacer 3 entradas tranquilo, ¿no? Pum, y que te lleve para arriba. Eso tendría más sentido. Una vez más, puedes apostar del otro lado a la baja. ¿Dónde está eso? 83,500, 85 y 86,787, lo que tú quieras. Ahorita estás en medio de esto, estás rompiendo esto. Solana es alcista, a Solana le falta camino todavía para venir a estos 112, 111, lo que quieras. Entonces no voy a meter ahorita las manos en el camino a la alza. O sea, no voy a ponerme en contra de. ¿Puedes? Sí. ¿Puede que te salga bien? Sí. Rápido. Pero no vas a entrar acá como pinche, te vas a aventar como gordo en tobogán a hacerle corto aquí donde está en medio de la nada con un setup de volatilidad reventando que lleva desde abril hasta ahorita. Nel, espérate a la noticia. Ten paciencia. Si no te metiste en long después de todas las pendejadas que te puse acá en Bitcoin, y aquí me vas a decir, pero güey, si viene la parte de aquí abajo en los 80 también puede entrar. Sí, pero tienes mucho riesgo. Porque lo que va a querer hacer aquí es hacer pensar a todos los cortos, y entiende, está haciendo el baiting, hacer pensar a todos los cortos que tiene razón. ¿Cómo vas a saber que vas a estar bien? Llévate este mínimo de los 79. Es lo que te tienes que esperar. Por eso les digo, no entren antes de eso. Aquí, llevándote este mínimo, te está diciendo, güey, va a venir aquí para ir para arriba. Y una vez más, no aguantan los 75 y salte. Ahí es donde te sales. Esa es tu invalidación. Espero que les quede claro, mis estimados. Vamos a lo que sigue rápidamente. Y eso era el corto de Tesla. Ya te lo dije, tío. No te lo va a dar hasta los 460. No hay más que ver. No, literalmente no hay más que ver. Traigo corto apalancamiento, agregué a los 430. No sé dónde vayas a poner tu stop loss ahí, tío. 4, y esto fue literalmente lo que te había dicho en Tesla. Puede también pagan analizarlo quien quieras, pero 460. ¿Por qué? Porque es la zona coqueta donde viene otra vez a hacer a todo el mundo pensar que ya se va a ir a altos históricos y es donde te ha rechazado todo el tiempo antes. 460. Aquí es donde yo voy a estar en corto con ustedes, no antes. No antes. Puede ser gas natural para un trade, pero vamos a poner UNG, ¿ok? Para un trade rápido. Mr. Farjano, UNG for short-term trade, please.
All right, let's get it.
Short-term trade, so just a
UNG.
quickie.
So I'll start with like a daily and focus on 2-day at maximum.
Done.
All right. You and my other report. Go to the daily. United States Natural Gas Fund. This is one of those things that goes down only, isn't it?
ETF. So yeah.
Essentially, this goes here. All right. So you currently do have momentum flipped up. You are very close to entering into the bullish control zone. You got an attempt to flip down here right at the neutral zone, came down to the moving average, and you did maintain upwards momentum at this point. And it's going along with price coming up to the top 38.2%, so sitting somewhere around $11.30. But I would say that with this momentum, this upwards momentum, that we are closer than not to a local top. Even if we're going to be bullish here, I do think we're going to reject somewhere around this $11.30 to $11.50 and see somewhat of a little pullback before we go higher. Or the other possibility, which I'm leaning more towards, is that this is going to be another macro lower high, a series of lower highs before you end up breaking these previous lows and coming down to somewhere around $9.50. We have to see the reaction around that $11.30 area. Jewel is still continuing on a buy signal, about to break out of the bearish control zone, but this is not very strong. As you can see, that it constantly loses the curvature and regains it, loses it, regains it. Very weak. Come on. There we go. Daily is still flipped up. Daily is entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and daily Jewel still continuing the buy signal. You also have a pink bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone, and you're getting above the 38.2% now, which is at about $10.88. If you do close over that area, that is going to bring you into somewhere around the 55 EMA to the 78.6%, bringing you to the same range as before, somewhere around $11.30 to $11.50. And this is where I'm thinking it's going to be your next macro lower high. Let's go down. 4 hours wells entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding. 4-hour Jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral. Also getting above the 38.2% at the same level, about $10.86, and that takes you closing over that area. Maybe you see a back test of that area. Not really married to that idea just yet, but main part is closing over this 1086 area, and then you should see a movement somewhere around 1130 to 1150. Let's look at the RSI. Putting in a local bottom on the 2-day, it's going to target this neutral zones. Oh, beautiful number, 1142, sitting right in between 1130 and 1150. Daily's got bullish divergence. Gonna target somewhere between $11 and 1190. What sits in between there? 1150. 1140 is 1150. 4 hours also got bullish divergence. Also targets somewhere around $11.30. Going to be this 100 EMA, with volatility about to start expanding above 15% from extreme lows. Validating the bearish divergence. Let's go for momentum. Two days on 3 periods of 0% volatility with momentum flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $10.18. Doesn't tell you you're going to break 1150 though. It just tells you you're probably going to tap somewhere between that same range. Daily is also flipped up. Daily is also starting to expand on volatility from 2 periods of 0%, very close to getting back over 15%. And daily and momentum is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over $10.90, let's say. 4 hours also freshly flipping back up with volatility starting to tick back up, very close to expanding from extreme lows. And this is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over, zoom out, $10.61. So to wrap it up from the 2-day, you are getting very close to that local top, which I do think it's going to be your macro lower high, and that is taking you towards somewhere around $11.30 to $11.50. And the very low time frames also support that idea, with momentum flipping back up, volatility supporting it, and a lot of time frames very close to supporting it. Some of them already supporting it, and that would tell you they probably going to continue upwards from here to tap somewhere around that $11.30 to $11.50 zone. So if you want to, you could long this point. I wouldn't personally, because most of the gains have been made and you're kind of chasing diminishing returns. I would say you're probably better off trying to short somewhere between $11.30 and $11.50.
Oh, that sounds so scary. On natural gas, natural gas is going to follow oil. It's just waiting like the DXY. That's right now. I did in Spanish. I showed everyone this. Hang on. So in July of 2008, oil topped, right? And that's all-time high. July 2008. On March 2009, so do the math. In July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. 8 months later, the DXY topped and the market hit the bottom after 2 years of falling, right? Stock market. Then on March of 2022, oil topped. March of 2022. On September of 2022, DXY topped, and that was the bottom of the stock market. Right now, so far, and we don't have confirmation that it's the top on oil, but let's go with the top that we have right now, March of 2022. So 2026. So if you see the pattern, energy fucking is the first one to tell us, and normally natural gas goes with it. And remember, the U.S. is now one of the biggest exporter of natural gas in the world, just like it is for oil. So it needed oil first to go up. Oh, because of the Strait of Hormuz. And now they're going to pretend, oh, because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, everyone needs natural gas instead of oil. What a coincidence. And then natural gas is going to fucking absolutely rape everyone's mom in front of them.
Yeah, if it clears 1150, it's going to pretty much like explode to the upside.
Yeah, that's what I would say, especially looking at volatility. But now, this fucking thing, natural gas, and this is why the only time I bought natural gas was when it was at 150. Right here. And the reason why is I called a friend of mine that has a lot, like his business depends a lot on natural gas. And I was like, isn't natural gas very cheap? And he said, yep. Because before, when he touched this, he took it all the way from 150 to basically $10. So just a chill, almost 10x. And then he went and did it again with a higher low, I'm sorry. Right here. And that lower high was February 2024. That's when we bought it and we sold the rip. But now you're at the bottom here, kind of like making an SFP on the line of support right here. And this is what this bullshit does. And this had been my prediction all along. This is where it rips to the upside.
Kind of similar structure right there with the circle line to US dollar peso, where it's coming back to retest the lows, trying to put in a local bottom here. And then if it confirms that, then probably going to fly.
Yeah. Yep. It's a matter of when. It's not, it's just when. So that's why it'd be so scary to fucking... like, I would never short this shit right now. That's a scary thing in an energy crisis, because this thing rips. And there's days like when we saw it from the 150, it rips 30%, and then tomorrow another 13%, and then the next day another 15%. And no one can believe it until they see it. So I'd be terrified. But thank you. I'll pass it along and see what the fuck they want to do. Okay. Estás viendo gas natural a través de UNG, ya lo vimos, lo acabamos de analizar. Gas natural, y esto es algo que tienes que saber, es un hijo de su puta madre. El primer exportador, el más grande ahora en el mundo de gas natural, adivina quién resulta ser. Estados Unidos de Norteamérica, hijo. Así es, respeto. La última vez que nosotros compramos gas natural fue en spot, justamente aquí. ¿Por qué lo hicimos? Porque vimos que justamente cuando tocó acá, fue el fondo en el 2020 y después se fue a $10. En unos 50 se fue a $10, casi dándote un 10x, ¿no? Aquí, cuando volvió a retestear, no sé si lo puedas ver o no, hizo un bajo más alto que este, ¿no? Porque aquí sí se llevó la línea meme, aquí no. Eso quiere decir que es una tabla alcista a muy largo plazo. ¿no? Y fue justamente lo que viste y empezó a reventar para arriba haciendo altos más altos. Para mí, lo que ya vino a hacer el gas natural fue lo que vino a hacer acá. Y quiero que lo veas, tal cual como Bitcoin. ¿Qué hace Bitcoin antes de subir como su puta madre? Bajar más. Sí lo puedes ver, ¿no? Y esto es muy importante que lo sepas. Gas natural, yo no voy a meter las manos en esto. Porque aquí fue fácil para mí, la segura, no tenías pedo. Esto, uff. Ahora, aquí una vez más, esto fue lo que hizo el gas natural antes de reventar a su máximo histórico. Esta subida la agarró con una y vámonos para arriba. Y ahorita, si puedes notar, justamente aquí donde estamos parados en este momento, donde está la línea apuntando, y puedes ver que esto ha estado aquí por un rato, tienes soporte, 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 caída. Uy, no, nos vamos a la verga. Y ahora adivina qué viene a hacer. A retomar esta línea meme. Una vez que retome esta línea meme y que suba por arriba de los 3.3 en precio spot, que no puedes comprar, tienes que comprar un ETF, esta mamada va a ir a ser cerca o altos históricos. Además de que tienes un setup de volatilidad a la alza acá jugándose y haciéndose el pendejo en la mensual. Entonces, acá va a estar cabrón, ¿no? Porque ¿qué fue y ya vino a hacer? Ya vino a bajar. Después de que te dio la trampa de una vela topera para que caiga. Y literalmente cerró en tu vela topera, no confirmando que cayó. Y adivina dónde se desinvalida, en los 350, la vela topera. Entonces vas al gas natural acá en UNG. Obviamente los ETFs son diferentes, lo hemos dicho 1000 veces, se diluyen a través del tiempo porque compras más y más contratos y emites más y más contratos. Es como fiat de estas cosas. Gas natural ya vino a tocar su fondito por acá, tío. Vas a comprarlo aquí, velo en la diaria. Ya te chingaste todos estos mínimos. No te chingaste este mínimo de acá. Ya estás por encima de la línea meme. ¿Por qué es importante esa línea meme? Esta línea meme que está aquí y tal cual donde tienes esto, lo único que tienes que pasar son los 11.24. Arriba de los 11.24, que es esa línea, te llevas todo esto a la alza. ¿Qué más estás viendo? Hombro, cabeza, hombro, en reversa. Tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro en reversa, ¿qué vas a hacer? $12. Y eso te pone ya arriba del promedio del 100, lo que te va a poner en camino acá. Es así de fácil y simplemente lo vas a poder hacer. Yo no haría un long aquí porque a menos de que regrese al promedio del 34 diario, este está muy difícil, tío. Porque acuérdate que esto depende 100% de cuándo lo dejen pasar. Cuando ya veas energía subir, cuando veas el gas natural subir, va a ir primero el gas natural y después va a ir el dólar. Una vez más, no al día siguiente. Pero esto cuando reviente, ya la gente se va a empezar a dar cuenta que se va a ir todo a la verga. Y es muy temprano todavía. Entonces, todavía puede jugar este juego pendejo por un rato. Lo que Farhan dice, y te va a pasar exactamente lo que dijo, es, yo no me metería ahorita porque va en camino para arriba y yo lo que haría sería hacerle corto al 11.30 a 11.50. Lo que yo digo es, no sé cuántos huevos tengas para hacer eso. Puede que sí, te lo dé, que haga esto y que baje. Tiene todo el sentido del mundo por lo que te estoy diciendo de las fechas, porque una vez que esto reviente a la alza, ya todo experto que se tragó la subida se va, ¿no? Ya se va a tragar toda la bajada, la bajada del mercado se va a tragar todo al revés. Pero si quieres entrar en esto, tendrías que esperarte más o menos a que estés por ahí del promedio del 34 diario, que está en los 11, a los 10.80, esperar a no cerrar debajo de 10.88 y ver tu volatilidad acá expandir arriba del 15%. Tiene ganas, lo puedes ver. Ahorita que subió, intentó subir, ¿ok? Trae ganas, pero ya lo va a reventar a la alza y esto es tan difícil como timear el VIX. porque este es el juego. Es como el petróleo. ¿Por qué el petróleo no simplemente continúa subiendo? ¿Y por qué está haciendo esta gatada? Mámate. Hijos de puta. El petróleo, ¿qué está haciendo? Un banderín alcista para después dar el siguiente movimiento alcista. Y ya va a acabar, Nel. Va a acabar cuando ellos quieran hacer, cuando se acabe el rally de distribución. Entonces, ahí tienes lo que ellos harían. Alex, can you please do meta on probably a short if it calls for a short?
Yeah, let's see. If there's a short, I'll find it.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Let's start the higher time frame, kind of see where we're at, get some perspective, and then go lower. Okay, so we are at major support going into this week. 4 days left to go. Really, I mean, you have, I guess, some options here. You do notice that if you're looking for a short setup specifically, just simply wait for what was major support loss. Wait for weekly EMA 100 to get lost. Look at last reaction. You lost it, opened up on a move up, but then massively dumped after. The implication was just losing weekly EMA 100. Now, you rallied back up, reclaimed it, tried to hold. It is holding. So more likely to move up from here and test the 5. But in terms of easy trade, yeah, just wait till next week. If you lose the weekly EMA 100, you'll get a move down to 528, where most likely that doesn't hold. March low is a big low. That doesn't hold, and you're more likely going to move down to that 480s to 450. It's kind of like the weekly easy trade, in my opinion. But as long as you are holding above the weekly EMA 100, which again, you are continuing to hold it for two closures now, or at least one. We're on the second one. This is a big spot to be watching. Go now, see a monthly. So you're just in between the 34 and the 9. So maybe confluence that TP 550 on that weekly. So in that 500 region might give you a bounce. Still logical though, in my opinion, to look for around low 500, I guess. If you did, let's say, get that weekly EMA 100 short, check the daily. It's all looking bad, right? Like daily's in a downtrend, fresh daily silver cross, but there's like a gap here. It could move up slightly. If you want like a daily trade, you just will play a daily EMA 100. It'll give you like that slight gap fill. You get to here. As long as you are essentially under $682, or specifically April 27th high, you are going to be more bearish on this chart. You do notice you are under daily SMA 200. Instantly, that's bear territory. And the fact that you freshly have lost the EMA 100 puts that into a short setup, similar to what you had here, where you lost in February. You rallied right up to the EMA 100, where you got a reclaim. You didn't hold it. You lost it. And then that's what gave you that move down to the low 500s. But like if you're looking for a trade here, I mean, what's the short thesis? You literally could have banged a lower high trade, aggressive short, like 2 days ago on the 5. But now that you're potentially about to just make another lower low, pending May 6th wick low taken out, I don't see a short here at all. Might as well just wait for that like little squeeze up. Might test into the 638 region, and then look towards a trade. You even have confluence in your biweekly. If you squeeze up that 638, all that's doing is retesting the biweekly sell.
How do you feel about the 621 area on the weekly having a silver cross to the downside? Because that's where the 9 is.
Yeah, because the silver cross to the downside on the weekly. Yeah, so like the lower high technically on the weekly is in here at 625. Now, if you ended up squeezing up, most likely then the 9's not going to hold, and you probably just go up to the 21, where that does get tested, and that's perfectly okay. It's still just testing the silver cross retest. But if the weekly 100 holds, until then, I'm looking at that 100 and kind of like that 638 spot is like the range. You're just playing that 21, that weekly 34.21, and or the 100. Like I said in the beginning of this analysis, if you end up closing weeklies under the 100, that's your short trigger. Most likely you're not going to rally up. this very shallow lower high holds, you most likely just form another lower high off of the retest of the 100. I would like this kind of trade. This would be more straight to business. But if we did get that 638 trade or move up, it'd be perfectly fine. You could play the daily, weekly silver cross here, but I'd rather look at the 21. That would be better in my opinion. And you have confluence of that, the bi-weekly and even the mean line here. Now, yes, chop here, but if you really start breaking back under 638 and rejecting it, you can just start moving down. So like the easy trade will be to wait, get the move up to 638, retest the bi-weekly or weekly 21, silver cross retest. And or if you lose the weekly 100, just play that. And any reclaim, you'll just cut all shorts essentially and wait for that 638. Now the bi-weekly gave you a pretty nasty red dildo. Not engulfing, but just still very girthy, nevertheless. And even here, this bi-weekly, if you throw the 5 off, you just kind of look at where we're at. You are in a bi-weekly sell now. You can see last bi-weekly sell did give you a retest of the 34, where that did give you that 14% drop. That's insane. So in this perspective, 638 still seems wise to be waiting for that. Like 630 to 638, look for the bi-weekly sell trigger right in that zone. And if this plays out again, I mean, from that same spot, you literally could just reach that 520 zone. I really play the 55, just some crosses. And you do have the 9 and the 21 crossing down. So overall, meta is very bearish, actually. Here, though, is not where you position. And in my opinion, this is like the typical aggressive shorts get taken out, essentially. Like you got the short trigger. You know you're probably supposed to wait for here. You're going to position here. Weekly EMA 100 bounces you, and you just put more bearish price structure. Only way you can start shorting here is, like I mentioned, closing under weekly EMA 100 and or losing last week's low and closing under that. If you close under last week's low, it's a continuation move. 520s to 550s become more likely. That's where your monthly will come into play. You'll look at your monthly 34. Once you lose your monthly 34, that's like the big trade. That's really what you're hoping for, is you get the macro range breakdown here, losing that 530. If you can't see, you've just been kind of holding this for the last few months. So far, it's all looking nice. It definitely could correlate to a breakdown, but we need to respect the levels. And for me, once you're in this weekly, bi-weekly sell, you should at least wait for the retest. We always know that. That's at 638 to 630. Watch weekly EMA 100 to guide you. You've been holding it now for 1 week, so this is supportive somewhat. You should be looking for a reaction here. Definitely not shorting into this. Only way to short is in 4 days if you close under like 590. Okay, cool. Like 595, we can definitely take this kind of trade and go down. So hopefully that explains it. It kind of gave you like a daily perspective, bi-weekly and weekly. I think it all correlates to the same thing, though. Just watching $630 to 638. Because like I said, even on the daily, you have that little gap fill, daily EMA 100. It's all just like the same levels. But would I be shorting here? No. Wait for the weekly at least to lose the 100. Then you can short.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Mr. Farhano, hood for a short-term trade, please. Meta, están preguntando que lo analicemos y también para un trade, tíos. Topaste, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando? Esta es una tabla semanal con un doble techo en el pecho. Tienes un cruce plateado aquí a la baja, que intentaste descruzar, pero no lo hiciste. La última vez que tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja en Meta fue justamente aquí, febrero del 2022, cuando Meta cayó literalmente, creo que fue, ¿qué? 70, 80%. Vamos a ver. Meta fue de aquí hasta acá. 77% fue lo que cayó Meta. Y ese mismo setup es lo que tienes ahorita. Es la única vez que ha pasado en toda la historia de Meta. Bueno, tal vez no. En la historia reciente de Meta en los últimos 6 años. Yo creo que es bastante buena información. Estás cayendo el promedio del 100 semanal. Lo puedes ver aquí, es la línea roja que viene por acá. Estás en una tienes velas de tendencia que van a la baja. Alto, alto, más bajo, alto, más bajo, alto, más bajo y alto, más bajo, con bajo, bajo, más bajo. Y aquí, después de tener un cruce plateado, ¿cuál es la regla dorada de ello? Te esperas al retesteo del promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está aquí. Ahora, ya lo retesteaste con esta, no lo tocaste, lo puedes ver como la línea azul no fue tocada, y por eso dices, mejor te esperas en vez de meter las manos ahorita. Ahora, en la diaria, estás cayendo después de tener esta vela topera, caes por debajo del promedio del 5. Esta es una, básicamente, confirmación de que esta vela es topera. Lo que yo tal vez pondría es el HPDR rápido para ver algo exactamente. Lo que, sí, tal cual. Lo que propone Alex es lo siguiente. Te vas a la semanal. Esto es bajista, o sea, en general esto es bajista, ¿no? Como lo quieras ver. Te vas a la semanal y no vas a meterte aquí. Te vas a meter aquí si es que caes, vas a venir a retestear el promedio del 100, tío. Cuando vengas a retestearlo, que es oficialmente la caída de, puedes ver, caíste, luego subiste, retesteaste y vámonos para abajo. Cuando lo rompas, pues vienes, que no te dé FOMO todavía. Si esto ahorita se da la vuelta y viene para abajo, va a regresar muy probablemente acá. Lo que ahorita querrías esperar hacer es esperar al promedio del 9 o lo que Alex dice es el promedio del 21, justamente acá en la zona de los 6.33 a 6.38, que es un retesteo de tu cruce plateado. Entonces, ¿quieres ser agresivo en 6.21? ¿Quieres ser menos agresivo? 6.33, que es el promedio del 21 en la semanal. ¿Quieres ser menos agresivo y un trade de esos de rico? 6.39, que es tu promedio del 55 por esta zona, donde además tienes otro puntos de confluencia. Promedio del 9 está acá y el promedio del 5. Mi cosa es, ya veniste y retesteaste cuántas veces esta zona, ¿no? Es algo que tener en mente. Entonces, para mí, lo que lleva toda la pauta es esta. Y de nuevo, si no llega el precio aquí arriba y caes tal cual, la probabilidad está en el retesteo de cuando el promedio del 100, esta línea roja, caigas y lo vengas a volver a retestear, aquí es donde le haces el corto. Siempre puedes jugarlo. Pero por ahora Meta se ve bastante bajista comparada con las demás 7 magníficas. No hay nada que lo salve. La línea que estaba funcionando como soporte es la que viene desde el 2022, que literalmente habías tocado un par de veces aquí, una vez acá, otra vez en los aranceles de Meta. No fueron los aranceles de Meta, no, fue la caída de Donald Trump. Y ahora, ¿cuál fue esta? Enero del 2026 y ahora aquí abajo. Entonces, perder esta línea azul, y esta era la oportunidad grande, honestamente, perder esta línea azul es bastante malo para Meta y te debería llevar a buscar mínimo como siguiente objetivo 4.70 y de ahí un poco más para abajo. Lo que hemos dicho, caída promedio para Meta sería comprar en 4.60, si es que no va a caer más, ¿no? Que sería una caída de 40%, y una caída más dura sería hasta 180, que es estilo lo que pasó en el 2022 a esta zona de los $180. Ahí lo tienes, mi estimado. Vamos a ver Hood, rubbing the hood.
All right, let's rub the hood. People always ask what's good in the hood, but they never ask what. But
No.
I fucked it up. Now we're gonna move past it. That was an epic fail.
Hey, it happens.
So we got 2-day on Robinhood still pointing down. It is retesting the edge of the bearish control zone. Disappear. Try. Alrighty. It's still in the bearish control zone, but it's coming back to retest it. This goes along with price coming to also retest the 200 SMA, and if it does go a little bit higher, back to this 38.2%. But as long as you are below this 38.2% on a closing basis at $81.71, I would just be looking at this as a bearish retest. Let's see what else we got here. Let's zoom in. No bullish divergence. Daily currently also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone, also supports the move slightly higher, with volatility now starting to freshly expand, plus the jewels giving you a buy signal out of the bullish control zone. If you close over this 38.2% around $77, I would expect this to move up into somewhere around $81 to $83 after that. That would be 81 would be the top 30, but the bottom 38.2%. 4 hour. 4 hours also flipping back up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expanding, and Jules losing the sell signal flipping back into neutral, and price is getting right around that 38.2%. If we close below the 38.2%, it's not going to be as like what's the word I want to use? I'm not going to be as confident as I move higher into $81 to $83, but it still will be leaning that way because this is going to form a bearish engulfing dildo as long as you close over $77.06. What would make it ideal is if you close over this 38.2%, around $79.91, and then you should see it move into somewhere around $81 to $83. Not really that much of a move up. 2 hour also flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone. 2 hours already gotten that close up at 38.2%. So if you're to continue up from here, somewhere around $80.50 to $81. Check the other side. Oops. Two days got bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $72.89. And your next target is the bullish control zone, slightly higher than that $83 area. It's around $84.80. So let's say around $85. And that would be wherever your 55 is once it moves down. Daily's about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over $79.23, and then that will give you a move into somewhere around $85. Plus, it lines up with the number we previously saw. 4 hour has already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence. You already in the bullish control zone, so if you were to continue upwards, you would have a target of somewhere around this 200 as it continues to move down. Now let's check our momentum. Today is flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $83.91. So if you do go up to that $84, $85 area, this would just be a tap of the 2-day pivot. As long as you don't close over that area, nothing's really changed. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility contracting from a double extreme, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $74.40. And 4 hours flipped up with volatility back at extreme lows. About to put in that hidden bullish divergence with volatility at extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $77.54. So right now on the medium term, like from the daily and down, 2-day and daily and down, I do think this is going to go a little bit higher to tag somewhere around that 83, possibly $85 zone. You do have some resistance at 81, but I do think it's going to break that to somewhere around 85 based off the bullish divergence targets. And right now the daily is very close to confirming a drive of bullish divergence, and once that does confirm, that's going to go along with the other setups that we currently do have, other drives of bullish divergence, and that would take us into that $83, $85 region. And for an invalidation, I would see basically any drop below $74.80, to be honest, or even a wick below there. I would say then that's going to invalidate this move, and we're probably just going to continue downwards and probably just going to keep going on the downtrend. Right now, though, I am looking for that move into 83 to 85 and proceeded reaction around that zone. I personally don't think it's going to break. I think it's just going to reject and put in another lower high, but yes.
Yes, indeed. Alrighty, I'll be super quick and we'll do one more with Alex. XOM. Believe it's gold in some China place. Or maybe not. I don't know. This is what I had already on my chart, so easy to explain. Thank you. Esto es Robinhood, estás viendo la semanal, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, mi estimado. Llegamos al primer objetivo de la caída, segundo objetivo está aquí abajo y tercer objetivo está aquí abajo. Si tú fueras a tener una corrección estilo 2022, estás hablando que esto llegaría a $12. ¿Eso es correcto? Sí, wow, que no mames. Pues sí. Puedes ver por qué tengo esta línea aquí. La amarilla justamente fue el alto histórico de agosto del 2021 antes de su mega caída. Y ahorita viendo los indicadores de momentum que tiene Farhan y además con la relación de análisis de velas, tiene cara de que literalmente vas a venir justamente como habíamos discutido en el en vivo pasado o cuando haya sido esto, a la zona de los 85, retestear el promedio del 21 y de ahí continuar cayendo. Así que si te quieres meter en un corto en esto, no te metas en un long aquí porque se puede dar la vuelta antes y caer. Tienes resistencia en el promedio del 5, en la semanal en 81.19. La diaria, ¿cómo se ve? Básicamente vas a tener tu promedio del 200 y el 100. Ya veniste y retesteaste el 100 y el 200 al mismo tiempo. Si vienes y puedes reventar el promedio del 5 semanal, el 55 diario, vas a probablemente venir al 100 o cerca del 100 y eso está en 86.97 ahorita y como vaya pasando, va a continuar probablemente cayendo para después continuar en ese bajón. Así que la entrada a esto sería más o menos por acá. Tristemente tu invalidación normal sería este tope acá en 93.29. Así que poco apalancamiento si vas a usar esto como invalidación, pero es lo que esto tendría sentido para el rechazo. XOM, sir.
Okay, let me just get that. X. Oh, wow.
Is it some sort of gold thing?
Now it's Exxon.
Duh. What a fucking idiot. Well, that's going to only go up.
Yeah, it's looking bullish. Let me throw that there.
It's almost like it's related to the energy prices.
Almost. So, like, the easy perspective here is the quarterly. You're just simply waiting for the quarterly 9 to get retested. That's an opportunity zone, a trade zone. You will see some kind of reaction off that. That corresponds very nicely with October's wick high. So really, I mean, you could just get a very logical throwback SR and move up, and this just produces the next macro high or low on Exxon. You also see here volatilities, any volatility set up actually on the quarterly, which is very impressive. Like, this is a very good looking chart. And actually, this is giving you the lowest volatility read ever recorded on this quarterly chart. It's just more implication on why you'd want to be looking for a higher low here and why you could be throwing on the 5 for sure. We're almost there. I think the better opportunity would be right in that 120 to 130s. But you can see the 5 not too far off at 138.33. Yeah, what a nice chart. You even have a monthly silver cross to the upside. So, okay, let's check this month. We lose the 5, most likely go to the 9, vice versa. Like, and also if you lose the 9, you'll go to the 21. To me, that is the opportunity zone that lines up with the monthly silver cross, right around that quarterly 9 as well. But see, each outcome does result into a bullish move. We can throw HBDR on. Kind of see here. Oh, look at that. 38.2% retest as well, right into 127.53 at the extreme zone. So logically a pullback here. But again, most likely goes to a higher low formation and right higher high break most likely reaches that 180s to like 200 in my opinion. Sometime towards the end of the year. Because this could take a few months to reach. Now, I don't remember if this was general outlook or just investing, but for me, it does definitely.
No, it's. I'm sorry. It's I believe a trade. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for a trade.
A trade. Okay. Well, we know the quarterly is in a zone that most likely is going to give us a throwback. Let's see if we can find maybe a short trade or some weakness here. So you do notice weakness off the bat with the weekly 9 getting lost. You essentially are going to be looking for the weekly 9 to get tested, stop loss at previous weekly high, so last weekly high, wick high, and you will be looking for a move down to the 34. But what you're noticing is you are going in bullish formation here on the weekly, and that's why losing the 21 will be your friend or just last week's low. Let's see if the daily gets anything. So it's in SFP on the daily. We're at resistance now, maybe filling that gap. Get this off. Yeah, daily's not a good perspective. But the 2-day is. And so you can actually use what was the 2-day with the weekly. Because 4 days and then the 2-day closes in a day. So at least you know the 2 days giving you the same setup as the weekly. You are in a 2-day sell trigger. You're looking basically to scale shorts off of the 34 and the 2-day 9 and 21. This is literally giving you short zones here. Boom, boom, and boom. It's just scale in zones because you know simply if you get right back above that 2-day 21, you're just back in a 2-day buy trigger, and most likely you're going to take out this high. That then leaves you giving you confluence on your weekly chart. Weekly most likely just comes in for a retest of the 9. The 2-day 21 gets reclaimed. No need to take this trade to a stop loss. You can just cover it, front run the stop loss, and simply wait. Because if the 2-day gets above that 21, what's stopping price from actually reaching this high? Nothing. And with on the weekly, we're playing this SFP. Most likely it results into a weekly reclaim, and then you're actually going to fill out some of this green dildo party. Most likely make a move up to 166, and then see if you get price divergence and or like a lower high forming here for then that lower low break towards 126. It all doesn't have to happen immediately. It doesn't have to just do this. Can absolutely chop some bears out, do this, form a lower high, and then move down, price divergence, and the block 3000 zone will be there for like a more longer term view. But at least for what I can say, actionable trading, you are now losing what was massive support. You got to retest it and see if it's resistance. As long as you're staying under that weekly EMA 9, you are more likely to make a move back down to 140s to 138. You're using your 2-day to give you a little more, confluence or data, quicker data. So that way you maybe don't need to hold the weekly trade to a stop loss. If the 2-day gets back above 150, 130, you're just cutting the trade and no need to take it all the way up to the 155 stop loss. But this 2-day is telling you stay under this 34. You're going to make a move back down to that 133. And again, that 2-day is just giving you really good confluence to what we see on the weekly already. Most likely you will get some reaction off a weekly EMA 34. Look how well the 9 and even the 21 are holding. You shouldn't just disregard that first tab. Most likely that will just result to a weekly 21 retest. And then maybe you just get that, again, downtrend on the weekly until you reach 120s. And that could take a few months, actually. So 2-day and the weekly are the trade setup. I just wait for the weekly 9 to get tested and short it at 155 stop loss. And if 2-day 21 gets reclaimed, you can just cut all the trades before the stop loss gets hit.
All right, well, you boys are motherfucking done. Thank you so much for that. That's very appreciated. Anything you'd like to add before you go? I haven't checked the price of the Bitcoins. Oh, still 81, 600, 700. Solami still 97.
For me on Bitcoin, see a move down, looking somewhere around 70, somewhere between 76 and 78. As long as you're holding over 76, I'd say they're probably going to retry for 82 or 83. Lose 76, probably going to go to 60.
Yeah.
The same with me. If you reclaim daily SMA 200, that's just going to be your big sign that we perhaps are about to just bust up. Because remember, logically, the big moves do occur above an SMA 200 on the daily. Now it's sitting at like 82,150. We haven't even tested it yet. 2022, you made the underside retest right to it and then dumped. So we should just be using that if we're trying.
2022, we fucked around and went above it and closed a few candles above it, and then we nuked.
I'm talking in January 2022.
February. No, February.
Yeah.
When we had the super pump on, let me show you, just real quick. This is Bitcoin on the daily.
And maybe it shows it differently on Bitstamp. I'm unsure, but on the index.
Right here. Oh, I don't know. On the index.
Yeah.
But on Bitstamp, yeah. And also on Coinbase, I believe it did the same thing.
On the index, at least, and I can actually, let's just look at CME really fast too. But like at least in that January, February, March, we went up 40%. On CME. Yeah, you went up a little past it, but on the index, you literally just underside rallied right up to it, tapped it once, and then dumped, and that was it. Went up 45%. Weekly was in a buy. Bi-weekly was in a buy. Monthly 9 was reclaimed. The telling factor was on the index, the daily SMA 200 not reclaimed. And so us being right there, I have to just use that criteria. Get back above there. Yeah, I'll cancel all my short ideas and start longing that. Because again, we can just back test it ourselves, and like that is often the start of the bull market spot.
I'm sorry, you might be talking about weekly. Are you talking about weekly or daily?
No, daily.
Oh yeah, daily did go up. I mean, this is index on the daily. The 200 is the purple line that's right here. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like basically 10 days of closing above the 200, and then
I don't know why it's showing different. Farn, what is
that's
your
why
chart
to me
show?
is
that's a big. That's
Could be an issue with SMAs versus EMAs.
it's
Oh,
an
is it- you're
SMA
saying-
200
Yeah, it's an SMA 200.
because
on
right
mine
here
it
we're not above it.
shows-
That's what I was
check on
saying
mine.
to people. We can close
Like-
above it. That means nothing because we had 10 closes above it last time, and then we went to shit.
Well, good. Yeah, for me it was like the March 2022 rally, the 40% dump. Well, move started in January 2022, and we just rallied right under it. But and then my idea is, yeah, as long as we don't close above it, it's odd. But
Yeah.
I mean, the data that's a little odd.
Yeah, on mine,
I know.
on mine into March of 2022, it's a straight rejection of the 200.
Really?
Never got above it ever, and that's
Yeah.
like the big point for me is like as long as we're under that, we just can't be bullish.
Oh
I'll
wow,
figure
mine
it
is an
out.
EMA 200. You're right.
Yeah.
No, it says SMA. Who knows? I'll look into it after, but that's good to know. At least that there's a difference. I'll put your screen on. Let me see.
So it's like
Yeah, mine's
we're talking here, and this is where the bi-weekly got above the like the weekly was good, monthly was good, but what told bears was no, bull markets don't start under SMA 200 on the daily, and even despite that 40%, that is kind of the spot. So for my reasoning, it's like very, very close. We haven't even tested it yet. So if like we do end up testing it, this is the spot. Like we're either gonna get back above and I'm bull, or we're gonna reject, and this was the trap. This just plays into the macro lower high on the monthly. So we're just here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and your chart, very big difference. Honestly, I don't know why. It's
Yeah.
a big difference. So majorly big difference.
Excellent. That's good to know. Fuck me, right? All righty, boys.
We're
Well,
all
thank you
gay
so
and
much.
retarded.
Say that again.
We're all gay and retarded.
Absolutely. You know how whatever the internet says, that's exactly what we are. I appreciate it. You guys have a nice day, and I'll see you guys around on the chat.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones. Cochulo.
Hasta luego, cabrón. Thank you, Alex. Bye. Ok. Ahora regreso a Exxon Mobile. Perdón. Andábamos checando esto. Y de vuelta XOM. Listo. Aquí lo tenemos. Ahora, Exxon Mobile. Me gustó mucho lo que dijo Alex. Quiero ver una cosa. Ahora que tengo aquí apuntados los precios del pico del petróleo en la mensual, ¿no? Voy a aprovechar y ver. Julio del 2008 fue el tope del petróleo. Julio del 2008. Enero, febrero, agosto, julio del 2008. Aquí ya había empezado a caer, ¿no? Pero, ok, sí. ¿Y dónde tocó el fondo? Bueno, el primero fue septiembre del 2008. El pedo, y esto es lo que tienen que entender, esto no se va a mover en paralelo con el petróleo. ¿Por qué? El petróleo es un costo que se usa, el petróleo lo usas en diferentes cosas. Exxon es una gran gasolinera y además tiene otras cosas que hace, pero obviamente el petróleo como tal tiene más usos. Exxon se ve castigado con el petróleo alto eventualmente, primero, antes de que el petróleo baje. La razón por qué es porque la gente no le alcanza para poner gasolina a su coche. ¿Ok? Eso creo que es bastante obvio. Solamente quería ver eso. Ahora, déjame ver el 2022. El petróleo tocó tope en marzo del 2022. Hasta el 2021, marzo del 2022. Esto no tocó tope hasta junio del 2022 y luego continuó subiendo. Interesante. Nunca bajó. Ok. Volatilidad en expansión. Todavía. Ok. Sigue. Sí. Pues aquí, porque estás haciendo un movimiento corto, ¿no? Estás, digo, en un movimiento de rápido. Lo que pensarías es, tienes en la semanal tu promedio del 9 en los 150. Tienes en la mensual, el promedio del 5 en los 153. En la de 2 semanas tienes el 5 en los 153 también. Una vez más, semanal 150. Aquí lo que probablemente quieras hacer es en donde queda tu diaria, porque estás viendo la diaria, el promedio del 34, que está en los 151 ahorita, ahí abrir un corto y simplemente eliminarlo si subes de acá. Porque si subes por encima de esto, ya tienes un bajo más alto que el pasado y muy probablemente si ya estás tocando esta zona, un alto más alto también. No tiene que llegar a nuevo máximo histórico, pero sí se iría para arriba. Entonces, bastante fácil puesto en la semanal, si lo quieres ver así, más o menos por esta zona, en la de 2 semanas, perdón. No, sí, la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas mensual o diaria, 151 a 153 y básicamente llevándote estos altos, lo cortas. Y ahora esto no te garantiza que vaya a colapsar, pero si haces un alto más bajo en esta zona y continúas, muy probablemente te vayas a llevar este bajo y tu take profit puede estar entre ese y este, por ahí de los 143. Sería la forma más rápida de hacerlo en una tabla diaria, si lo quieres ver así. Ok, eso es XOM. Alguien acá preguntaba, había una pregunta de algo que no queda claro para ustedes y creo que es muy importante esto. Dice Lucho. Alejandro, dice, sencillo, porque la tabla me lo dices, pero también dices que no, que nos vienes diciendo que las tablas mienten y demás. Dime entonces un método para invertir donde nada te mienta, donde todo es perfecto y no tengas que usar tú tu cabeza para poder hacerlo. Y te voy a esperar aquí las horas que gustes. Dime qué lees que te dice, bueno, esto ya, como me dijo que esto iba a pasar, esto subió, sea una tabla, sean noticias, que sea. Las noticias, por ejemplo, ahorita no te están mintiendo, te están diciendo Bitcoin es alcista porque va a venir el Clarity Act. ¿Ok? No te están mintiendo porque está subiendo el precio. ¿Qué pasa cuando pasen el Clarity Act? Te mintieron, el Clarity Act no era alcista para eso, digamos, ¿no? Y cae. Bien, la tabla ahorita me dice que es alcista. Voy a seguir la tabla, ¿no? Porque la tabla, a mí no me importa la noticia, a mí la tabla es lo que me dice, porque la tabla es más rápida y más eficiente en todo esto cuando lo estoy midiendo. Lo que estoy viendo es cuando sube y todo me está diciendo que es alcista en una tabla, sé que literalmente, y volteo a ver un ciclo, y el ciclo, cada vez que pasa esto, cae y engaña a todo el mundo de que se va a volver alcista, eso es lo que yo sigo. A eso es a lo que yo le doy la mayor cantidad de puntos. ¿Y es completamente correcto todo el tiempo? No. Probablemente no. Hasta ahorita sí, pero probablemente no. Pero Lucho, si encuentras un método que es 100% efectivo, que te dice toda la verdad todo el tiempo, cuéntamelo. No, me encantaría que me lo contestaras, porque no existe. Entonces, ¿qué puedes hacer? Te metes a cosas sabiendo estos factores. Un análisis no viene solamente de una cosa. Si estás solamente analizando una cosa, vas a perder casi todo el tiempo. ¿Por qué? Porque la cosa que estás analizando a cierto punto no va a funcionar. ¿Qué es lo que más funciona? Los ciclos. Es mi opinión. Y lo juntas con la euforia o el miedo en la gente, el punto donde está en la tabla, y con eso haces un análisis más completo de todo. Es la forma de hacer esto. ¿Tú crees que solamente, si no entiendes tablas y estás analizando todo por noticias, no vas a dar una? Puede que tengas momentos de, bueno, el Clarity Act va a pasar y le metas y por 5 días que te dejen, vaya a seguir subiendo. Pero va a llegar al punto donde no, y no vas a entender el por qué y vas a perder todo. La gente ¿por qué no todo el mundo es millonario? Todo el mundo ve las noticias. No entiendo. Y ahora, ¿por qué todo el mundo que analiza tablas? Todo el mundo puede analizar tablas. ¿Por qué no todo el mundo es millonario? No entiendo. Porque va más allá de eso. Tienes que juntar todos los factores de todo, mi hermano. En dónde estás parado en el ciclo, qué es lo que estás viendo, hay rotación de capital, hay algo que ha cambiado. Porque ponte tú, te puedes meter y comprar BlackBerry, ¿no? Te vas a comprar tu BlackBerry, tan chingón. Ve, güey, es que está en una tendencia súper alcista. O sea, después de venir a hacer un nuevo mínimo, vienes a tocar el 34 que te va a rechazar y vas a ir a comer mierda a un nuevo mínimo. ¿No? Pero, güey, es una empresa blue chip, ¿no? Fue la empresa de los teléfonos más cabrona que nadie iba a dejar de usar jamás. ¿Cómo está? El ejemplo que siempre les doy también es Nike. Puedes decirme lo que quieras. Esta empresa no tiene sentido en el 2026. Y ahora, ¿cómo aprendes esto? Aprende a pensar, cabrón. Si no sabes pensar, nadie te puede ayudar. Y eso va para todos nosotros. Y claro que nos vamos a equivocar, pero si no podemos pensar fuera de lo que nos tiene que decir la televisión para que nosotros repitamos o redes sociales, porque tal cual como con Nike, ¿cuántas veces no les pusieron el gráfico de PayPal? No, güey, es que ve lo bajo que está PayPal. Güey, hay que comprar PayPal, está muy bajo. No, es que, güey, PayPal está muy bajo. ¿Y qué pasó? ¿Y cómo va la cosa comprando PayPal que está muy bajo? Porque todo el mundo, cuando ves una tabla rotar en todos lados, es porque te están diciendo qué pensar. Sé que suena estúpido, pero así de estúpidos somos, si no te ha quedado claro. Voy rápido, una por una de estas. Circle. De nuevo, esperando a que llegue esta zona de los 134. Circle puede darnos la sorpresa y venir hasta los 146 ahorita. Ese sería el movimiento más culero. Yo me esperaría para hacerle un corto a Circle en 146. Una vez más, estamos cerca de lo que parece ser el trade del Clarity Act, ¿no? Cuando nos den eso es cuando le quieres hacer corto a estas mamadas. Cuando de verdad te digan, güey, el Clarity Act ya pasó, va a tener un pompazo ese día. Y ese es el... Ahora, si el día que te lo dicen, ves que el Clarity Act, que todo baja, luego instantáneamente, ahí entonces yo estoy mal y va a continuar subiendo después. Porque lo que hacen es, te dicen, no, es que ya pasó el Clarity Act y qué bueno para los bancos. Aquí es donde le haces corto. Si te dicen, güey, ya pasó el Clarity Act y ves que hace esto, compras en soporte. Soporte en la diaria, tu SMA 200. Aquí, en los 114, si es que llega a pasar eso. Para mí es más un corto. Y no creo que sea aquí. Es como Tesla. Creo que es aquí. Todos están desesperados, quieren hacerle corto a Tesla. Ve nada más dónde está. Les dije el viernes. Esta es la zona, tíos. Esta es la zona. Tengo mi línea meme acá y me conozco a Tesla. ¿Qué le gusta hacer a Tesla? Venir a esta zona, ya que todos piensan que va a volver a hacer un alto histórico y hacerlo. Si vas a tener una mega distribución, piensa en esto, eres Elon Musk y tienes 1,000 millones de acciones de Tesla. ¿Quieres venderlas aquí? ¿Quieres venderlas aquí o quieres venderlas aquí? Obviamente un nuevo alto histórico sería de no mames, pero pues ya te saliste con esta. Vas a intentar vender acá. Esta es una distribución apropiadamente hecha por los maestros, los mejores que lo logran, ¿ok? Esta es una distribución de no mames. Son unos cracks. También, por ejemplo, Strategy. ¿Cuándo compramos? Cuando les mandé el Discord, ¿no? Aquí, 117 estábamos, 118. Si compraste, te viste muy verga. ¿Hasta dónde puedes subir? Tienes el SMA 200 o los 229. Cualquiera de estas dos zonas son buenas para vender. ¿Cuánto te llevaste si entraste en MicroStrategy en los ponte tus 119? hasta donde estás ahorita ya un 60%, que fue todo el retorno que te dio Bitcoin en los aranceles, casi casi. Es básicamente el S&P 200 eso. Y aquí arriba es casi el doble, en los 229. Ahí tú eres un adulto y puedes decir dónde voy a vender. Una vez más, el Clarity Act te va a dar la pauta de esto. Llevamos 2 meses con energía cara. Se puede decir que de aquí a octubre o noviembre puede que se suba el dólar, caiga el mercado, pero el bajón de mercado sería muy poco tiempo si imprimimos en enero. No, 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 no. Porque el pedo que tienes, Elías, por más que imprimas dinero a través de las empresas que pasen en enero, es cómo lo van a implementar. Tienes que verlo implementado a terceros. No importa que o sea, si las empresas crean 1 millón de trillones de stablecoins, ¿cómo vergas van a empezar a pasárselo a la gente? Tienes que empezar a ver que lo estén implementando. Y ahora, puede que sea la distorsión, ¿no? En el mercado y puede que sea lo que nos dé como el golpe para arriba y luego para abajo. Pero tendríamos que ver beneficios gigantescos de lo de las monedas estables para la gente, porque la gente no tiene dinero. Y tienes primero que ver el crunch de crédito, tío. Todavía no ocurre. Microsoft. ¿Dónde está Microsoft? Aquí abajo. Microsoft continúa con lo que estábamos diciendo, aunque ella hizo eso, ¿no? Pam, pam, pam. Uf. Microsoft va para abajo, tío. O sea, lo puedes ver ahí. ¿Dónde va a ser el rechazo de Microsoft? Puede que sea aquí en los 429. Y pues aquí aparte hay una hermosura de trade apretadillo, que es lo que le puedes poner un chingo de apalancamiento con poca lana. Porque entras en los 429 y te sales por encima de los 433. No te metes aquí en long ni de mamada, estás intentando romper el 9 para abajo. Ahora, rompes el 9 para abajo en la semanal y si rompes el 9 para abajo, vas a venir a retestearlo para volver a caer. Ahí es cuando le haces corto otra vez. No ahorita. Entonces, primero esperas a ver si te da el corto en los 429 y te sales aquí en los 433, 434, ponle. Y si esto simplemente cae, cuando regrese al promedio del 9 semanal, es cuando le haces corto. Y ahí te tendrías que esperar. Pero pues Microsoft, ¿qué está haciendo? Cruce platea a la baja, ¿no? Con este cruce platea a la baja, en la semanal, no sé, la de 2 semanas, ¿cómo se ve? La de 2 semanas es la que está a punto de tener otro cruce plateado y tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente en los 412. Uf. La última vez que nos dio un cruce plateado en la de 2 semanas fue... Wow. No mames, espérate, ¿qué? En el 2012 no hay forma. Algo me perdí. ¿No lo hizo ni en el 2022? No. Este es el 2022. Wow. Si te llega a dar este cruce plateado a la baja en la de 2 semanas, esta madre va a caer, pero puta madre. ¿Ha tocado alguna vez el promedio del 200? El 2012. La última vez fue el 2012-2013 cuando hubo ese cruce plateado. ¿Esto qué fue? El 2022. Wow, normalmente el promedio del 100 ya es una mega oportunidad en Microsoft. Pero ahorita si tienes este cruce platea a la baja, pues güey, vas a ver bajones. ¿Cuánto ya lleva para abajo esta madre? 25 y llegó a 35. Pues normalmente casi no cae nada. Yo creo que esto es una buena compra en el promedio del 200 semanal. Si llegas a ver eso, uff, con Toño de Valdés. Pero pues es doble techo con un alto más bajo, bajo, alto más bajo. Debe estar castigadísimo. No. Sí, básicamente regresar a los 4.29, 4.26 con la invalidación aquí en los 4.33 para un corto estaría cabrón. Y ahora si sube los 4.33 vas a venir muy probablemente a los 4.78 y ahí hacer tu alto más bajo, que es el 61.8%. Y eso eliminaría el cruce plateado a la baja. Pero está bastante fácil, porque entras acá en los 4.30 más o menos con la invalidación de esta vela y se llega a caer, simplemente vuelves a hacerlo con el promedio del 9 o esta zona en los 4.10. Porque esta zona es la que te lleva a esos mínimos. Wow, está cabrón, buena caída. TLT para invertir. Buen momento para comprar TLT. Cada que TLT está aquí, quieres comprar a largo plazo. No tienes que ser un genio para entender eso, ¿no? Es una directa relación con el bono a, creo que es 20 años, ¿no? El TLT, sí. Cada que vienes a este punto, la línea está en los 84, 85, es excelente momento para comprar tu TLT, papi. Lo puedes ver. Se mueve lento, pero ahí lo tienes. Si yo, o sea, si fuera yo a querer invertir en TLT y aparte está en una buena tendencia alcista que parece bajista, pondría mi primera posición aquí en el 85. No mames. Segunda en 82 y mámate, ¿no? Algo por ahí de los 80. Está, pero, o sea, esto no se mueve mucho acá. Aquí ya vale la pena comprar. Esto cuando reviente la deuda al revés, una vez más, y ve el setup de volatilidad que tienes, papi. ¡Ja! En la mensual tienes el más bajo en la historia de esta chingadera. En la historia. En la trimestral también. Pero me dicen, ¿no? Que no va a pasar nada y que todo bien. Ok. No se preocupen, brother. Esta es una buena compra de una. Pero de una. En mi opinión, por supuesto. Que es la opinión de un pendejo. Solana para un trade. Cuando vengas a retestear el promedio del 100, tío, en los 93, la entrada agresiva en un long sería 95. Ahorita no quieres meterte acá, ¿eh? O 93 o 95 y llévate este mínimo acá en los 92, esta sería tu invalidación. Bastante fácil. Y esto es un long, en mi opinión, porque tienes volatilidad expandiendo con momentum todo apuntando para arriba y de nuevo mínimo vienes a los 101 y de ahí te va bien a los 111. Cripto debería disparar. Si vemos que cripto esta semana dispara para la alza, entonces sí estamos cerca de ver el doblón del mercado. Me veo algo en chinga. El yen está consolidando aquí abajo. Me gusta. Bajistamente hablando. Cierre por arriba del 21. Cierre por debajo del 21. Esta semana dame otro cierre bajo el 21 y vamos a ver qué pedo. El promedio del 5 y el 9 en la semanal están invirtiéndose. trimestral está preparando un setup de volatilidad. Tiene cara que el yen mínimo viene a los 154. Ya les dije, si el yen baja, vayan a ver esto en Discord. El mercado lo va a acompañar. Y va a salir el güey más pendejo del mundo a decirte el reverse carry trade. No tiene nada que ver. El dólar está follando a todo el mundo. Es todo. Pero el yen de alguna forma se recupera. Esta es extraña, porque el yen, ahora sí que subiendo, ahora sí que si ves el yen subiendo aquí en esta tabla, como es USD JPY, sería el dólar subiendo en contra del yen. Cuando el dólar baja en contra del yen, es cuando la bolsa cae. Pero ahorita vas a tener un dólar fuerte, pero las relaciones del dólar con ciertas monedas son diferentes. Es como ahorita el peso con el dólar. Estás viendo un dólar más débil contra el peso porque está esperando el dólar a seguir al petróleo y la energía. Primero va el gas natural, que está 5% arriba. Regresando, haciendo este S&P, marcando para arriba, nos confirma. Y de ahí podemos esperar a seguir el DXY, a que haga exactamente lo mismo, pum, para arriba. Y una vez más, el DXY debería de romper mínimo los 121, que es el alto del el 2000. Aquí, mínimo. Si le va como creo, aquí, a los 160. Yo sí creo que va a ser una mamada esto. Pero tenemos que ver cómo se ve. Oracle llegando al promedio del 5. Uf, Oracle ya más o menos te dio algo por ahí. Oracle está para corto, básicamente donde estás, en los 193 y tu invalidación está en los $200. Puedes usarlo como quieras, puedes esperar a que se acerque más o no, pero ya está rechazándote el 95% en Oracle. O sea, ya está y aparte es la semanal. La de 2 semanas ya te rechazó el 61.8%. Sí, simplemente usa esta vela como invalidación. La de los 200. Y aquí tú decides dónde quieres entrar. Este fue bajo, alto más bajo, después de este alto más bajo. Y ya, te llevas esta vela y muy probablemente vas a regresar a esta zona, pero ya estaría cabrón. Es la pregunta del siglo, ¿no? ¿Qué tanto van a dejar correr estas empresas? Porque lo del Clarity Act es para cripto. No tiene que caer la bolsa por completo con cripto. Y es más, si yo fuera el culero encargado de la bolsa, no, lo que haría es tiro cripto tantito. O sea, ponte tú, hago que Bitcoin, solamente piensa en la psicología de esto. Olvídate de todo lo demás. Cae Bitcoin acá, a los 65, aguanta, haces un bajo todavía más alto que este. Todo el mundo dice, güey, la oportunidad de oro para comprar, ve la bolsa, está arriba. Todo el mundo se mete otra vez, los invitas acá y vámonos, güey. Les vendiste esta, ¿no? Sería ideal. Pero también me estoy aventando una chaqueta mental. Oracle, ahí está para tu trade. Pues ya. Básicamente eso es todo, mis hermanos. Ahí lo tienen. Me cansé. 4 horas y media, nada mal. Espero que que les haya quedado claro, que no haya muchas preguntas. Espero que sea el caso. Bitcoin sigue en 82. Recuerden, en este momento lo que tenemos que ver es esperar. Tienes traders que son alcistas, tienes traders que son bajistas en Bitcoin. Y lo único que tienes que hacer es esperar a ver a qué lado te quiere dar de comer. ¿A qué lado te quiere dar de comer? ¿Cuándo vas a saber eso? Cuando pasen el Clarity Act. Dame el Clarity Act y quiero ver un pump, eso quiere decir que va a ir para abajo. Dame el Clarity Act e instantáneamente cae, va a subir. Sé que suena raro, pero así es como funciona esta chingadera. ¿Listo? Y una vez más, ahí está Solana en 98. Siempre y cuando mantén tu gauge con Solana. Solana es el que está liderando, no tanto cargando al mercado, pero liderando el movimiento. Va más adelante que los demás. Es lo que he usado y me ha servido bastante bien. Así que tú también no te pierdas de ese gran indicador adelantado gratuito que se llama Solana. ¿Vale? Y de nuevo, no tienes que creer que todo puede continuar subiendo. Todo puede continuar subiendo y qué bonito. Pero de corazón les digo esto. Lo último que van a dejar caer son las acciones. Una vez que caigan las acciones, tienen que entender que el wealth effect que existe ahora en Estados Unidos viene de las acciones. Entonces, es la última parte que vas a dejar caer antes de dejar de verlo todo. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez que tires acciones, la gente va a tener que liquidar casas, coches, todo. Crunch de crédito, nadie puede comprar nada y entras en un 2008 otra vez, más culero. Porque personalmente yo creo que esto es ya donde estamos parados, está peor que el 2008. Se ve diferente, se siente diferente, pero está igual de culero. Donde a nadie le alcanza para nada. Eso es todo lo que tienes que entender. Por eso esta gente está tan perdida en todas sus análisis y predicciones y no entienden que es lo mismo. Pero a fin de cuentas el resultado es lo mismo, ¿no? A la gente no le alcanza para nada, sea con precios altos o con precios bajos. Y de nuevo, cuando tienes una crisis con precios altos y tienes un crunch de crédito que viene y todo eso, simplemente la cosa se dura mucho más porque tienes que corregir todas las valuaciones. ¿Y por qué se tiene que corregir todas las valuaciones, etcétera? Porque tienes deflación. Deflación es una hija de puta. Y simplemente, mientras más alto todo, más fuerte el putazo para abajo. Es lo único que tienes que saber. No hay que ser un genio para esto. Pero bueno, vamos a ver cómo nos va. Atentos con el gas natural. Ahí tiene cara de hijo de puta. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar aquí y nos vemos pronto. Pórtense bien, tíos. Hombre, pues, Dios, es que la